Oh shit! Oh hell yeah! I gotta make sure it's the right person first. Don't get offended. I got. Is that Scotty Karate? Wait, hold on. Sorry. Is that you?
That's Scotty.
Oh right. Shit! We got Scotty Karate in the house. What up, brother?
Well, someone said link for Scotty. So I did have a question. I don't think you answered it, so I'm gonna ask you specifically. Is it me echoing, or is
no?
Like, no, I'm hearing a slight echo, but I'll persevere. No. I don't have much to say. I just wanted to say, I think you said previously that someone told you something about me, so I had to take the wrench. And I don't care about the wrench or who it was. I'm just curious, what did they tell you?
I'll be honest with you.
So we can make up a lie to get out of it.
I'm too tipsy right now to remember. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm too tipsy to remember at the moment.
Okay.
Oh wow.
But I never had any. I don't think we've ever had any problems. That's the thing.
Yeah, no. I mean, I don't need a wrench or anything. So I don't. I probably won't drop any links here or anything. And as long as I don't get banned, I'm fine. Like,
Yeah, don't ban Scotty. No, I've always liked your personality. I like you as a person. It's just you have some bad people in your panels and your chats. You know what I mean? So I don't go there anymore. But and then you took my and then you. Here's what it was, Scotty.
Hold on, I've never taken your wrench, bro. I've never taken your wrench.
Doria or something. Doria of
Reservations.
Yeah, you took my.
No, I have a few channels, so I'm not streaming on Reservations right now.
Oh, okay, my bad.
So if you came to my channel where I'm live now, it's a different channel because I get every time I take a strike, I switch a channel.
Gotcha.
I will take them, and then I'm not in the business of getting my channel shut down. So,
well, Scotty, I'm being sincere, like as a human being to a human being, like. Forget the internet bullshit.
No, I can show you. Like, if I go to Reservations, you're gonna
let me talk. Let me talk, please.
Well, no, I'm saying I never take your wrench.
I know. As a human being,
if I did, I would tell you.
Okay, as a human being. Okay, as a human being to human being, I have no problems with you. I think you're the nicest, coolest guy on the internet. Like seriously, you're one of the coolest guys. Wow. I don't. If there's something I don't know,
you know about, what? If Scotty was smart, he would see that as a red flag instead of a little bit of power, the luring of power, right? It's just like when Yaks tried to say I was the funniest guy on the internet. Or maybe it was just on YT and I was like, red flag, right? Uh-huh.
I don't know about it. I'm just saying, like, I don't have any. I like you. I think you're very reasonable. I think you're very. Congratulations on your recent situation. I'm talking about. I want to dox or anything. You know what I'm saying? I don't have any issues with you.
I got married. That's good.
Okay, that's what I'm talking about. I don't want to say anything without being. I'm trying to be respectful. So yeah, I don't have any issues with you, man. I think you're a cool dude. I think you're for real, but you do let things that are said, they're not true though. That's the problem, and I don't know if you know it or not. You know what I mean?
Well, you have to say specifically what your problem is, because I've been hosting panels for years, so I don't know what your issue is, but I do appreciate your kind words, by the way, and thank you for your well wishes. But I don't really care about YouTube drama. I mean, people are gonna say I have an open panel. I let anyone on. People that hate me, I let on. So they say horrible things about me on my panel. Like this happens all the time. Like I had this guy Shizzle on the other day. He's accusing me of fraternizing with Ed and communicating with him privately, which has never happened.
Right.
And stuff like that. So like I put up with bullshit on my own panel against me. Like, I mean, you come to my panel, it's a little bit of a shit show, So I'm not.
Well, here's the thing is you're right. You do have several channels, and I think what happened was I went into one, and I don't. If you don't know, I'll tell you, but most people know. I can't go to many channels if I'm not rich because the first thing I do is dox my entire bloodline. So I would
wrench you on any one of my
That's
channels.
A really good excuse. But he'll take my wrench. That's a great excuse, Jeff, to get a wrench. Wow. Almost 50 years old, needing wrenches. Amazing.
Like you just I've got a plethora, to be fair. That stream on.
Right.
So,
but then there's other people that have wrenches that will dox me too, though. That's the problem.
Oh.
I have managing mods. I got a few.
So you need to take their wrenches.
Well, make me a managing mod, dude. I'll make you a mod here. Make me a managing mod so I can protect myself. Just to protect myself.
Like you're fine. Like trust me, I have people looking out for you, Jeff. You come to my channel, I'll give you a wrench for sure. Getting a managing mod is a little harder because I have to know you a little better. And then, honestly, this drama from your community doesn't really won't fly in my community as well.
Right. Hold on. I'm sorry, real quick. Who's this real quick?
My name is Scotty. They call me karate.
Wait, you came up as me. We have Scotty Karate up here. Who's the other person? Who's Southwest?
Oh, that's fucking Clown Force.
No, not Clint. There's somebody else on stage. I got the banner or overlay up. Who are you? Who are you? All right, sure. They want a porn bomb. Yeah.
You gotta watch out for that. You gotta watch out for that.
Yes, sir. That's what I'm doing.
Cheech and Chong, though.
Oh, yeah. That was when I was print catching. Me and Casey Cox, that's what he goes by. It's all about. Anyways,
Ray loves Cox.
Yeah, Ray loves Cox. That's where he got that from, by the way. It's from Casey Cox.
He said he likes Cox, but I changed it to love.
No, he got that. He got that he got that term from my co-host, who I was a predator catcher, Casey Cox. That's where he got that from. That line. So, a long story short, we were out decoying and we saw a line around the dispensary, and we're like, "What's going on here?" Like, "Oh, Cheech and Chong's here." Like, "Oh, hell yeah!" So we're like, "Fuck this! We'll decoy a little bit. We're gonna go in." And it's on my channel, by the way. You can look at my videos or live. I can't remember which one, but you'll find it. And yeah, that's the picture. They got good weed, dude, by the way. They got very good weed.
Well, no, Cap, I came for a specific reason. I asked Jeff a question. He doesn't have to tell me who. And I am going to go rollerblade shopping right now. I'm outside the store. So, no, so you don't have to say why, or rather who said something bad about me, because that's fine. Like, you got Shizzle in the chat. Shizzle will propagate lies amongst other YouTubers. Like, it's kind of par for the course, right? But yeah,
somebody with my daughter. Oh, I'm sorry.
Get home to my wife and buy rollerblades.
Right. Scotty Karate. Hold on, real quick. Somebody's trying to convince my daughter, and just in case it might be her, I'm gonna give it a second.
Probably not.
You know what's interesting is wow, that was pretty amazing there, Scotty Cuckarati trying to sell Jeff. It's interesting how these guys got to go around to the internet, different panels, and lie about people, but they're not the liars. Shizzle's the biggest liar on the internet, says Scotty Cuckarati as he's doing gay LARPs with Vic. All right.
I know. Oh, they drop down. Yeah, I figured. Yeah.
Right. No, so what I'm saying is your pocket, I love when your pocket calls my pocket degenerate, because my pocket is very degenerate. But the degeneracy around here runs deep.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And it's like, wow. Like Savvy was like, wow, I can't believe your pocket, Scotty. I'm like, my pocket? Like compared to you? Like what? Like
this place.
All right, hold on. All right, is this my daughter or not?
Hi, Daddy.
No, you're not my daughter. Get the fuck out of here, you dumb shit, motherfucker.
Come on, that was me. I was just kidding. I don't know who that is.
Hi, Daddy. Hi, Dad.
Hi, Daddy. Hi, Dad. Oh my God.
That might be Cap. Hot Mike himself. In the garage.
Oh goodness. Oh shit. No, I gave you a wrench back, Scotty, just so you know.
Thank you. I appreciate that. But no, like honestly, I never took your wrench. If that was the issue. No,
you did actually.
You
did.
No, Jeff. I've never taken your wrench.
So if I come in there, no matter what channel, you promise to give me a wrench back so I can protect myself at least, right? My family.
Yes. Jeff, if I take you to my old channel that I was streaming off of, I'm sure you still have your wrench. Do you understand the distinction?
Yeah, I think I do. Yeah.
I'm on a different channel. It's fine. No, because I stream on like sub channels. So generally, because I don't want to get my main channel taken down, and
what the hell?
Like that.
Wait, no. Sorry, I appreciate that. Somebody's talking shit about you. I don't understand. This guy named Shizzle or person named Shizzle.
Oh yeah, Shizzle.
Jeff, can you question Scat? Is that you? I don't know.
Yes, he likes to talk about me with the poop reference because he's got poop fetishes.
I mean,
I
called you potty karate once, but that was just...
No.
Well, he's backstage. He's backstage,
like
folks. He wants to come up, folks. He wants to come up, folks.
Yeah.
If this,
fine.
oh shit, we're getting a bunch of people that wants to come up here to see if they're really them. Shizzle, is that really you?
Mic check, can you hear me?
I'm gonna go rollerblade shopping real quick. What do you got?
All right, 1 second. We got somebody else. We got Thaw.
Can you hear
We
me?
got Toila. All right, who's Thaw
Can you hear me?
Latoya? Yeah, I can hear you.
Only when you take Gomez's dick out of your mouth.
Shaw Latoya, who are you? They dropped down. All right, Shizzle. Is that Shizzle, Scotty?
Yes.
All right.
Unfortunately.
Wait, what's the issue
You're
between
gonna
you
take
and
his word for
Shizzle? No, I don't even know what's
I
going
have a
on.
question for Jeff.
Okay, go ahead. Yeah.
Are you even going to question Scat about saying that I'm propagating lies, or are you just going to platform it unquestioned?
I have no idea what you're talking about. I haven't watched Scotty in months, so you have to give context.
He just said it on your fucking channel a second ago.
You claim
To you.
I missed it. I missed it. I'm sorry. What happened? I'm not very good at multitasking, so refresh my memory.
You're oblivious.
Shizzle, are you?
Well, you platformed somebody that said I'm propagating lies. Can you question
yes.
him?
I do remember.
Can you have him elaborate?
Yeah, Scotty.
Or are
can
you just going to
elaborate?
platform that shit unquestioned?
I said it pretty point blank. Shizzle accused me of communicating with Ed privately, which I've told him that it's never happened, and he keeps trying to propagate that myth because he's a lying fuck. And he's got Gomez's.
Questions isn't accusing. I was asking questions.
Yeah.
Dumb fuck.
You're
Prove
a
it.
dumb fuck. Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna go about rollerblading shopping.
Thank you, Jeff.
Have fun.
Yeah, no problem. I didn't know about that. I'm
Rollerblade
just
shopping.
yeah, you're
Have fun
welcome
with
to come up
Shizzle.
anytime.
I guess this man takes questions as offensive little jabs. You must be hiding something if the questions affect you that much.
Or Scotty, I don't understand. I'm sorry.
Scat.
Let me see if
Scat.
the
I was
echo
talking to
comes.
Scat.
I think we have somebody else backstage. Do you guys know a Brian?
Like,
Oh, I think it might be my
Who's that
brother. It might
motherfucking
not be
bitch?
my brother. Let me see real quick. Oh, he dropped down. Damn it. Okay. Anyways. All right.
I almost feel obligated to stay up until that little bitch jumps down. I don't want him to go unchecked on any more lives.
The echo sounds like it's from you.
Wait, what?
I'll call back then. Let me drop out.
Hold on, Scotty. Are you really going rollerblade shopping? Is that a joke? All right. I guess we'll never know.
He said he'll be right back. He's seeing if it's his mic, I think.
Oh.
I hear the echo right now, though. Let me check mine.
I got my echo canceling off, but it sounds like I'm echoing.
I can't hear it.
I mean, it's on. I canceled it.
Right. I don't know if the chat hears
I
it or
think
not,
it's
but
on
I
Jeff's
don't.
end.
Yeah, 'cause
Well,
I hear it.
I could be
I'm on my
wrong, but
phone. Let me mute for a second and you guys talk and see if it's me.
All right. What up, Shizzle?
who am I talking to? Who is this? What up, dude? Clown Clinton.
Clown Force.
This is
Clown Force.
Clown Force.
Yeah.
Are you that motherfucker that I've been hearing sick shit about?
Yes.
What
What'd you-
is this
what'd
sick
you-
shit that I heard? Can you remind me? I don't remember.
Hold on. So
Character does. I don't really ever talk to you, so and it really jolted down into my notebook. There's too
I'm
many
not gonna-
people in this world.
I'm not gonna promulgate or whatever it is, that shit.
Why not?
Yeah.
Why not? Why don't you just share what people are saying? I'll share what people say about me.
Well, the problem
Or is it true?
They say my dick is huge and they don't like it.
That's not what I heard. It was
What'd you
something-
hear?
It was something involving criminal history.
I've never had a felony in my life.
Okay, maybe I got the wrong guy.
Yeah, probably. I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm just the idiot
Yeah,
here.
I was getting the echo from Shizzle.
Okay.
Well, I dropped out. I thought the echo might be from me, but
Edward Stairs, get the hold on. We have a predator in the backstage here.
The shit
Edward
stopped when
Stairs is
Jeff
trying to
muted
come
out,
up.
by the way.
Edward Stairs is trying to come up, by the way, everybody. No, you are not allowed on my panel.
Check if it's him. Check if it's really him. I doubt it.
I'm on my phone. How do I check?
Yeah,
I
let's
don't
get
know
his
how to check
IP. Let's get his IP real quick.
Shizzle,
He dropped down. He just dropped down when she said that. Damn it. Son of a fucking bitch. Fuck you, Predator. You're not allowed up here, you motherfucker.
Shizzle's IP chasing.
He chatted in the back chat.
I screenshotted just to, yeah, I'll post it, but yeah.
Did you see the back chat, Jeff, and you guys?
No, I haven't. I'll have to look.
Edward wrote back there.
No shit.
I was dropping out. Clown, you said you had something for me.
Jeff let me up, call me, and then he said, faggot. Yeah, oh shit. That looks like really him.
Hey, you talk to that motherfucker on the phone too?
Who does?
You?
Oh hell no. No.
I'm asking. I'm not making the claim. I'm asking. Sorry.
Oh hell no. No, I blocked him once. His second paper was dropped on, I think it was on Hoax Wars. I blocked him on my phone, and then the next morning I woke up in a panic, and my mind like woke me up in a panic. I'm like, oh shit, I forgot to block him on Instagram. I blocked him on Instagram. Yeah.
Why did Southwest Jeff and Predward have phone numbers in the first place? You just make friends on YouTube and just
a lot of us. Oh yeah, I can explain that. So a lot of us did. We had each other's phone numbers from the biggest catchers to the smallest catchers and decoys and all that stuff, and we trusted him at one point to look for background information, help it, yeah. And then it came out, and then yeah, that's how it worked out. So he actually interrupted catches by tipping off predators. Of course, why, he is a predator, so
is that a theory or is that a fact?
It's a fact. Hawaii with Alex. Let's see what else. Yeah, just look it up. Just type in YouTube, you'll find it. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Why don't we send Cap over to CMN's? I think he dropped a new premiere. Cap, go hang out in the comment section at CMN's because.
Yeah, send him over. Send.
Where's the
Hey, what?
Hey, I think that you should send him over to Scats too, because I think Scat and Kim planted fucking Ed into that pred catching fucking community. That's just my speculations, though. It's not a direct claim.
This is actually a dox, but I'm gonna give him a chance. All right, who are you and what do you want? 3, 2. Yeah, there you go. Gone. You left. All right.
Yeah.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Jeff. It seems like there's a campaign to interrupt your show. All these people coming up and leaving. And every time you give them the time of day, just ignore for a little while. If people have your IG, they want to come up, I'm sure they can message you. They're just fucking with you, bro. It's like when they call Tommy on a cat. They're just fucking with you.
Dude, I just want to get buzz.
They're derailing the fucking content.
Right, clown. Hell yeah, dude. I'm just trying to get a buzz, have fun.
Yeah, they're typing in the back chat a bunch of dumb shit. They're doxing. I'm not even gonna repeat it. Don't, just let you know.
Yeah, don't repeat any.
No, that's the plan. That's the plan. They come up, you put your banner up, you say, hold on, everybody. Just ignore them for a while, if you would.
Edward Stairs, you like little boys. What the fuck you do in my back check? Get away. I'm 49, about to be 50. You like little boys, like 6, 7, 8, 9 years old. Go away, dude. Sick motherfucker.
And I was going to ask Scotty if he was actually going rollerblade shopping, or is that like a joke?
Oh yeah, no, I'm going right now. Bro,
Wait, hold on. I have to cook, clown. Sorry, you have to cook. All right, Damone's by Curious Thoughts. You and I are going to have a discussion. I'm going to cook now.
Jeff only cooks out of the can or the box. Guaranteed.
I'm going to cook. You ready? You said, Jeff's got to have that wrench, man. All right. I'm going to give you one opportunity before I go off and expose everything. What do you mean by that? Everybody be quiet, please. What do you mean by that comment? So I know you're Constantine's homeboy. That was a while back. Sorry, I was way behind. Holy shit. All right, so sorry, I was behind. So I'm asking now. What do you mean by that comment? Jeff's got to have that wrench. What do you mean by that? Please answer me. Because your answer will depend on my answer. I'm waiting for his comments. No, that's not an answer. That's not an answer, Dream Plural, Nate. When we go to the last thing, give me a fucking answer, dude. Not hands up, don't pew pew. Give me a fucking answer, you motherfucker. If you're gonna be a prick, be a prick. Give me a fucking answer. I'll take your wrench faster than you can say shit. I'll dox your fucking ass. Jeff dox me? All right, here we go.
Who's
You guys ready for this? Oh, she's a piece of shit decoy that, oh, actually, Clown, you might explain that better. Can you explain the whole situation with that?
With who?
Steph, WAP.
Bro, I don't know anything. I'm sorry. I haven't been keeping up on that. It's really vague. I have no idea. Like, really. You're asking the wrong Clown, nigga.
Well, apparently everybody left her because she's a decoy group, and she's done this before too, but she tips off Freds. She uses real pictures of actual children, you know, all that shit. What are you doing, dude? Who is that shit?
I'm at the rollerblade store.
Till the 1980s, I said hello. I missed them.
You guys like hockey?
Hockey's chill. Oh, rollerblades.
I love that shit, dude. That's cool, man.
Any exercise stuff is cool, man.
Nate from Sacramento, California, aka Dream Floral.
That's your color.
Yeah. Damn, Clown, you interrupted me from doxing. Damn it.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I forgot now. Nate from Sacramento, California, Dream Floral, aka Damone's by Curious Thoughts. I'm trying to be nice, man.
Is that the pin cushion?
That's Simone's by Curious Thoughts. It's Nate, aka Dream Floral.
Yeah, he's got the zippers all over his chest and his stomach and shit.
Me a stab. Yep. Yeah, I just took his wrench.
So
That's
fat.
funny.
I saw him with fucking Constantine. He got fat as fuck.
He did, dude. I thought I got fat. I lost a lot of weight, but I thought I got fat for a while. But holy shit.
Pasty and budgy.
I got his phone number. Do you guys want his phone number?
I'm sure YouTube would like it. I mean, mine was stopped again the other day, so I don't give a fuck what you do to these assholes.
I got his address too, by the way.
Well, okay. Let's not go crazy. We don't want no one to hurt him.
No, I'm not.
Already fucking opened his big fat mouth and like broke his thumb and then got stabbed and fucking, you know.
I'm not Clown. I'm not going to, Clown.
And
I'm just
that dead pussy.
I have a question.
All right.
go ahead.
Would you say, since there's these people tipping off the Preds, I'm going to say mainly from social media, that Pred catching would be more effective if people wouldn't post that shit live just for clout and donos, and you'd probably be a little more effective if you were more incognito.
I actually
I'm not
agree with
talking
all
about
that.
anything else more than effect.
No, I actually agree with that to the extent, but exposure would be key. So maybe post a picture, like on the community page or Facebook or something. I do
You could
agree
do
with
that
some
after
of
the
that.
catch.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Are you
Yeah.
saying don't expose them, don't go on YouTube at all? I mean, it's kind of like, that's kind of what
No, I'm saying, I'm talking about what would be the most effective method.
Yeah, I get what he's saying, Clint. May elaborate more. I think I got it. I've been drinking, so yeah.
Yeah,
think
but if
I
the
got
bread
it.
catcher goes broke because he doesn't have an audience, and we want to see the exposures, and donations don't just come because you come on and say, hey, I caught some creds, guys. Like, people get excited to see these assholes go down and they donate.
Doing it for the donations. Fuck the donations,
Well,
dude. I don't want to hear
Well,
this.
it's not about that.
It's less effective to get donations.
It's not less effective. So
Fuck
the
donations. It's
how many catches do you think Tom?
no, there's you got people like Steph and Ed tipping them off. I mean, it seems like it is less effective.
Well, for them, yeah, for sure. Steph and Ed and freaking who else? APP. Fuck. Oh, by the way, APP.
Probably
Fuck
anybody that makes it
you.
big will catch these motherfucking drama motherfuckers.
APP. Fuck you. Sorry,
It's all
Short
over
Bus.
social
You and I are still friends, Short Bus. I don't like APP. Or WAP.
I love it when people who aren't bread catchers try to say how it should be done. You don't know how it should be
Yeah, true.
Who's not a pred catcher?
Who?
You just said
Shizzle
you
likes
love
to
how
enable.
who's one that's not.
Shizzle is an enabler. Straight
There's
up.
a lie. That's a lie. But who's this person that's not a pred catcher that's saying how it should be? Mr. Clown.
I've never told a bread catcher how to do anything. Asked about a conviction, said, "Oh, I've never told Tommy or anybody."
Who's telling anybody how to do what? Who's telling anybody how to do what though? I'm asking you.
You're saying don't be on YouTube. So that's you saying just shut it down.
No, I'm asking what's more effective. I'm asking what's more effective. Don't put words in my mouth.
It's more effective when you have the money to fucking travel around and get these guys, and the community helps that.
That's your matter of opinion.
No, it's fact.
I think somebody homeless like me would be able to do it just as easy.
Really? So you're homeless in whatever state you're in, and you got to get to New York unless you're there already. And you got to go catch this pred with 3 days. What are you going to do? You're homeless.
All I'm saying is I'm talking about possibilities and free thinking shit, and you're feeling a little offended, putting words in my mouth, saying that I'm saying how it should be. You're getting a little defensive over nothing, bud. Don't we all want to put these creds away? I think the system protects them, though. I think their necks should be snapped, dude.
Okay, yeah, sure. We agree. I just don't think saying, oh, you shouldn't be on YouTube. So they're not going to have the flow, the money to do it.
What, people shouldn't state their opinions? I ain't telling you what to do. I'm stating my opinion and talking about what's the most effective method. And if you're going to be sensitive and thinking I'm barking out orders at you, man, you're under some psychosis, dude.
Anyway,
in a normal, logical conversation, look at you.
You're a weirdo, bro. You're a weirdo. You sound like a weirdo.
All right, so look up private chat, Clown.
All right. Oh yeah, I've seen it. I already screenshotted it.
Oh, y'all didn't see that yet? That's
That is
highly
so
worth noting and
gross.
investigating.
Oh, the FBI is watching. Yeah, of course. That is so gross, dude. I want to F your granddaughter, Jeff. That is so disgusting.
Hey, Shizzle, do you travel around the United States constantly, hitting all 50 states all the time? Are you always in a different state?
Not all 50 states, but I've been traveling like a motherfucker, dude. Proud of myself. It's something I've always wanted to do, and I've been doing it for a long time.
So if you're in Arizona and then you find yourself in Ohio, you go back to Arizona? No, you don't. Okay, pred catchers do. They go where the fucking pred is, dude. So they got to have funds to do all that.
You don't know what the fuck I do.
Yeah, you're lame.
Funds.
You're lame.
Get the fuck
You're
out
lame,
of here.
dude. You're lame.
You don't know what I do. Don't put words in my mouth.
Dude, your
Don't
tactic,
make claims you can't prove.
Your tactics don't work, dude. Shut up. I can
What?
say I
Just
want.
talking logic?
You're not talking logic.
Put it this way. I could stick my thumb up and hitchhike.
Yeah, you won't get there
Pretty
in
damn
time.
easy.
You won't get there in time. You also got to pay your phone bill and do all
Oh,
kinds of
okay.
shit. You got to have a team.
I won't get there in time for what?
And then you got to.
You gotta have a team for what?
Then you got to go to.
I don't have to have a
Shizzle,
fucking team,
Shizzle.
dude.
Then you got to go back to
I
another.
don't need a team.
Shizzle can't even pay his house.
I've never needed a team before. I've never needed a team before. If anything, teams will slow you down. There's some Judases up in this shit, dude. You want me to have some Judases while I'm trying to put away Preds, dude? Fuck you.
I got my new rollerblade.
You make no sense.
$33 used.
I make no sense. All right.
Nice, Scotty.
If I tell you that I've put away a Pred before, would you believe me?
Yes. I would.
Well, that's your own fucking fault.
Okay,
That's
well,
your own
whatever,
fucking fault.
man. But who's gonna lie about that? Maybe.
I ain't gonna lie. If I caught a Pred, I wouldn't tell you, and I wouldn't be fucking spreading it out on YouTube for clout or donos. Or if I caught multiple Preds, that's just me. I don't need the money,
Are you sure you're not LARP?
and you can't prove me wrong.
You sound like LARP Busters.
Am I
Sure you're
LARPing?
not You sound like LARP Busters. You sound like his twin brother.
No, he's not Larpy. I know Larpy for a long, long time.
Now, LARP.
Oh, Clown's in charge because I'm gonna get something to eat, so I'll be right back.
All right. I don't have any power though.
Okay,
Kick
I got
yourself.
new rollerblades, 3309. Not 3301, luckily. They sound like some cicada shit.
What color?
They're black and blue. With white
Oh, that's
laces.
good.
They're used, but they're slightly used, and I save a bunch of money by getting them.
Of course.
They have brand new rollerblades there too, but like, I'm gonna spend $100 plus $4, and these ones are in pretty good shape. So
Yeah, you can always oil the bearings and all that shit and make them nice.
yeah,
Like
well, no,
shape.
they're not that. The really the wheels. I skate. I can show you these wheels are in pretty good shape. I have literally like, I'm not kidding. Like, I should just buy more wheels because I got like, I'm not kidding when I say 10 or 12 boots that just need new wheels in my garage. Like,
Damn, yeah, why
but
got that many
for, like,
rollerblades?
because I skate on the regular, like otherwise I have to run. I go out with people and they have to work out. So when I skate, it's more easy to,
Yeah, sounds fun.
I mean, it's still hard. I mean, plus I skate for a little bit of cardio. I'm in my 40s now, so my I've had a hard life of
Dude, isn't that shit hard on your ankles?
no, it's actually less hard than running. I still run a little bit too, but like rollerblading is a little more smooth than running. Running is a little more jarring on your joints or whatever.
Yeah, the
And
impact.
like I said, I'm
and
in
all
my 40s and I've done jiu-jitsu since my teens, so my body's a little fucked up. So
Well,
I'm getting older.
Yeah, well, I figured it out. Scotty had to show up because community cardio failed yesterday. Got decapitated in a sense.
Yeah.
I look forward to your roller
That's-
skating videos.
That's what happens. Is they find a new little bench warmer, like Angela will go out and recruit and find this new little bench warmer, like community cardio, missing teeth and fucking all fugly and shit, right? And say, you know what? You're really awesome. This is Spamgla telling community cardio, right? Recruiting them in. You're so cool. You're gonna be our next big guy like Predward was. You gotta go in for us.
rollerblading.
I have roller skating videos on my channel. I've got
Do
like,
you?
yeah. I used to be a hockey player before I was
Yeah.
martial artist. So
Street?
ice. Well, both. I grew up in Philly. I played in Philly, and I started playing for an ice team. But I did start in the street. I used to play on the ponds before I got
All right.
blessings.
Grandstanding. See,
So what do
Jeff lets these guys grandstand without any objection, without grilling into them.
What are you gonna do now? You got your blades. You gonna go home and work on them. And
No, they're like
Yeah.
slightly used.
Yeah, I'm so cool. Oh, and then you got the Mike guy in there, I believe Norsac Maniac, that's got to hide because he drives a Chomo van like Scumrin. They got these guys that need to be on their team that need to go to the background, fade the background all of a sudden because they drive Chomo vans.
they're ready to go.
Like I said, there were $40. I had a discount. I had like discount points plus tax was like $33.09.
So you can bring in shit to that place to trade.
Yes, exactly.
Ah,
So they sell new stuff, like new snowboards and old and used snowboards are like, yeah, if you want like bring in anything like golf clubs or they sell brand new golf clubs, same thing. They sell used martial arts equipment,
Is there
brand
a
new plates. If you want to get some brand new workout equipment, like brand new universal bar or whatever, I was showing brand new plates, used plates.
is it played against sports?
Correct. Not at least this one, not the one in
Say Long Beach.
Yeah, I live in Huntington Beach, so I work like I work. I live really close to Beach Boulevard in Huntington. They're like, Scotty lives here. Like that's fucking fun.
Yeah, you sound like you keep in pretty good shape. Do you mind showing your abs for Sam?
But
see, he's on the same team as Sam. That's why he's like considering it there for a second. I wonder if I do that, that'll get me a little bit of power and clout with this group. See, it's so interesting because, when I find the cop watchers and I see a situation and I start working in a little bit, right, to help people out, well, here comes my super fan club. Scotty and Predward and Larpy. And then when Edward gets busted out in the pred catchers and I pop up, here comes Philemon, here comes Scotty, and all of a sudden they're going to become pred catchers. Isn't that amazing?
I don't show them for anyone, but
right.
I am on YouTube previously in fight shape,
I've seen some of your fight videos.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah, totally.
Yeah. But I'm married now. And
oh my God!
I still work out
He's letting them grandstand.
I don't hear. I mean, your words mean less than dog shit. So,
man,
Plants nefarious porn on people's devices.
There you go.
Every week. So.
You're still doing the pool?
What do you guys got to think about this Clinton guy admitting that he plants nefarious porn on people's devices?
I don't hear. I mean, your words mean less than dog shit. So, I'm not saying you're wrong, but you're probably like I would have to hear it because I don't believe your words at all because you're fucking.
Are you going to ask him next time you talk to him?
Sure. I can't tell you the last time I talked to him, but actually there was a crazy shit show last night. I listened to it this morning.
What do you think about people planting porn on other people's devices?
Who's doing that?
How do you feel about that?
Obviously, I would disavow anything like that.
Sam admitted to it.
Sam Clinton.
I doubt that he did because these guys would know about it. Shizzle.
Yeah, I don't like that little faggot at all, but
well,
you're doing that.
He said it.
He
said it. I don't know if he's doing it. He said it.
This is what I said to you when you initially presented me.
Somebody did clip it, actually. That's how I seen it.
All right, well, drop the link.
Shizzle, you should change your name to Monotone Moron, dude, because you're stupid as fuck, bro.
I did have a donut yesterday. I didn't.
So you're saying that this clip? You're saying this clip doesn't exist? Is what you're saying? Is that what you're saying?
Don't put words in my mouth.
The first donut, and then they said no.
No, it's a question. Is that what you're saying? Are you saying this clip doesn't exist? Of Sam saying that exact words?
I say a lot of shit.
Are you saying that clip doesn't exist?
No, the clip exists, but who cares? I say a lot.
Somebody did clip it. That's how I seen it.
I'm pretty sure you're saying he doesn't do that.
Oh, so you've seen it?
No, but I believe the people who are talking to me in the background over you. You sound like a
oh, you've known about this.
No,
oh, what did they tell you?
I just none of your fucking business.
You just heard about it?
Yeah, from
I'm a shit stir because I heard Sam say some pretty weird shit on a fucking clip with his face. His face was there, like full video, audio.
And with no cuts.
I'm a shit stir because Sam said that.
Not because of that, just because of you, who you are. I hear you going on panels just asking these dumb questions and trying to just.
What's one dumb question I've ever asked? Have you ever heard Sam say that? Is that a dumb question? It's some pretty nefarious shit, dude.
You asked me if I clicked on Ed's links when I told you I never had private communication.
Is that a dumb question? You and Ed used to hang out over there at Kim's every day.
I didn't hang out. He used to
I know you guys were in private. I know you're getting sent wallets. You're getting sent fucking gifts. It's not stupid to ask if you've ever clicked on a link. It's a pretty logical question, considering your ties with the motherfucker.
Your buddy Gomez did not, bro.
I just
check your phone.
How did I stir shit?
Bitch. Yeah,
asking a question. You guys really get offended by questions.
Ed fucking ran my
This
background
clown dude gets really offended the same way Scat the
and I
bitch
never
does.
liked Ed for that. I never liked Ed for that very reason.
Hey, clown. Hey, clown. Do you think Scat is a pussy because he hasn't killed me yet after threatening to kill me more than 30 times?
Well, you have to
You think
fight
he's a
me
pussy?
first so I can choke the fuck out of you.
Yeah, you're worthless. I really don't want to talk to you. So I'm just gonna mute up until you're out of here because you're stupid, bro. You're not even worth fucking dealing with.
Well,
Are you upset? Are you upset about what your buddy Sam said? Are you upset about what your buddy Sam said? Ever since I mentioned the Sam thing, this clown dude's upset. I never said I wanted to fight you. Never once have I said I wanted to fight you.
This is how it is. Just show up then.
Oh, okay.
You threatened to show up 2 days ago. You're like, I'm coming to your house.
You're the one. I never threatened. I never threatened to show up.
Yeah,
You tripping,
come to my
bro.
house. I'll fucking put
Are you paranoid? You invited me, yeah. You invited me. You also threatened to kill me. And Clown Force is upset at me because you threatened to kill me.
Dude, I'm gonna go home to my wife right now. I'm just waiting till.
And Clown Force is also upset that, you know, Sam Clinton said some pretty nefarious shit. I'm just questioning it. Why did you say that, Sam?
Tell us more about pedo defender.
Get the fuck out of here, Scott. Duck and dodge like clown.
You're a pedo defender. Melvin Sangster.
Prove it.
Fredrickson.
Prove it.
You have.
Prove it. Prove it.
Fucking deleted me
When?
for calling you out for it.
How?
And I have it on my fucking.
I booted you for threatening to kill me, dude. I booted you for threatening to kill me. I booted you for threatening to kill me.
Defending
Yes.
Brian Acker and Eric.
Now you're gonna weaponize pedophiles against me, you sick fuck, because I booted you.
No, you deleted my comment.
You're part of the sicko network. And I'm wondering if this clown dude is part of it too.
Because you don't want that evidence.
And I'm wondering if Jeff is for giving you free range.
All right, I'm going in the store.
All right,
I got the
bro.
evidence on my phone, bro, so don't make me look for it. And guess what? If I break my phone, it still exists because the metadata's there.
Sam's no friend of mine. I don't like him. He's a weird little faggot. He don't like me, but he's not putting porn on people's phones.
Wait, can you prove that he didn't say that? He said that. Can you prove he didn't? Are you running meat shield for him? Sam, come up here and admit what you said. Why are you running meat shield for him, dude? You got very upset and started calling me names as soon as I told you what he said. This is red flag. This is red flag right now. You know, y'all looking stupid. Y'all looking real stupid. I ain't even trying. I'm just trying to talk logical conversations with people. And look at the way y'all act. Now I got to study your fucking behavior. I'm on the verge of saying y'all need to be invested. Same as the Scat the bitch needs to be investigated. Are we sure this ain't this clown dude that I'm hearing about? Scat, who's this clown dude? Who's this fucking sicko that people are talking about? Is this the guy? What's the clown dude's YouTube name? Can you all stop defending sickos for once? Jeff, you wanted to platform somebody lying about me. Give them free range. Now look, everybody's ducking and dodging.
I think you meant to say free
You
range.
left clown in charge.
But you have a low vocabulary because you've been fucking smoking crack.
No, free range.
On holidays.
Free range.
No, it's free range.
Free range for your network targets.
Free range? Are you a chicken?
You little sicko.
Are you a free range chicken?
You're the one weaponizing pedophiles on Southwest Jeff's channel. You are weaponizing pedophiles with real victims on Southwest Jeff's channel.
Just embarrassing
You sick
yourself.
fuck.
You've done.
Fuck out of here. Thanks, Jeff, for questioning your panel. You got to.
Thank you. There you go. All gone. All right. Just chewing. He's grown. He can chew. Dude, that guy's weird. He's like a monotone moron, dude. I think he's got mental issues. I don't even know the fucking weirdo. I got my own shizzle. K-Schwizzle. We don't need another one. Interesting behavior. You matter. You matter a lot. Shizzle. your opinion about catchers. It's very important. Please come back and tell us all about how you think catchers should catch. I don't know if Jeff kicked him or not. Scotty was chill. I was gonna hop down as long as that fucking shit soul is up here. I don't know him. I don't want to know him. He sounds like a fucking like Mark. Cock roast. I think cock roast is Jilly, but that's just me. I ain't seen Jilly in a while. But I think this would be a great time to remind everyone that coin is Sniggerbot is not gay. It's literally finance. Yeah, that's right. Cock roast just sounds like something Jilly said once. Let's see. Son of a bitch. I just found out the call clown made to me came from inside. Yeah. Tough shit. Call you fucking Sydney. Yeah, Kasumi gave me a membership to Savage today. So that was cool. Thank you. Appreciate it. I don't know, like all these other communities. I've been in Scotty's a little bit. I don't know much about it. It's pretty wild over there. You know, I wasn't too welcome, but I talked some shit too, so whatever. It's all right. The only reason I kicked Scotty back in the day, I didn't really know him. I'd heard him a few times, but that was
Clown, can you hear me?
Yes.
So, oh shit, I was on mute. Okay, sorry. Real quick, I'm eating, so I'm on mute. Thank you, Cock Roast. It won't let me heart your. There we go. All right, thank you so much. You said I think this would be a great time to remind everyone the coin has or dollar sign. Think about it, and it's not. It's literally fine. Okay, thank you. Cloud's in charge right now, and thank you for the second one. $5 donation. If it'll let me heart it. My iPhone is very touchy. There we go. I am not Jilly. FBC News dies. All right. Thank you very much. And Clown, you're in charge right now. I am on mute. I am eating. Sorry. All right. There we go.
I'm good. Yeah. I'm telling my story. FBC never dies. Thank you, Cock Roast, for the donation for Jeff. When I was continuing my shizzle story, not my shizzle, god damn it, my fucking Scotty story. I banned you in Clowntown because for one, I didn't know who you were, but that was when Gomez was kind of coming around, not being a shit snake that he was for a while. Sorry, Gomez. And I kind of wanted to cultivate that relationship, and he didn't like the Scotty guy. And so I didn't want him to make any beat. I can't let you up, Scotty. Only Jeff can. Jeff, if you want to let Scotty back up. But so I just banned you just to not make waves because I was trying to cultivate a Gomez relationship. I know you don't like him. I didn't like him at the time really either. And it took a little while, but he's chill now. So yeah, I didn't really know you. I was just fucking, like, oh, Gomez don't like you. I'm trying to figure out what's going on with Gomez.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
It wasn't nothing to do with
you for letting me back on. I was just staying until Jeff got done his food, and I've been dealing with Shizzle for a while, so he.
Okay, let me read a little chat.
I am very petty. So
you see, Jeff. Yeah, I'm not going to be up here with Shizzle, Jeff. So either get rid of him or I'm going to bounce.
Well, yeah, I stopped letting Shizzle on my panel, but then like the other day, Jeff. He was like threatening to come to my house and record my house 24/7. Like he literally did this. I was like, no, because I told him if he comes to my house, because he's like threatened to fight me and stuff. I'm like, it won't be good. You know what I mean? I hate to be like a tough guy, but like you're gonna come to my fucking house. It's not gonna be fucking good. You know what I mean? And
so everybody's all talk. No one's coming to your house. The only person man enough to pull up in this community was Locksmith, and it didn't work out the greatest, but it's all good now.
He's fucking. You heard him. He's homeless. I mean, he's disenfranchised. Like if he shows up, I live in Huntington Beach. You probably know Huntington Beach cops. He's like, I'm like, I won't even get home from work before the cops fucking pick you up, like, like straight up. You know what I mean? And and he said he's got family in Long Beach. I'm like, I work in Long Beach tomorrow. This was Saturday. Like, come to fucking Long Beach. We'll see how that works too. And that's a little bit at least more neutral ground, right? You know. But it's whatever. I don't want to bore you guys with this stuff.
No, he's not going to do anything. He sounds like a skinny wimp. He's not going to go up. He's not going to do anything. Or it is a bunch of talk. I got this weirdo Vic talking about he keeps LARPing like he's coming to get me. He drives around his neighborhood in his boyfriend's car for a little while and then goes home. So, I mean, no.
Yeah, I've had a few of these guys threaten to come. They never come. Like, trust me. I've got a fucking laundry list of people that are coming to Huntington Beach to fight me. And I'm always like, I live in Huntington Beach. Come here. Fucking let's go. You know, they never come. It's fine. But Shizzle was the most recent as of 2 days ago. I'm not kidding. He's like, I'm coming to your house to record you. Is your wife okay?
Oh my God.
Like,
Did he say that?
Yeah.
He's gonna. That's what this Vic is saying. He's gonna pull up at this woman's house, other woman. I got the right to get across the street and record. Like, you weirdo, you show up in my neighborhood and it's gonna be issues, dude. Just stay where you are.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you think my neighbors are gonna let you fucking start recording the neighborhood? Like, I got like a plethora of people that would fucking not be happy about. Like, I could be at work and literally like this will get squashed. Like,
I know recording in public is legal and I'm all for it, but when you're making threats and you live in another state or far away and you show up and just start recording, now that's different. You know, you've got an agenda now. You're not just an auditor or someone recording birds and they happen to see you in your yard. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah, it's over some YouTube shit. Like, I'm married now. Like, I was not married for a while. Like, these fuckers never show up. Now that I'm married, they're trying to like put some fucking fear into my wife or something. I don't know what they're doing. But
yeah, it's all a LARP. Give me 1 second, Scotty. Cockroach, thanks for the $5 for Jeff. Vic was supposed to poison Twomper's water and food supply. That was 3 years ago. That may have been what killed him. Rip Twomper. Yeah, I agree. Rip Twomper, I think. Sorry. All right. No one's coming.
Hey, Cap, Cap, if you're so Cap, you're welcome to call in, Cap. We can have a conversation. I know Cap doesn't like me, which is just funny because I took his wrench because he wouldn't disavow CMN, which is pretty sketchy. The CMN is a fucking weirdo. Do you know about the CMN guy?
I think, is he the guy that likes to post the young girls on his channel?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I went there once just for confirmation. I'm like, okay. I mean, there's some adults, but mostly it's the younger ones.
So it's like, how can you be, now that he's a bunch of like catfish accounts that he's faking to be a woman, and like they have like better subs than his real channel. Like, trust me, he's got a plethora, and we've known this guy, and Aaron brought him around. Aaron Victor Cox. I heard his name isn't even Victor Cox. I heard it's a different name, but he used to go by that name. I'm not even doxing him. When I met him, that was his channel. You know,
right?
I mean?
I've heard that's not a dox. So I don't think that's a dox.
Right, and that fucker is like illegally recording my phone conversations with him.
Okay, real quick, and what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go back just like 20 seconds. Okay, now everything he's saying here, they've pretty much already done first. Okay, so when they get it thrown back at them, then they can narc themselves out as the hypocrites they are. I think this is what's going on. I mean, anyway.
I heard his name isn't even Victor Cox. I heard it's a different name, but he used to go by that name. I'm not even doxing him. When
What the fuck is he?
Victor Cox. I heard
Wow, what's he
better
crying
subs
about
than his real
ABC
channel.
for?
Like, trust me, he's got a plethora, and we've known this guy, and Aaron brought him around.
Oh, whoa, wait a minute. Aaron brought him. What about people being on the internet and finding shitbags like you all on their own, Scotty? Just saying. Wow.
Aaron Victor Cox.
Wow. Let's make sure we get a full sample of that.
And, like, they have like better subs than his real channel. Like, trust me, he's got a plethora, and we've known this guy, and Aaron brought him around. Aaron Victor Cox. I heard his name isn't even Victor Cox. I heard it's a different name, but
Sounds like he's trying to be a prosecutor or maybe a snitch to me. What a little bitch.
And we've known this guy, and Aaron brought him around. Aaron Victor Cox. I heard his name isn't even Victor Cox. I heard it's a different name. But he used to go by that name. I'm not even doxing him. When I met him, that was his channel. You know,
right?
I mean?
I've heard that. That's not a dox. So I don't think that's a dox.
Right, and that fucker is like illegally recording my phone conversations with them. Like we have history. Like, trust me.
Gomez has history with a lot of people, bro.
Yeah, he's a fucking slippery fuck. Let me tell you. But I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about Cap or any of the pred catchers. I came over here to look into the Ed stuff when that. Like, honestly, I heard the Ed, like, because he was in that, like.
Okay. See, so again, okay, what he's accusing people of, they've been doing first. Like, for instance, okay, when he says, let's go back.
Like, trust me.
Gomez has history with a lot of people.
That fucker is like illegally recording my phone conversations.
Oh, wow.
Was his channel. You know,
right?
I mean?
I've heard that. That's not a dox. So I don't think that's a dox.
Wait a minute.
I heard it's a different name, but he used to go by that name. I'm not even doxing him. When I met
No, he actually is, because the way he says it is different from the channel name I was using. Just saying, you got to have a little bit of depth there, and that's why we did what we did back in 2016, very intentfully. Okay, so when he says it one way, the full, AVC, right? And I used Aaron V. Cox, but he says, but he used his name that way. What we've been calling, it's what just happened there. That's what we've been calling case crushing clips for a really long time.
that was his channel. You know,
right?
I mean?
I've heard that. That's not a dox. So I don't think that's a dox.
Right, and that fucker is like illegally recording my phone conversations with them. Like we have history. Like, trust me.
Gomez has history with a lot of people, bro.
Yeah, he's a fucking slippery fuck. Let me tell you. But I'm not worried about it. I'm not worried about Cap or any of the pred catchers. I came over here to look into the Ed stuff when that. Like, honestly, I heard the Ed, like, because he was in that like conspiracy theory like Vegas community,
Right.
which I wasn't really involved in, but I knew about it because like I kind of it crosses my plate, but I never went over there. But I knew Ed was some sort of character over there, right? That's when he came across my awareness or whatever. And then when he left our like conspiracy pocket or whatever the fuck you call it, he went to the pred catching.
Wait
right?
a minute.
So I was like,
wait a minute. I haven't heard this yet. I gotta jump up in there. No, this is too good. This is too good. We're going back. Are you shitting me? Really? No, you and Fellowmon and all these little shitbags, wherever I pop up, then they pop up with Larpy because Larpy's already infiltrated in, and Larpy goes to them. Oh, Cox is over there now. Oh man, you guys got to do something. Got to get up in there. And wait a minute, but he actually talks like a little pussy, Larpy. Okay, so Scotty didn't pop up because of the Ed stuff. He was still paneling Ed even after the first round of charges drops. The first round of paperwork drops. He's still platforming Ed and got him wrenched. The only reason why they popped up over in the pred catchers was because I popped up and says, we're going to use the pred catchers to destroy Mr. Cox. That's no shit. There's clips of that. But they already had Predward up in there from their puppy mill to be a big guy and was already using Predward as a weapon. What's interesting, as they knew about his raid. Why would these scumbag pieces of shit, especially the ones that are dead now, need to weaponize a piece of shit that got his mommy's house raided for crimes against children? I need to weaponize a piece of shit like that when they fucking knew. Huh? Spamgla G isn't going to pop up and go, everyone, Predward did not like Mr. Cox and they didn't work together. No, they need their weapons to try to come to even to your house. And then when that happens, right, to be able to tie you together in some fucking weird way, right? But the thing is, once they get here, just like none of y'all been here, and they get a good look into the control room, what happens is they shit their pants going, fuck, I hope I can keep my LARP pulled together. But they think just a mere look inside that their little witchy poo-poo rituals will be effective. But they're not, so they resort to calling your sheriff, and then when that doesn't work, hurry and do a gay LARP and call a veteran and white man straight shame ritual. Because that's all you got now are lies and lies and lies and lies. Because that's what you had to begin with until you got your masks ripped off. You want to come in and you want to peek at the control room, okay, and you want to have a LARP show. Don't get pissed when you get outrolled and trolled back. And then you got to start calling the sheriffs. And then all of a sudden, Fellamon, he's a victim, shizzle.
Sort of, character over there, right? That's when he came across my awareness or whatever. And then when he left our like conspiracy pocket or whatever the fuck you call it.
No, wait a minute. When you guys had to ban and book burn. That's what they do. They ban and then book burn. They want smoke, but then when the smoke gets brought to them, all of a sudden, Victim City, Mr. been knocked out freaking 13 times in his MMA professional career. Oh my God, 3 wins, everybody. Give him a big hand there, clown. It's your best new friend, huh?
He went to the pred catching, right?
Right.
So I was like,
right.
Good, like it's not my cup of tea, but like,
right.
Good job. Like someone needs to do it. I'm glad. Like, 'cause I remember watching one catch. The first catch, it was like an indie. It was an Indiana group. It was like a couple. You probably know better than that. I don't know if they're still together or on YouTube, but it was like a perimeter catcher, Indiana, whatever. I don't know. And I was kind of pissed by it, like hearing like these decoy logs being read. Like it was like didn't rub me the right way. I was like, fucking choke a bitch,
Yeah, you talking about PHI? You say predator catching?
No, okay. Not that one. It was a different. It was like a couple. I want to say they were from Indiana. My first catch that I watched on YouTube. Someone will probably know.
No. Scotty. The first catch that you watch, you didn't even know that you were watching your own catch was more than likely your first time watching a catch. Back in what? 2018-ish, man? Huh? You didn't realize it was the rope-a-dope that was coming around for you guys, huh? Oh man. He wanted to be the town drunkard playing the village idiot LARP. So I did the drunken monkey on him. Right? And you definitely, Scotty, have watched a catch. Back in like 2018 was more than likely your first catch. Yeah, that was yours.
But I heard they may not be there or whatever. So whatever. I wasn't my deal. Ed fucking left. I was like, good for him. He's doing this pred catching thing. But then when I found out, I never came around. But when I found out he had paperwork or like allegedly paperwork, then I got interested. I started watching. And then when the paperwork dropped, I got real interested, But I wish that guy would just fucking kill himself, to be fair, or someone else would do it.
Were were you privy to the
in Minecraft, in the game Minecraft?
Right. Does Scotty need Predward to off himself because he's got too much evidence? Against, well, not, I wouldn't say against Scotty, but as far as being part of the conspiracy. I wonder if that's conspiracy fact or conspiracy opinion. Maybe in 18 USC 241 and 242 under the color of law.
Minecraft, by the way.
In Minecraft.
I was just gonna say that, Jeff. I was gonna say, were you in Minecraft at the time?
Yes.
Were you privy to the AG drop in Texas?
Well, what's interesting, see, Clown doesn't want to have a debate with me on this stuff. He much rather bring it up with Scotty, interestingly enough. I want to go back right there, just 10 seconds.
Yeah. I was gonna say, were you in Minecraft?
20.
Were you privy to the
in Minecraft, in the game Minecraft?
But I wish that guy would just fucking kill himself, to be fair, or someone else would do it.
Were you privy?
Sounds like he really needs Predward to disappear before maybe gets interrogated.
To the
in Minecraft, in the game Minecraft, by the way.
In Minecraft.
I was just gonna say that, Jeff. I was gonna say, were you in Minecraft at the time?
Yes.
Were you privy to the AG drop in Texas? The devices and all that stuff dropped on.
No, that's what I'm saying. I think that was like the second wave.
Yeah, that was the nail in the coffin right there.
That's what I'm saying. I knew that there would be some smoke. I was hoping that it was like his brother, or he was doing a catch and he had like some sort of like received information that triggered. I hope there was some sort of story. I was hoping for the best, but I knew something had to come. There was
but it came out of your own camp, dude. Why are these candy-coated hot links coming out of your camp? Right? I mean, they're planted on Kim. Right? Your old buddy Kim that had heart failure because of her boy Predward getting busted out.
Drop. And it did. And it was damning, and there was no coming back for me,
I mean,
no.
there's no coming back for most of us.
No. He still had Predward on his panel, weaponizing him. Having to try to attack me, getting him out of bed one night to attack me even. Amazing. Yeah, I don't need smoke with fucking meth heads, dude. You can smoke all that you want. Well, you shouldn't, but
Like maybe Angela G. I don't know if you're friends with her. You probably are. I have no idea.
Yes and no. Like me and Angela are close, but I wouldn't say we're not close, but like I wouldn't say
like I said, those candy-coated hot links with CP attached to them came out of your camp, dude. And who knows where Predward really got his explicit material from. Unless he was the one out looking for it and finding it and downloading it to give to other people to try to plan on their devices. Like Sam Clinton said, right? Meet trolling with trolling. But he can plant all types of nefarious porn on your devices if you want to troll. Also in the same camp.
I don't think that she's talking to Ed. Not that I know of.
I don't know that for sure either, but she said she'll defend him till the day she dies, and so she's still breathing. So.
Right. Well, I think that was before the paperwork. I think since the paperwork.
Clown,
I do agree with Clown on that one.
I'm sorry, but I had to come back. I'm still eating a big bowl of spaghetti, so I'm on mute. But yeah, you guys go ahead.
Oh,
and that's what they do is they find any fucking loser to be able to use their platform to propagate their bullshit.
So I'm just here till you get done with your food, bro.
Okay.
I'm sitting outside my house waiting for you to get home.
Jeff's eating hostile pasta right now.
Urban's gonna get triggered.
Literally.
So you met our Urban. Urban's like Cap's like fucking cousin who lives with his grandma in fucking.
Yeah, I don't care for him. Disciple, you talking about?
Yes,
yeah,
Urban.
Like
we call him Urban.
I don't like.
I call him You Did, but he's Cap's fucking big cousin or something, little cousin, something. But no, I'm not worried about any of this. I'm just saying that it took my interest more than it probably should, and rightfully so, because I knew people that were like carrying water, as you mentioned, for Ed, And I was like, ugh. I was even telling other people that knew Ed, I was like, be very careful with this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And certain people were you know, not going to listen because like, you know, the cognitive dissonance was too deep. But you know, anyway, that's my origin story. Why I started coming around. I was pretty much lurking, but when the paperwork dropped on Ed, then I had a little bit more to say. You know, and I don't care if I'm not here for friends or anything. I just wanted to know the truth of the situation, and it was horrible. You know, like I wish there was some other alternative explanation, but that's not the case. You know, so and then
and people get shit for saying that. They're like, I wish Ed was innocent. That means, you know, that he didn't have that. It's not saying, oh, we love Ed. It's just like we don't want any people around here having child porn and stuff. So it's like people get shit for saying, we wish Ed was innocent. We wish, you know, we wish that wasn't the case.
Yeah, I wish he was like he was decoying and somebody sent him something that triggered. I wish there was like some other story. It was his, as bad as it would be his brother. It wasn't him, you know, but like it was fucking him and both of them.
Well, at first I didn't want to believe it because I didn't know it was a knick-knack. I didn't know that he had triggered some pedo alarm, you know, for the National Organization for Missing and Exploited Children. I thought somebody had just dropped a dime and said something, and he got caught up. And I was like, so I was just waiting for a long time to get confirmation before I, you know, completely was like, well, fuck this guy, you know. And I think a lot of people did that, and it's kind of been like a big thing in the community. Who supported Ed for how long, and when did they know, and all this stuff. So yeah. I wished it wasn't true also. So, right, Cole?
Yeah, so we're in agreement on that. And like I said, but I'm not going to make excuses for it either. So it is what it is, you know. And that's then and then Gomez started coming over here and trying to like rewrite history with some of his lies, and that kind of bothers me. When you catch someone lying, I don't know about you guys, I fucking hate that one. And he was clearly lying to y'all. So that's why I was coming around like, look, here's the deal. And believe it or not, you know, you're getting lied to. Because I would want someone to tell me if someone was lying to me, I would want you to tell me, right? So I was just trying to, you know, treat other people like you want to be treated. But it's fine. People are going to lie.
Oh, yeah, this place is full of lies, dude. I mean, fuck. And then it makes me tell lies, but they're obvious lies because they're so outrageous. It's like, oh, well, fuck you. I saw you shit on a baby. Fuck off. You know, like, whatever. Let me ask you this. Do you know who NTF is?
Yes.
Did she send you any nudes?
Never.
Well, you're not black, so that's a weird question. But I mean, if you were black, no black man is safe in the communities from her. And I mean, look, let me just show you something.
You got to talk to Cap about that one. Cap is he wants to be on panel. I'm like, all you have to do is call in. And Jeff, yeah, I'm just covering for Jeff Cap. Plus, I think when people tell me to get off panel, I think it makes me want to stay even more.
Can you see my avatar? Can you see my avatar?
Let me check on it. Walking by this.
Okay. Can you see my clown face?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
See that picture?
Yes.
That's NTF sucking dick. That's from a video that she's been floating around in the IG to different men, married men. Okay, that's NTF smoking a fucking log. Okay, so I just want to let you know.
Well, I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I've never seen it. And
well, there it is.
It's not. Well, like I said, I've been in a relationship since like before COVID started. So we're married now.
Right. But not get into the real topic there. Well, she's wrenched in my chat room right now and loves to come there and help drag cocks when she's, you know, needing some extra money.
Yeah, that, you know, there's no, thank you. There's no, you know.
Did you get married during COVID?
Negative. We got married this year.
Because I would be sucking.
Or, yeah, this year.
You had to kiss her with the mask on. You're like, oh, come on.
No. that was like.
Oh, I'm sorry, Shelly. You don't like this, Shelly? You don't like it, Shelly?
But yeah, so I just, you know, but at the same time, I've been around YouTube for a while, and I knew Ed probably before COVID, but like I said, we were never close. But then, so when people like would like Shizzle are trying to like propagate lies and be like, yeah,
Yeah, you
you're
were
in
having
private
technical-
communications with Ed. Like I was never, ever in private communications with Ed. I would tell you, I'm a loudmouth too, you know. So,
I mean, he was on my IG, but like I said, Ed's been, in the community, supposedly doing good work. I'm sure he did a lot of good things. So yeah, for us to have him on IG, or some people have his phone, I'm sure Hitler had friends who called him till he was, murdered the Jews. So it's not weird for people to have Ed's phone number or had him IG, but all that's over with now. There's nobody that I know that's in communications with him that I can prove. And he doesn't come around. He doesn't come around, like he's done. He's cooked. He got burnt down.
If he did come around, I would fucking roast him. Like there'd be no Minecraft. I would going after him. And that's why he doesn't come around. I think he knows.
Well, yeah. I mean, you can't dispute the AG paperwork. I mean, did you get to read any of that shit? Did you get to read any of that shit about what was on his devices? Little boys, little girls. Like, and it was
that's what I mean. It was too much. Like, I mean, it was clearly him. His devices, horrible stuff, unexcusable. There's no getting out of it, And then he even tried to like blame it on other people and stuff. It's like, no, dude, it linked to your Facebook. It linked to like too many things.
Yeah, the Proton Mail. Real quick, Cat Lady Kim, member for 2 months. I'm sure Jeff appreciates that. Thank you, Cat Lady Kim. There you go. Hello, Darrell. It's just good, buddy. Say hi to Darrell. Well, nobody wants
I'm sorry for fighting with Shizzle, but he does like he's one of these ones that like I have to stop letting him on. Like I let him on my panel Saturday night, and I just shouldn't because he's just a fucking time waste. He's a LARPer. He tries to do this whole whatever he does. It's just. But then again, he's like a crazy homeless guy that literally used to smoke crack with his dad on holidays.
He sounds
his works. So.
You think you can analyze people and shit? Like, dude, your shtick is old, bro. I've seen your type before. I'm just not gonna get caught up in it. But I don't think people want to hear us talk about Ed. Ed's so burnt out over here, dude.
Yeah, I wish. That's what I mean. I wish Ed. I keep hearing about him, and I just wish he fucking something happened, in Minecraft or whatever. And honestly, if he came on my panel, I would say it more explicitly, to be quite honest. But I will buy my P's and Q's. And like I said, I'm hoping Jeff comes.
Clown, jeez, Mr. Clown, getting upset at a few questions from Shizzle, and then scooting along with the narrative, but not a single word about them badass beats Shizzle can drop. Damn, those things bump in your car, huh? Unless that's just jiggy boo music to them, like Fellomon calls it. Right. Yeah, even after the charges came out, the first set of papers dropped. He starts platforming these fucking weirdos. Right? Goes and wants to make buddies with the RSO rodent Fort Collins. Yeah. Even after paperwork went public. Dude, yeah, what they did with my parents, dude, I was hoping I can stop them before they got to the next person, which, well, I bet you there was a couple in between there, Mr. Dix. But, yeah, sometimes to reel in a big, ugly barracuda or a bluefin, right, and predator fish out there takes a crew, man. Can't do it really. You can't captain the ship and run the winch to lift up a 200-pounder. Even those like 70-pound barracudas, dude, you need 2-3 people, man. But anyways. Oh, well, yeah, absolutely. Now, whether it being on purpose, okay, we don't know. Okay, but she did have a lot of people, Kim had a lot of people in her ear lighting her up with bullshit, so she'd light up a stream and go, oh my goodness. Right? But the fact remains, okay, somebody was trying to light her up or made her think, or she was already so fucking gone by the time Vic and I went to Buckeye. And then the video drops a few weeks later, a couple weeks later, because it took some time to, you know, to produce that thing. The Looking for Lock video. So when it drops, Kim shouting from the rooftops, oh my God, they came to my town and they doxed me. And then all of a sudden, there was no, I didn't even know she lived in Buckeye, Arizona. So then really quick after that, she came up with, they came to my house. I know it. They're on ring cam. When it took a couple of weeks to produce the video and drop it. And so she goes, you guys were here a week ago. I got you on cam. Uh-huh. Yeah, I mean, if you don't want to tell it straight and be straight up, you might end up in a shizzle track. Especially fucking with him, man. Fucking around on the network. Damn, dude. Oh my God. Convict Carl. Dude, whoever that's doxing, man, that's hilarious shit. I don't know who that's doxing, but I mean, it's a veiled dox, okay? Kind of do that too. It's a soft dox, little slap, kind of the same thing that I did with Tammy Boy Studios, right? He's the one that had pictures of him up on the internet. All right. So made a couple fake accounts to clown him for, you know, light sale this week, 40% off. Get your tanning bed lights, 40% off. I don't like it. And the reason why I think is because Community Cardio got his ass handed to him last night. Had to go quiet. Yeah, you're calling the wrong people bitches and in a clan that don't like Preds. Kind of the same reason why I joined up with the cop watchers and they followed me all up in there, and all of a sudden they're trying to be cop watchers too, right? To blend in and be able to show that, oh, Mr. Cox, he's full of shit. He's full of shit. Dude, I just don't like dirty cops. That's what I went to college for, is police oversight and accountability. It was an emphasis, a side emphasis on my true degree that I was trying to pursue anyway. Thank God I didn't go back. I realized it my third year, about midway through the first term, the first semester of the third year, sitting in class one day, and I'm like, holy shit. I'm trying to be brainwashed in this class. What this professor is trying to peddle is complete bullshit from what I know, because I mean, I'm whizzing through these courses because I already knew a lot of shit from the military, so forth. But anyways, getting good grades in school, right? Graduating pretty much on time. And I'm sitting in class and I'm like, there's no way I'm going to go back to work for the government coming from the military. No way, man. I walked out of class and immediately just immersed myself all the way back into the music scene. Just went underground and didn't want to be found. Yeah. Oh, they were looking though. And then we found them.
Back because I don't want to just, except for, I mean, we're having a lovely conversation, no offense, but I'm saying now that I'm at home, I want to try out these new rollerblades. I'm kidding, I don't. Because I'm going to go roller skating Thursday for sure. For money, I get paid to do it. And honestly, if I showed you my old rollerblades, like you'd be like, yeah, bro, you need some new rollerblades.
It probably
my
stink.
wheels were thrashed. No. Like the wheels, like the bearings are popping through.
Hey,
on like 2 weeks.
You know what, Darlene? Darlene, I like that you've got these questions here. But the people that do it first, like Tonic and Scotty, you don't ask these questions that I got posted on the board right now. You're not asking these questions to them. Like with Vic, right? I wanted to put my ex-wife up there, what he thought was my ex-wife, right? On his community post section, especially my doctor, her house, picture her house, right? That's why don't you have those questions for them, Darlene?
Okay, well, we lost you, Scotty. I'm sure Jess got a massive bowl of hostile pasta, which is a joke that a community remix was thinking, and obviously I live in her head rent free, or his head. So I took the joke and I said it before community remix should spit it out. So say goodbye to your spaghetti for me, Jeff. Say hasta la pasta. Siorpa says, why did Jeff say fuck APP? Okay, so don't know if he said that or not. Maybe he'll answer. Save us remix.
I'm in the middle of chewing. Somebody said F, as I said F or FAPP. What?
Okay, Darlene. I get that you may have, right? But when it's already being done, it's the internet. That's what they're doing to each other. Well, apparently they can do it on the internet first. But when people do it back to them, then it becomes a problem. See, that's the questions I want people to ask instead of the tit for tat, right? Darlene's right, leave the children out of it. But when you want to do it first and then it gets slapped back at you, it's called the wild, wild west of the internet. Okay. And Darlene, you really got to watch who you're wrenched with. And then dropping their PayPal, right, as they're calling people's kids retards. And then Bird shows up, slaps him around a little bit, and then Tonic calls the cops. And then there's Darlene dropping his PayPal link for him. And I just try to help people go, you might not want to hang out in that situation. Get the fuck out of there, especially if you're not a trained fireman. Jump to the background, right? Because they're trying to suck people in that they view as sheep. And I don't view Darlene as a sheep. But they sure use people like they're sheep to drop their PayPal and, different channel links to keep their algorithm alive. That's the interesting stuff that I find. So you should ask, why is it okay for them? But then when people do it back to them, then they're the ultimate victim. I like to show over and over and over again for years their tactic and method. And Darlene, you're still asking questions like this. Because you know why, Darlene, too? And I'm not trying to pick on Darlene. She's just sometimes a good example, and we laugh about it later. And I think that's what adults can do. In the heat of the battle or the moment, we can bust each other's balls and ovaries a little bit and then come out laughing about it later because we're adults and I'm still here to learn. But at the same time, I'm dropping everything I got for free, man. And I said I would. And I'm sticking to my side of it. My deal with who I have a deal with. Some of you may know who that is, and some of y'all may still be trying to figure it out. Why Mr. Cox does what he does and why, right? Well, you guys will see. And it's not going to be anything like what Spamton might need to try to call the sheriff's department about and say that Mr. Cox is probably a school shooter, right? Now, comedy and LARPertainment awards on New Year's. That's what I can't wait for. And the good ones, not this Scotty Cuckarati little bullshit with the LARPertainment awards on New Year's, okay? That shit's weak. Followed up with their bonus material with the Gay LARP Fantasy Hour, Drag Queen Storytime Hour, and Scotty's Park with Vic, okay? That shit is all weak, right? I'm talking about premium grade LARPertainment award shows on New Year's, right? And one day I'll enter one into the contest out of all the shit that I've collected, and we'll munch and crunch it down. And just like Urban Disciples requested, right? We'll put the clips up next to each other and then let you guys decide. Doesn't that sound like a lot of fun? Right. And I was hoping to do one in real life, actually. Have a LARPertainment like festival, right? Octagon, sumo suits if people need a little, barrier safety, right? Let Scotty Cuckarati finally get in the cage with either Cade or maybe Urban Disciple, right? But it's interesting, these network niggas, all of a sudden I go, they're going to fight each other. And I go, well, I'd like to show up and film it for you guys, because that's what I do. But then all of a sudden, just like Eric Silkerson and Scotty fighting, when I say they're going to fight, they're going to do it, it's going to be this weekend, I'm like, oh God, I want in. I'll come, get your guys' phones ready, right? I'll have some extra tripods. We'll put them up for you guys. We'll get the whole thing. We'll surround your octagon. Will be cameras. Try not to bump in the cameras. And all of a sudden, they both want to fight me, and they don't fight each other. I like being that guy. I'm doing it on my own Yeah, you shouldn't, Darlene, you shouldn't share out links like that, okay? When these motherfuckers are even, they could be state actors. Why are you helping the state actors? Okay? Wow, dude. I'm not trying to tell anybody what to do. It's just, when you do it and you look stupid, I might clown you. But I might warn people first, hey, that RSO rodent in Fort Collins, he's trying to sue people. We don't know what his gig is really yet, but he's trying to sue people. Oh, it's to try to get himself off the registry. Oh, right. Then all of a sudden he's trying to sue me. well, threatening to, right? And I tell them back, I don't stop doing the news, the social media drama news. You want to interject yourself and go for them clout muffin bucks, right? I'm going to clown you and make you into the news. And it's going to be, I hope it's funny. I'm trying to make it funny. I might not be funny, and I'm not trying to be funny, but you guys think I'm funny because I'm oblivious to some things, maybe. I mean, so what? It's good to be oblivious to some things, okay? Well, the thing is, she has, Mr. Dix. Darlene has witnessed it. And I just don't like to see people caught up, because when you're on that train and then the train wrecks, I'm there for the front row seats to the train wreck. And then when it does happen, then it's almost like a first responder thing. You kind of kick into action to go in and save people, the captives. Mr. D, I've witnessed lots of that goes around here, and you don't think that I get because I'm in this chat or Scotty's chat. Well, you're wrong. I just don't let it bother me like it does you guys. Well, see, the thing is, Darlene, has anybody threatened to come light your house on fire, made videos of your house on fire? Right? Like Monograph, right? Did Tony make videos? They Tony drug you a little bit. Oh, that Darlene McGee, right? Poor dirt farmer, that Darlene McGee, I'm gonna get her, right? But did they ever make videos of your house on fire? That's not me going, oh, I'm such a victim, everybody. No, it's what happened. I'm telling the social media drama news, and you guys wanted to smoke, obviously. Right? And then they're crying, oh, Sheriff's Department, hurry, Finding Freedom with Scotty and Spam hurry, and Blazendine, hurry, call people's Sheriff's Department after you're on the news. Oh, I'm so victimized. Tetra, I was almost like at one time. Tetra, you might want to make up your mind, dude. If you're cool with Gomez, then you are cool with seeing Man in the Rodent. He lied about that, just like his buddies lied about that and still lie about it. Yeah. Darlene says, and I got to remove it to be able to really see it. I'm sorry about that, Mr. D. What Tony said to me still eats at me too. I'm spitting in my dad's face. Then I'm spitting my, yeah, I mean, you had some stuff done to you, and I remember, Darlene, but you're helping further perpetuate the message of some really sick fucks, man. And you know what, Darlene? Thank God you got out of the PDF camp when you did, because then all of a sudden, guess who got busted out? BNFF. So thank God you weren't up in that camp at that time. Crafty Cat is actually lucky I even let her around. Doesn't matter that she may have helped on that day do the busting out, but still, you want to run your mouth and you can't do the deep research, it's going to make you look really bad. Anyways, let's get back to this LARPertainment show, and then I got to switch channels on this for a minute before video goes down. We're going to play another stream panel. Just happened earlier where myself and a few other nefarious characters joined up on James D's panel. We'll play that. I bet you he's going to take it down any damn minute and when I start it. So this is kind of the distraction. We're going to go a few more minutes on this, and then I'm changing the channel.
What the hell? Look at the account. That's why I tell everybody, look at the account.
It was Short Bus.
Holy fucking shit.
Short Bus wanted to know why you said fuck APP. So
Short Bus, look at the account.
Shut up, Laura.
Actually, I have 3 people on my account, but I don't think anybody on my account would say that. But yeah, I didn't. Just FYI.
Scotty Karate's phone died in Minecraft, so that's why he's not here anymore.
Wait, why is Timon's like
Oh,
curious?
yeah, we're gonna switch over.
Why is he back? Because you and him got in beef a little while ago, and you took it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he was saying something you didn't like.
All right.
All right, here we go.
Yeah, dude, that's dope.
So who's that? PR for her? Is that ABC? Crack ABC? How's the fishing, mate? How's the fishing out there? You been fishing lately? I'm waiting for the 4th. Y'all celebrate? I know Australia. Y'all got a holiday like the 4th of July? ABC. Yeah, he always has those PR for hires and different accounts like that. Got hella accounts, man. The water's hella low, yeah. See, everything drying up. But we have a king's birthday. Okay. Dope. You blossom. Hey. ABC of Vic, 50 Shades of Grey story. 50 Shades of Gay. What happened? What happened? Is Vic that old dude that was staying with him or something? What's going on with ABC, man? Come up here, man. Talk to me, man. What's going on with you? All these weirdos you let come to your house. Come on, Aaron, man. Let's talk about this, man. You need to start regulating your own house, man. You got a cool ass spot too. Like you got your own little spot, dude, and your dog and shit. Like, why you letting fucking people come? Mm-hmm. I don't know the story, bro. I just like hear bits and pieces. Remember bits and pieces? Scotty. I don't listen to Scotty though. Scotty be having some stories too. I don't know. Scotty gets involved in some shit. I don't get involved in that troll shit he gets involved in. I like that shit. Believe what story? I didn't say I believe no story. I don't know the story. Is it a gay story or something? They telling gay stories about you? I don't know. That's why I say, come up here, man. Tell me. Tell me what's really going on. You know what you about to do on the 4th, man? I never heard no 50 Shades of Gay story yet. I don't believe everything I hear on the internet, man. I laugh at a lot of stuff. A lot of stuff is funny. Got to be more careful though, Aaron, man. Who you let in your circle? You know what I mean? Your real life circle. I don't know. I guess you know you're learning your lesson. So, Angela, I switched my water to longer, so hopefully that shit will start turning greener. It's getting brown. I'll probably get my gardeners back next month or so. We'll see. I'll get tired of them. Want to call them back like, oh, I can't do it no more. What now? Wait a minute. Who said it? Who said it? Victorious bastard. I don't know who that is. Oh shit. That is the ranch. I don't know what just happened. Anyways, something happened. Ren and Stimpy. I've known Aaron for a long time. I don't believe he told you no story about me being over there in his hot tub. Full of shit, Victorious bastard. Full of shit. Victorious bastards. Is that the Vic they're talking about? That was at Aaron's house? What? What are y'all talking about? Pantyhose and shit? Men wearing pantyhose? What's going on, Aaron? What's really going on, man? Oh no. I don't even know. I don't want to hear it. Probably don't even want to hear no stories. Yeah, I probably don't want to hear it. I believe tacos. I haven't heard nothing from tacos for probably a couple of years or something. What do you mean I believe tacos? I told you I don't believe nothing. It's on here, like you don't automatically believe somebody says on here. I don't.
Understand vacation longer? Us too. With Vrbo's long stay discounts, you can stay longer and save more on select properties. Color level win-win. Book the perfect summer getaway today with Vrbo Private Vacation Rentals. Your future self will thank you later. Running our small family business, Free Park Otters in North Dakota, isn't easy. We get a lot of help from Amazon. They don't range our homes up confidence, but they can handle.
Oh man.
Learn more about how Amazon supports small businesses at aboutamazon.com.
I like to be lied to. I don't know what you're talking about, Aaron. People say all kind of shit. I don't believe shit. It's just funny, like you get involved with like these people like in real life. Letting them live at your house and shit. I mean, I understand trying to help people out. I guess. I'm not feeding into nothing. How the fuck am I feeding into anything, bro? I'm just asking a question, like, what's going on? Somebody else brought some shit up. I'm like, what? Feeding into nothing. Hop up here and explain it to me. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Or not. Whatever. Let the rumors roll.
Got sunshine in my pocket. I sit right here in my zone. I got joy in my case.
They called the sheriff's department, calling on who? On you? Come up here and tell me about it. What, are you too busy or something? You ain't too busy to be in chat. Only thing I ever said, like for real about Aaron was I respect the fact that he's a vet, honorably discharged. He wouldn't be service connected if he wasn't honorably discharged. So shit you do at your house with the trolls and stuff, or online, I don't know. You can never hear what? You can never hear this. What did Aaron and Vic do? Yeah, Vic, you come up here, man. What you do with Aaron, man? You call sheriffs on him. You got a free paint job? What you do? You painted for him? Nah, I mean, just because Vic, I don't know Vic. If he comes up here and says some weird shit, it don't mean I'm gonna believe it. But I would like to hear the story. maybe not though. Oh man. Vic, you did a paint job for him in the nude? What the fuck? Trolling, dude. You gotta be trolling. Butt crack picture? Showing what? You got a butt crack picture? What? I don't know what's going on, man. Why you got a butt crack picture? Man. There we go.
Trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified
Hey, you hear me?
What's up? I hear you.
I'm not cracking up or anything.
Huh?
I'm not cracking up. You can hear me okay?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you good.
All right, give me like 1 minute. Okay, I gotta go do something. Then I'm okay for a minute.
All right.
I'll be back. 1 minute.
He wanted to body paint you? What's going on? Yeah, I mean, I don't believe you got pictures of me nowhere. That's crazy.
Yeah, you know what's interesting? Let me just say this first off, James. All right, Mr. Cox is not gay. I love women. All right. So with these
I didn't say you was gay. Hey, don't come at me. I didn't say you was gay.
No, I'm just trying to let me get it out.
I thought you was dating the chick. I thought you was dating the chick that you had at the house too, or something.
Yeah. All right. So, Angela, when she says that she can't unsee these things, you know what I can't see? You fucking witch bitch. Is your boy Predward with CP on his fucking phones and his laptops. That's what I don't want to fucking see, right? That's the type of shit that people shouldn't be fucking doing, Spamgla. And now you're with some fucking propaganda pieces of shit that need to fucking drag me because your boy Predward couldn't do it. Because the other boy over here couldn't do it. Because this boy over here couldn't do it, all right? So you and your fucking gay LARPing bullshit with Vic is a bunch of bitch shit, okay? So, I mean, you guys want to LARP like you're all gay and having a good fucking time and fucking animals with Vic because that's what you guys are doing. It's spreading bestiality fantasy to get people off in your fucking grooming show like Predward's back. Is that you guys want to do? Is groom your audience like Predward did? Huh, Spamgla?
Hey, so just say, so what's the deal with this dude Vic? Like, what's the real story? Is it a long ass story or something?
Imagine having Tacos come stay with you for a little while because she was gonna do some work for you. And then when she goes home because she's all pissed off about something, whatever the fuck it was, goes on the internet and doxes your doctor, okay? Doxes your doctor, and then gives up some personal information about you, and then makes up a bunch of shit like she does, right? Like, you know how Tacos likes to make up bullshit. That's what you're seeing.
I haven't talked to her in like probably over a year, bro. I don't know.
So you're saying now that you don't know at all if Tacos is a fucking liar. Is that you're saying, James?
I don't know her stories. What stories has she been telling? I don't know.
No, it's not lately. I'm saying an overall, James. Think about it for a second. Huh? She fucking liked to lie about me, didn't she? Well, she got with this guy Vic, and they came up.
I forgot what she even said about you. What did Tacos used to say about you? She's probably said shit about me. I don't follow her. I don't watch her. I don't know.
Now you're just trying to be trolly with me.
No, I don't remember, bro. Like, I remember like you guys used to go at it, but there's been so much shit, you know what I mean, over the years. Like, people have said, yeah, she probably has said some lies shit about you, troll battling. Yeah. But I don't remember details about like what was said.
That doesn't fucking matter. What I'm trying to say is now she's with Vic, this guy Vic, and they came up with this big elaborate gay story to include some
Tacos is with this dude Vic telling stories.
And you know what's funny? He's also with Blazin. I wonder why Blazin and Tacos has been together play fighting for a long time. Did you know that, James? Did you know that Tacos and Glazin used to be in a hangout together? They were besties there for a minute. Did you know that?
No, I don't know. I didn't know.
Okay, well, I just told you.
All right. Well, yeah. If they were, they were. I don't know her and Becky. You talking about Becky?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know their connection. I know Becky's a super troll too, though.
Dude, they think they're doing some trolling. When look at where they're at.
I'm not saying they're good at it. They're just super troll.
Right. Dude, this little bitch Vic called my sheriff's department on me. Even was dumb enough to record it.
I know. What was his reason to call the sheriffs?
He told them that I was doing some crazy stuff on the internet and making a lot of posts on Facebook when I didn't even have my Facebook activated.
Like what? Like
that's it.
Like what would he tell them? What would why would the sheriffs care about you making a post on Facebook?
No. Why would he need to call them and tell them that?
Right, but what was he telling the sheriffs that you were doing?
That's all the recording we got so far.
All right.
Look at him go off in your chat like a little bitch. You know, he runs away from me. He was actually Shizzle got this piece of shit, limp-wristed little Cabbage Town lot lizard in a dress, victorious bastard in your chat, right? He's a lot lizard in Atlanta, okay? And Shizzle lured him in one day to his panel. He starts lying about me to Shizzle. So I go up on the panel and Shizzle drops off. He realizes it's me. He says, I'm going to poke a voodoo doll on you, Cox, and then rage quits. That's about some bitch shit right there, James.
A voodoo doll?
Yeah, that's how desperate they are.
So they got a little ABC like a little doll.
Yeah, I guess so. But yeah, I guess the calling the sheriffs didn't work to try and shut me up. So now it's going to be a voodoo doll with Spamgla G, huh? Your boy Predward got caught with CP on his fucking devices, Angela.
Yeah, is that true? Did they really have that?
Yeah, I saw the list of devices. I saw the interviews.
I don't know. Did he get convicted? Is he convicted of anything? Did he go to court for it?
You know what's interesting? I haven't seen the plea deal yet, and all he did was 21 days for a little meth pipe that had some meth in there. Interestingly enough, 21 devices later, I think it was.
I don't know. I'll stay away from that. I don't know.
Okay, but you see, the thing is, James, you're a veteran. Yep. You don't like sickos, right? You don't like them fucking pads and preds and shit like that, right?
Of course not.
Then why do you run from them?
Do I run from them?
Yeah.
How the fuck do I run from them? I'm not even here.
Right, but you aren't going
I
towards.
Stay away from that. Like I don't deal with Edward. Once all this shit came out about him, I don't deal with them. Like I don't know what's what, and I don't want to deal with it. I'm not a pred catcher, but I don't like them. You know?
Why don't you like the pred catchers, James?
No, I said I'm not a pred catcher, but I don't like preds.
Oh, gotcha.
I don't actively go try to catch them and shit.
Right. Why though?
I don't like them.
Yeah, but why not? Why don't you want?
I don't want nothing to do with them.
But that's the thing. You're running from them. Why don't you want to bust them out? Why?
No, I got too much shit to spend my time on, bro. There's enough people out there busting them. I like when they get busted. Don't get me wrong. Bust them motherfuckers out left and right. But I just don't actively do it myself. I don't have the time for it. That's not my interest.
But you want me to come up here and explain a fictional gay story to you? Gotcha.
I didn't hear no gay story. I didn't even hear the story. I don't even know what the story is. I'm just like, I just say, come up here and like, dude, tell me your side. Like, what the fuck going on? That's all.
Good. You got another big guy like Predward. Another big guy to spread lies about you. How about that? Vic is another big guy like Predward was for Angela.
Really? I don't know.
Fellamon too. They got Fellamon over there too.
Oh, Fellamon, that dude.
He's another little bitch.
He's too everything's Jews, the Jews.
Right. Hey, Man of Dust, you're another little faggot too for wanting to spread lies and bestiality fantasy like Angela wants spread. Good job, Angela. Your boy gets caught with CP and all you can do is help spread lies about me. You stupid little CUNT.
Shut up, Shizzle. Show your fucking face before you say anything about me, boy.
Man, shit. You know what, James? You need to get off of showing your face shit. That's the stupidest shit.
No, I don't. If a motherfucker wants to be a troll and come on my panel and troll me and shit and say shit about me, show your fucking face while you do it, Shizzle.
You're not having these guys when they're lying about me. Come and show your face about cops.
I don't know these dudes. That's your deal. I don't have no deal with these dudes. If they want to come and start fucking with me, I'll tell them to show their fucking face.
Dude, you're more interested in having Shizzle show his face than helping out bust out Mark Connors. And he tried to suck you in. And you don't want to have a piece of that? Hey, come on, dude.
I don't get stuck and infatuated on fucking over decades old shit, bro. It's over with.
Oh, so you want to hear about
Mark Connors is a piece of shit. He's gonna be a piece of shit for the rest of his life. I don't got nothing to do with the dude.
Spamgla? Shut up, Spamgla. You're helping spread lies by wanting Vic to come up here and tell the story himself. You witch bitch. He's so stupid. Yeah, Man of Dust, it's getting weird because you can't control a narrative from the chat. A fucking gay LARP. You want people to be programmed like Predward did with the News Now Houston case, talking about the sick details, grooming his audience. Is that what you like to do? Groom the sheep there, Man of Dust, with your gay LARP with Vic? You guys are more fucking stupid than I thought.
Like,
it's a funny story if you want to.
You get invested in these scenarios or these battles with people. You get invested. I'm not saying right or wrong, nothing. But that's what you do. I just don't do it.
No, they're invested in trying to shut me down with a bunch of lies.
I mean, if people are lying, like people lie about me too, and I don't give a fuck. Fuck them.
Oh, but you wanted to hear about it.
I wanted to hear, I wanted to hear what your side was, not what some gay sex story.
Right. No, I mean, I get it. I get that.
So
yeah, no.
Aaron, I'd rather hear from Aaron than some gay sex story coming from like 5 other people.
Oh no, you should have. I should have just stayed down and let you had Vic up there, and then gotten your reaction and how much you liked the gay shit. I should. You know what, James? I should almost pull up the shizzle panel for you and let you hear the audio of when Vic rage quit off of his panel after he was like, "I'm gonna poke a voodoo doll on you, cocks," and then he rage quit. But that shit's funny. Come on, that shit's hilarious. You know what? Fellowmon? Shizzle's doing way more than you because you run from the Preds too. You want nothing to do with catching the Preds. Oh, but you're there sucking up to the fucking losers of the Pred community, just like you did when you sucked up to Eric Shilkerson. We're busting him out with doing his suicide LARP with Mark Connors. You went and sided with him.
Who? Me?
No, Fellowmon.
Oh.
Yeah, Shizzle wants to catch another Pred.
There's nothing wrong with it. I don't knock nobody that catches predators. I don't knock them. There's nothing wrong with it. I just don't actively pursue doing that type of shit. I just don't do it.
Yeah, no, I see. There's some people. My point with that was there's some people that are going to run away from the fire and probably should.
No,
right?
if they brought it to me or whatever, I just don't even want them around me, honestly. Like.
Yeah, but dude, when Mark Connors brought it to you and had you on his show, and that was
before I knew you. That was like when I first ever showed my face on YouTube, and I did some fucking shit about the organ lady being whatever the fuck, what do you call that, crisis actor, and he was like, oh, and he wanted to jump on it and act like he took credit for it. And he's like, that's all that was. He'd be like, hey, can you come on my show and talk about this? I didn't know who the fuck this dude was.
Right. But the thing is, is once you realize that, that you got duped,
Yeah, I trolled him. I fucked him up a little bit, but whatever. He's a piece of shit for life, dude. Like he can't ever get over that. Like you can't get past that. You're a piece of shit for life. Period.
Right. But the thing is, like Predward, he comes in waving the white flag to me, and then all of a sudden we figure out that his mommy's house got raided for CP. And he wants to keep my name in his fucking mouth. I'm gonna drag him every fucking day.
Yeah, that's why I don't deal with the dude. I don't know the story. I don't want to know the story. I just don't deal with the dude.
Right.
I leave it to the Pred catchers to deal with people. I don't have to be a Pred catcher, bro.
Right. But when Mark Connors case, so you said that once you figured it out about Mark Connors and you clowned him a little bit, what did you do to clown him?
Just made fucking funny video and busted him up about his past. His record, his real record that is so wondering why he's not on the registry and shit. Because just I guess you can get deals like that to not be on the registry, you're a fucking Ped.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's right. I just didn't understand how the fuck he could make a deal to not be on the registry. That's crazy.
Same thing with Predward. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah. I don't know that. I don't know Like I didn't see no court. Like Mark Connors, I had all the court transcripts and everything. Same with that dude Mouse and everything. You know, there's ones that when I wanted to clown him, I would.
Right. Okay.
You can see the court transcripts and all the shit. I've never seen that on Edward. I haven't looked for it, but I've never seen it.
But isn't it interesting how kind of the same offense against children, crimes against children, okay, 2 of them now have come out of Clovis's camp.
Dude, there's probably more than that. Who knows? There's probably more than that. Like, these motherfuckers infiltrate the internet. They're online everywhere. These fucking weird ass fucking, you know, they're everywhere. It's like
Angela, people don't spread
like
lies.
I can guarantee you, because I was like, dude, I had to go block some people from my daughter's like shit, right? Like, why is this grown ass man trying to talk to my daughter? You know what I'm saying? And she got a thing where her face don't show, but she does some like video games, Roblox. And there's like, remember back in the day when I bust that Roblox spread? Anyways, yeah, so offline I'll have to deal with some shit sometimes. Like, and I'll go to this dude like, who the fuck are you, dude? Why the fuck are you on on a child? I don't even say it's my child, on a child page, trying to talk to a child. You know what I'm saying?
Man of Dust, you want to prop up a fucking limp-wristed idiot like that has to call my sheriff's department? Is that LARPing? Is that a LARP? You know, like what if James called, you know, I said something really nasty to James right now, and he calls my sheriff's department because I said something nasty about him. But, you know, here's the thing, okay, James?
I think me and you went back and forth. I don't call cops on people.
Right. But here's the thing, James, okay, is the reason why he had to come out with this gay LARP is our team actually caught Vic. He was being thirsty in a restaurant over a minor waitress. And actually 2 different restaurants that he was caught with a friend of mine in another restaurant being thirsty over the waitress. And you know what? The second waitress was so offended at him being so fucking thirsty that they actually gave them another waitress. She was so offended. He's a minor attracted person.
How old is this dude? How old is this dude big?
He's about 60, and we actually believe that his roommate that he was living with might be deceased and might be plastered in a fucking wall or buried under some cement in a basement, and he's running around in his car for some reason. His roommate's car. Making threats, gonna take all these people to court. Right? But why would somebody have to call my sheriff's department after his gay LARP didn't work to shut me down? And then lie to them. Right? I mean, these motherfuckers are desperate.
I just think it's weird somebody calling the sheriff's on you. You got him on the phone with sheriffs?
He actually recorded a part of it, and I caught it.
Oh, he recorded it?
Yeah. Oh, just thinking. And then you know what?
It's weird, like when people like call sheriffs and like shit like that on people, unless it's like, man, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, making some posts when I don't even have a Facebook, okay? Telling them I'm making some crazy posts on Facebook and acting crazy on the internet or something like that, right? But check this out.
Too invested in a YouTube beef.
Well, it's also a lot of fakeness. So here's what Vic also did, right? Imagine you and I, okay, we got beef, and I get pissed off at you, and I dox your ex-wife, okay? Your baby mom is, you know, your baby mama, all right? But it's the wrong picture. It's not really her. Would you fucking be laughing your ass off like you fucking wanksters? You try to dox my wife, but you're doxing the wrong picture? Is it maybe on?
Yeah. I wouldn't be pissed off or now. I'd be like, what the fuck? Y'all are weak.
Right, and that's
I just think like, when they try to like fucking like they get mad at you and they're like, oh, and they want to like get you, go troll you or whatever the fuck, and they try to like involve your real life family members, stuff like that. That shit's foul ball. Like, you know, stick to the dude you're trying to have a beat with,
right?
Or the chick or whoever.
Yeah, he literally posted a picture saying that this chick is my ex-wife, and it's some kind of fat, ugly chick. That's not even my ex-wife.
I mean, I used to do that. I used to troll people like that. I would post fake shit just to troll them and see their reaction. Like, people do that shit to troll, like when I was trolling people.
Right, but it
wouldn't be nothing real. It wouldn't be nothing real, but just to see their reaction. So motherfuckers are trying to get your goat.
Yeah, but you've got sheep like Man of Dust and Fellowmon that would peddle that that it's truth. Oh, look at Cox's ex-wife. She's so big and fat. Oh, Vic, you're a great guy for doing that. All right, what a little bitch. Huh? We got Vic so fucking pressed, man. He's about to fucking crash. Huh, Spamgla? You should make sure your other boy there doesn't crash and hurt anybody. Spamgla, maybe this is your turn. This is your time to actually get it right with one of your boys and help him. Oh, wait a minute. You helped your last boy. Did you know, James, that Angela was on the phone with Predward the moment the raid happened? His mommy's house got raided. Yeah, no, I'm telling you.
Oh.
Yeah. Spamgla knew her boy, Predward, got raided the moment it happened, and they tried to hide it from people. Right, since you want a good doodoo show, Angela, fuck you up. Hey, what's up,
I don't know.
Petro?
Like I said, I do not deal with that dude. I don't deal with anybody that's involved with that type of shit. I just choose not to deal with them.
Oh, Fellowmon's still on that I snitched to the 88 government hotline. Yeah, I called the American Disabilities Association and told them there's a bunch of retards trying to follow around journalists. And I'm wondering if they were aware about it. Didn't give them any names. I just wanted to know if they were aware of it, that a bunch of halfwits and retards like Fellowmon are following around journalists trying to, spread disinfo about them. That's exactly what I called the ADA over. Didn't give them any names, so there's technically not any snitching. But there's a bunch of retards online that are, come on, this shit's supposed to be funny, dude.
What's up, T5?
Hey, what's up,
T5? I like to come on here, like, even when I get drunk, I go overboard, but I like to have fun on here, man, really.
Well, yeah, I do too. But once it comes down to, like, disinformation that people are supposed to spread about you on purpose, right? With the surface bullshit, like you not being a veteran, right? You can spread just about anything about James D until you bring up like stolen valor and him not being enlisted and shit like that. Then it gets stupid. Then you're like a troll slop drools with just the surface disinfo, stabbing with the mob like a death by 1,000 cuts type thing.
Oh. I don't know. Petro, I've heard of Tetro. Let me go give it to the ring.
Yeah, give Tetro a rinse. Hey, what's up, Glazin? Glazin Dean in the house, right? Hey, what's up, Shizzle? I didn't see Shizzle on the panel till now. What are you doing, man?
Hold up, I'll be right there.
Yep.
Yeah, I didn't miss nobody. All right, you got a wrench.
And you know what's interesting is that if Vic's fight or plight were so righteous, you would think he'd be up here trying to battle me. But the bitch, every time I come onto a panel.
Hey, you're welcome to come up here and try it, whatever.
Yeah, but you know what? Every time I go up on a panel that he's on, moment I say one word, he fucking runs, dude. Runs, bails, rage quits faster than Eric Shilkerson rage quits his own panel.
I'll be right back. 5 seconds.
What?
Dude, he's even doing that to me now, too. Crazy.
Oh, people lying about you, Blazing, but you can't say what the lie is. You just got to go around and say, they're lying about me, everybody. Brr. Glazing Dean.
I think right now she has a platform to at least elaborate it. I'm new here, Blazing. What's going on? What's going on?
You're new here. No, Glazing, this isn't triggered. This is swinging back at you and your crew's little bullshit, right? Blazing even likes Vic's gay LARP story along with Spamgla G. right? But they're not up here trying to say, oh, it's true, James, it's true. Breathe. Shit, Glazing, you're the one that can't fucking let loose and breathe a little bit. Look at, why aren't you telling that to Troll Slop Drools, all typing in all caps? Hey, you might want to take it down a notch.
What up, Crafty Cat? I don't know if I said hi to you yet.
What are you up to today, Shizzle? What do you got going?
Shit, like right now is like one of the first moments that I can just relax.
Oh, right on.
For a while.
Yeah. I got about 10 minutes before my Instacart order gets here. I got getting groceries delivered.
Oh shit. You're catching up with the times.
Dude, when I discovered Instacart a couple years back, holy shit, it changed the whole game of this troll operation.
You know what I was doing, man? Where I was living before I got booted out. I had to ride a bike 10 miles to get the groceries and 10 miles back. That was like every day.
Uphill both ways in the snow?
No, there was no hill in this area. It was flat.
Hey everybody, can you hear me? Am I coming in loud and clear? Hey, what's up, guys? How y'all doing?
What up, bro? Is that
Not too
Petro?
much, man. I was in UD's chat earlier, fucking messing with Yo Mama and Mass One, and who else was I? Mark Smith. These motherfuckers, dude. I had them trolling bad, dude. Yo Mama likes to play games, and they thought I was
they started a game they couldn't finish.
Yeah, brother, you did. Patrick. Some people call me Patrick.
Right. And you got like CIA guy or some shit? Or you feds? FBI?
FBI. I was former FBI.
Former FBI? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, dude. They thought I was a freaking.
I got to ask a question real quick.
All right.
Can I ask a quick? I got to expose a Gomez. Did you order the Instacart because you're lazy?
Absolutely. I'm the lazy son of here. I'm so fucking lazy, man.
Instacart for food? I do that sometimes. Yeah. Nah, not Instacart. What is that, groceries?
Yeah.
I'm just fucking with you, dog.
I know, man.
But I don't know. Even right there, I think I exposed Gomez better than that Beltline crew did.
I actually feel a little exposed, dude. Most exposed I've felt since 2016.
Hey guys, Yo Mama thought I was this sock account called Convict Carl that was in UD's chat. There was this sock account called Convict Carl, and he was busting out Scotty and Mass saying, "Oh, you need to come in the prison yard and we can have some sex." I'm like, dude, this motherfucker's trolling Scotty and fucking Mass with it. And then when Yo Mama came in, and he was trolling Yo Mama with this shit too. That fucking Convict Carl, dude. I started laughing my ass off, dude, at this guy. And they thought it was me, and it wasn't me, dude. Some funny shit, bro.
Convict Carl?
Yeah, he's like, oh, Mass looks like a BBW goddess with hair, with facial hair. He said, Scotty, I can't wait to have you. He said, this is fucking shit, bro. Yeah, dude. I was rolling. And then, Yo Mama was like, oh, that's Tetra. That's Patty behind that count. Nuh-uh, dude. I don't swing that way. I've been happily married with the same woman for over 20 years, dude. Why the fuck would I want to do that gay crap? You know what I mean? It's stupid how people are.
Hey, what'd you do with the FBI? What were you a field agent or office?
I started out with the office, but I wanted to go out on the line of duty, and my partner almost got killed because this guy shot him, and then I wound up killing him. And people misinterpret the fact that I go to the family of the guy that I killed to pay respects because he was just a young kid, man. He was only 18 years old. And every day I regret doing that because, you know what, that's the only time I've ever killed anybody. And I regret it every day of my life. He was a young kid. He was trying to shoot at my partner and kill him. So it was either my partner or it was him. And people, and I've seen people on here make fun of that. I mean, there's nothing to make fun of about taking a person's life or defending somebody. You know what I mean?
Nah, that's a true story?
Yeah. Every year I visit his family and I pay respects to his grave.
I mean, that's a true story about you shooting the guy and everything? Like,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I mean, I've heard people say some crazy shit, dude, but I wouldn't just sit there and make something up like that, man. And every day I wake up with trauma because of that. And I've had people, just because they don't like me on here, just make fun of that. You know, I try to tell them, taking a person's life is not funny, and I would not make up a story like that. But
Yeah,
I hope.
Hey, that's fucked up. It's true. That's fucked up, man. Yeah, I wouldn't want to go through it.
It's one of the reasons why I quit the FBI, dude. And I found a lot of crap about him, and I didn't want to work for an organization that caused corruption. The reason why I wanted to be a part of that, man, is because when I was a kid, I watched shows like Cops and all these shows about FBI and CIA agents and stuff like that were trying to make a difference. And when you're a kid, you have it in your mind that you want to help people and you want to save people.
That's the same reason people join the military, man. The same reason people join, or a lot of people.
Yeah, that too, dude. I could have joined the military. I think I would have been better off. Because I believe in saving lives and having a purpose to help people.
The FBI, they taking care of you after that, or what?
Yeah, I mean, they did, but all the things I found out about them, dude, I had to quit. And people to make fun of me because I did steal a dox machine. I did do that. And they were like, oh, there's no such thing as a dox machine. Yes, there is.
A what machine?
There is. Dox machine. It's a machine that can dox anybody.
Oh, damn, you have one?
Never used it. Yeah, but I've never used it outside of the FBI.
What kind of machine can do that? What do you mean a machine? That's crazy.
It's basically a machine that can track and trace people, finding locations of people. And I only used it for people that were evil and corrupt. I never used it on anybody that
Actually, they're easily accessible. I have one too.
Oh. What, your phone? Google?
Yeah, because like back when I worked with them, dude, I mean, like the cell phones were getting popular, and it was when flip phones were still active, but nothing high tech. Like nowadays, people can pretty much look up anybody, and they don't even need a doctor.
It's crazy now. You can go. AI does it for you now.
Yep. And that's the tragedy, man. Because even like, there's nothing wrong with not liking certain people, but if you don't like them to the extent you want to dox them, and you want to try to get their families in danger and shit like that, I don't like that, dude. I think people should not dox anybody unless it's a danger. Unless you find out.
I don't do it. I have in the past, back and forth. We used to have dox battles, but I thought it was just part of the troll game. But I don't do it just because, like, it's kind of like involved in real life shit. I'd rather just
I look shit up, but I ain't gonna like go off on YouTube and share what I find with everybody.
Yeah, I look shit up for sure. I look shit up for my own peace of mind, like for me to know.
Right.
I don't go share to everybody.
Right. Exactly.
Yeah,
That's how I roll.
All the corruption in the world today, man, with all these people that are corrupted, dude, I think anybody should have a right to look somebody up due to their record history. Like if you see some shady, suspicious people, you have a right to make sure that you check their background and then get them in trouble if they try to do something wrong.
Well, it's equality. If I'm gonna be traced, y'all gonna be traced too.
I agree with that, Shizzle. If they try to mess with you, you have a right to mess with them. You know what I mean? Like if anybody messes with any of you guys, you have a right to mess with them back, man. It's fair game. And people,
I'd say same with police officers. I'm surprised more police officers ain't getting away with the way they're treating people with all the social media and their families exposed and shit. I'm just saying, I'm surprised they're getting away with half the shit they're doing to these people. Mic drop.
Yeah.
Yeah, I believe that the only ones I really do believe that should be doxxed are the ones that like cause a lot of problems and try to hurt your family or hurt anybody around you that you care about. You know what I mean? If you find out. Yeah, like if you find out how corrupted somebody is, I think you have a right to find out who they are and bust them out so that way they won't hurt anybody if you know that they have a record or a history of hurting people in any way, shape, or form.
Hey, you know what, real quick, it looks like Clown Force doxed Vic's criminal record earlier. He's got some telephone harassment, and it does look like a home invasion or something like that. Pretty interesting. He's all up in James' chat trying to peddle the gay LARP. Good job. Good job, Angela. Way to get your boy on the scene.
I don't even see him in there no more. He left.
Well, they run as soon as I come around.
I kind of didn't want to come up.
Yeah, he wouldn't dare.
I already knew he was full of shit because he said you had pictures when he was at your house. He saw pictures of me, and you told him a story that something about me and you in a hot tub. Like, you full of shit. You ain't got no pictures of me. You didn't tell no story about me. I've never been to Aaron's house.
Yeah, Vic is a very disturbed guy, and I remember when he did that thing for Scotty, and Scotty, like, he has a tendency of talking about people in gay ways, people that are not gay. Like, we're not gay, but he'll sit there and call everybody else gay and think of disgusting things to say about people. That dude has
I call people gay all the time. That's just a word to use. Like, just like stupid.
Yeah,
gay.
but
Don't be gay,
I'll
stupid.
tell you something though, James. James, I've heard this guy literally say, man, he's like, Cucks puts a rubber dildo in a shower head. Fucking, that's some sick shit, dude. It makes me think, yeah, that motherfucker's the one sticking a dildo shower head on his fucking shit.
Yeah, well, you know what's even worse than that? What's even worse than that is when he said that he would off me and then off himself.
Why?
Then he larped that he was going to commit suicide to a bunch of people privately.
Oh, that sounds like Forrest Jacobson.
Yeah.
I'm going to off myself just if you don't come back to me.
Oh.
I do tend to joke nowadays when I say, hey, you know what? Scotty and freaking S1 remind me of Eric's Spitfire and Janie. Like now, it's weird. You know what I mean? Spitfire and Scotty.
Jamie's still around? Is that dude still around?
I think he is because like I've seen footage and stuff. I think he still has a channel. But they both remind me of like Scotty and Mass remind me of Jamie and Eric because if you tell the comparisons, Spitfire and Scotty like to fight. You know what I mean? They like to get all roused up to fight. And then you got Jamie and Mass. They look like they're like proportioned blimps. You know what I mean? They're big guys. They have big mouths. They don't back it up.
Oh, you don't like Mass One?
Hell no, dude. He's a shit talking pansy, dude. He makes up lies about all of us, dude. I heard all the shit he said about your daughter, James. He's a piece of shit. I'm sorry, you don't talk about a person's kids. I have kids of my own, dude.
Wait. I never heard him say nothing about my daughter. What are you talking about?
Do you remember when he was on your panel and then you said something about his homies or whatever and he got butthurt and then he said something about your daughter and everything? That pissed me off. You don't talk about.
I was probably like fucking stupid drunk.
Yeah, you guys were both drunk. You guys were both drunk that night, dude. But
okay.
The thing is, man.
If he did that, fuck you, man. I don't remember.
It's one thing to say things about homies, but you don't bring a person's child into it, dude. And he did when he did that to you. I said, "Fuck you, Mass." Fat fucking.
I don't remember that. Look.
Yeah, I do.
If you did, Mass, fuck up.
Yeah, when you got some of these assholes it's like when you got some of these assholes making fun of people's kids, dude, leave the kids out of it. If you don't like a certain person, confront the person.
Like, I don't fuck with nobody's kids, none of that shit. That's weird.
Exactly, man. And I've listened to a lot of streams that you've done, James, and even when you were drinking, you've never, ever brought any kids into the conversation, ever. Never heard you say it.
I try, like other people try to all the time. Like, why the fuck you bring kids up all the time, man? Chill out.
Shit, man, I don't mind shit talking banner all in good fun, but when they have to sit there and get butthurt about it and say, "Oh, you're fuck your kids," I'm like, motherfucker, don't bring kids into it. Say all the
they do it to like other people are like, yeah, they do it to other people too. Like, I just don't like kids and like this is an adult, situation right here. We're just having fun and shit talk, or even if we're fighting and like, just shit talking. Like, why?
Exactly.
Why you gotta go that? Why you gotta go that low? Is that how you're gonna win a little? That's not winning.
Exactly, man.
That's 100% not winning. It makes you look like a piece of shit.
Exactly, and that's what I tell these fucking idiots. Like, I've seen Yo Mama. He's one of the ones that like to talk all that shit, but he won't panel up. He'll I'm talking about this. Some of these assholes, they want to talk all this shit. They won't panel up. Panel up, motherfuckers. If you think you're.
I thought Yo Mama did panel up before. No.
Mr. Jones did. Mr. Jones did.
Somebody did.
And so did Dr. Mangale. That Dr. Mangale guy, he paneled up too. But I've never seen Yo Mama do it, dude. I believe he's never done it.
They probably paneled up on my panel before. I just don't remember it.
Yeah, there's some crazy motherfuckers on here. Like, shit, if they're gonna spread lies, come up on panel, motherfucker.
Oh, I say, show your face.
Yeah. Yeah, dude. I mean, like, these guys don't understand. We have jobs and lives, man. You work a lot. I work a lot. I know that Gomez works a lot, and Shizzle, he works and shit. A lot of us in the chat here, they work, man. I mean, there's some people.
I heard Shizzle started working. I don't know when. I think it's been a while now, right? He's started working.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of us here
Good
do.
shit,
We
Shiz.
work.
I'm glad you got a job, man.
Yeah, I mean, like a lot of us here do. We work, man. Everybody in the chat right here, they work. And you got some of these people that say they go to work and they don't go to work. They'll sit there and say, "Oh, fake work." I'm like, okay, if you're saying fake work, then how the fuck are you making money? Oh, you're probably collecting welfare or SSI while we're busting our
Okay,
asses.
it's a lot of welfare babies on here.
Yeah.
Some of them deserve it. Some of them need it, but I think a lot of them are
Yeah.
just taking advantage.
Exactly, man. I believe the ones that do deserve it are ones that are retired, and then like some that like are disabled. I do believe that they deserve that, you know. But for the ones that want to freeload and shit, I don't believe that they deserve it. Yeah, man, it's crazy.
What kind of work you do now?
I work at this place, dude. Like it's kind of like I'm trying to save up money to get my own business. I've been saving up money. Like I go around and I help people out in the different communities and stuff. Help them with like, because I do have a lot of money and I give them money from time to time if they need help. Because I don't mind sharing money around. You know what I mean? I've given money to family and friends, and I tell them don't pay me back because I have enough. I don't believe in paying, like having them pay me back. Just I give people money because I care. You know what I mean?
No, I do too. I do that too. Ain't nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, exactly, man. I mean, like I like helping people out, and I do that for a job. And then I work at this company. It's kind of like a construction company because I used to work at a construction company in the past, but I work at a brand new one that I enjoy. And my boss is one of my friends from school, like I grew up with. He's my boss.
Oh, that's
so
dope.
I mean, yeah, man. I mean, like working 2 jobs is perfect, man. And then I try
heard,
to get
I heard
time
my
off.
friends. I heard like some of my old friends come work with me.
Yeah, dude, to me, like the best way to do it, man, is people that you grew up with and you wind up like working together to where you make money and, you know, shoot the shit and talk about life, man. That's what I do with some of my friends.
Oh, yeah, we have fun, man. We have fun at work.
Yeah, sometimes, man, like my friends, we go bowling or we go to like a baseball game and shit like that, dude. Could have grilled steakouts with our families and stuff. And it's hot up here, bro. It is.
Where you at?
I'm like, oh, I'm in the Midwest right now, dude. Like
In the
right
Midwest,
now.
yeah. I heard that, are you guys under that heat dome, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It's like real hot here, dude.
Yeah. It is here too, but it's like that. It's not a heat dome. It's just like that every summer.
Exactly. I mean,
Yeah.
like,
I heard
like
the
I'm
Midwest
just,
got like there was some heat, or somewhere in the East Coast, Midwest got a heat dome going on.
yep. And then next week, I read the weather reports. It's going to rain like the next few days where I'm at.
I don't know
And
who
I'm
this
hoping
is.
the rain comes, man.
Hello there. What's up, Cool as Tretch? Is that Tretch? Cool as Tretch or somebody? Cool as Tretch? The fuck?
Might be a
Oh,
P-bomb.
Okay. Oh, you said hold up. Oh, it's Shizzle.
Cool as Tretch. I remember Tretch. It's been a while since I've seen that guy.
Yeah, I ain't seen him in a long time. Hey. Well, I don't come on here that often. Seen him.
Yeah, I come on every now and then if I see somebody live or whatever. I come by every now and then, but mostly I'm at work. And I do tend to like stay in contact with a few people here, like if I'm busy or whatever.
What up, Blazing? What up, Crack? Chat? What up, anybody I missed? I don't know. I can't see my whole chat. It's just crazy. Oh, that's gone. Oh. All right. Hey, ABC, still here? I'm about to probably get off here. Who's picking a fight? Don't overheat it. Oh, you're picking a fight with his name. I get it. You don't like Trish. Oh, I think I remember you and Trish battling. I think that's when I first met you back in the day or something. You were battling Trish. All right, Retro. Tetro, I mean. Retro. Anyways, hey, Aaron. Still there. Right off to come through. What's up, Nicola? You in the chat? Trish. Yeah, you don't like Trish, right? She is? Or you guys ain't friends or nothing, right?
Yeah, Tretch is just another Predward and Daniel Dowd protector.
It's just gonna be one.
Yeah, I had to chop my shit up.
Mic check. Can you all hear me?
No, I hear you now. Oh, Nicola. I don't know. I don't even know, man.
All right,
People
I'm
pick
back.
like who they're cool with, who they're not cool with.
What they're cool with? I mean, I haven't disrespected anybody yet.
No, I'm
That's
talking to the chat.
You asked me about Tretch.
Yeah, I said, now I'm trying to remember. I think I already knew you. I just met you, and I was on your panel, or I'm not on your panel. I was in your chat, chat or something. And Tretch, you were playing a video of Tretch. I was like, who is that effeminate dude?
Tretch tried to weaponize sick shit against me. Much like what you did, but different. He used more of a Fellowmon tactic. You used
like what I did, what I do.
I don't want to repeat it.
Oh.
You know, though.
I really don't. I remember one time I said, you said, one time I do remember, yeah, back when I was, I had my setup in the room, in the office room. I remember I did. I apologize to you. I was like, dude, that was foul ball.
He tried weaponizing that same type of sick shit against me as well. And he hasn't answered for it.
I was making connections that weren't really connections. I was thinking you was supporting these people that you wasn't supporting. That's what I was tripping on.
Support. I mean, define support, and then we could elaborate what Shizzle did, right?
I said that's what I thought, based on you being like, respect, showing respect to these weirdos. I was like, what do you mean respect to that dude? What? He's a fucking weirdo. Fucking got little kids, little girls talking about how, that dude's weird as fuck.
I haven't.
You know what I'm talking about. I forget his name, but it's some weirdo. He would like have like little girls on his fucking like recording them and talking about like how he wants like weird shit, bro. Like you know what I'm talking about.
I don't. I just know.
We've had this conversation. I think maybe I was too drunk. I don't know.
No, you were just like accusing me of watching child porn and stuff.
Of what? I was accusing that dude. Not child porn, but watching little girls like cheerleaders or whatever the fuck you watching.
You were accusing me of watching child
like little girl volleyball games and shit, like whatever.
I don't know what else you're talking about, but you tried accusing me of watching child porn.
Well, you don't, right? So
no.
All right.
But Tretch tried that same sick shit that you tried on me. That's all I'm saying. So realize, but I don't ever forget. When it comes to
no matter, you said weird. You said you always, before I even say anything about you, you said weird shit about me. So
No, I've never said any weird shit about
Yeah, you did.
I-
Every time you would like come up like, call me a sick fuck and all that. Like, why you even gotta say shit like that?
Did I call you a sick fuck?
Yeah, several times.
When you started, when you called
No,
me
before
somebody
that.
that watches.
Before that, you would come on and it'd be like a group of us. It's been several times you've done it. You come on like,
No, before that, I was cool with you.
I'm just documenting you sick fucks.
Dude,
Like
I've been
I'm
cool with
documenting, like,
for
but you
years.
included me in that shit. Like, what do you mean? I'm a sick fuck?
I never talked down on you for years. Until you did that, and then I started seeing your network connections. Then I called you a sick fuck. Yeah, you were saying some crazy shit.
I got network connection. What network connection? I don't got no fucking network.
Well, the scripts you were trying to run on me. That's the network connections, James.
All right, bro, you're paranoid.
The supporting and the defending you were just trying to throw at me like 3 minutes ago. Yeah, that's the network script.
I said I was making connections, and you said no, I don't support that dude. I just say that to everybody. I did not know that.
Yeah,
back then. I'm talking about back then.
It seems like you're running a meat shield for when I was asking for the elaborations.
Elaborations on what?
Who was it in chat?
Dude, you double talk. Can't you ever just talk straight? I told you, you was like the weirdos that are like talking weird shit about little girls. You were like, hey, respect. And I was like, I didn't like that. I was like, why the fuck you saying respect to that weirdo?
Who's the weirdo talking to little girls?
That dude, I forget his name. CM something?
CMN?
CMN. That's what it was back then.
Are you saying he's
talk about them. He says weird shit about them.
Oh, does he?
And like he'll show videos of little girls talking like, oh, look how good she looks. Like, you know what I mean? Little weird shit, bro.
Have you investigated that one yet? What's he doing?
I don't want to investigate it. Once I saw that shit, I was like, dude, get the fuck away from me.
Oh, okay. You didn't investigate it.
Fuck,
What's
I need
going
to
on there?
investigate
Why are you bringing that up? You want to investigate it?
You can investigate it. You're the one respecting the dude.
I have investigated it, probably more than you.
I didn't. All I needed to see was what he said. I don't need to investigate any further. He put it online himself.
Why are you bringing this up? Why are you trying to talk about this?
Because you said I did something to you, and I'm explaining why I did that.
Yeah, you said I watched child porn.
I don't remember saying that. I don't know if I said that.
Well, I could show it to you.
If I said that, then I shouldn't have said that. Because I usually don't say shit like that just out the blue. I might have been drunk and mad, whatever.
Don't play dumb.
Huh?
You got dementia.
When I get drunk, bro, I don't remember everything. I'm telling you, when I get that drunk, I don't remember everything.
Well, you've been called out.
That's not an excuse. That's not, I'm saying this is fact. It's not an excuse. If I was wrong, I'm wrong. But it's just, if I don't remember, I don't remember.
It ain't about wrong or right. It's about correcting your shit. That's what you did to me.
Well, then if I did that, if I said you watch child porn, I said that out of my mouth.
It doesn't matter anymore. You already apologized. All I'm saying is the network scripts and Tretch follow the same suit. And you asked me about Tretch, so that's my answer about Tretch. He's all up in that network shit. He's in that.
I'm not in no fucking network, dude.
He's twerking with network salt and pepper shakers, dude.
Well, I'm not in no network, bro. I don't fuck with no network. I'm not networking with nobody. I'm on here just by myself. That's it.
You know, as a neutral observer that's been observing your channel since, I don't know, 2020, I would probably, if I was a betting man, I would say you're all up in that shit too. But I can't make the claim. I'm just saying that's just my bet.
All right, if I was a betting man and you fucking support people like CMN or saying I respect people like him, then if I was a betting man,
wait. When have you
you're making a hypothetical. You're making a hypothetical about me, so I'm gonna make a hypothetical about you.
When have you disrespected CMN?
Huh?
When have you ever disrespected?
Who?
Huh?
When have I what?
James, when have you ever disrespected CMN?
I probably did after I fucking heard what he was saying. I probably called him all kind of names. I don't remember what I said about him. When I see a grown-ass man talking about little girls the way he was talking, and several times he did it on several videos he posted on his channel, yeah, I'm going to say what the fuck I want to say about the fucking weirdo. He's a creep.
James, if you had gone a little farther in that, he actually admitted that he was drunk and trolling and he took it too far. And Philemon and his crew.
Wait, hold on. So how are you gonna do it more than one time? I don't get drunk and start posting how I feel about little girls. Come on, dude.
Finish.
Fuck that dude.
Let me finish. Okay. Then what happened is Philemon and his crew called the cops on him, his sheriff, just like Vic called my sheriff, right? And the detective, there was a detective that went to his house and cleared him of anything. Okay. That they were trying to.
I don't know. Now, I'm not saying he didn't. I don't know. Is it breaking the law watching little girls, little athlete girls, and talking sexually about them? Is that breaking the law? I don't know. But it's sick as fuck. It's weird. I don't fucking like it. And I said what I said about the dude. Fuck that dude.
Right. And I get that. And my explanation is just quit everyone. Everyone quit using the kids to troll each other. Whatever is going on, quit using the kids and troll each other. It's sick.
Yeah,
whoever side it is. But you know what's interesting is Philemon, when he got a hold of Simon's video of Simon recording naked kids on the beach, Philemon watched that video on loop for like an hour on a stream. Looping that video of naked girls and little boys running around on the beach.
Yeah, I don't know about. I don't know if Philemon did. I never heard that. But if Philemon does that type of shit, I don't fuck with that dude either.
Well, here's the thing: is he took what the evidence video was of what you're talking about of CMN talking gross about a young girl. Okay. Philemon also.
But CMN has done it more than once.
Let me finish. Philemon also played that evidence video on loop. Like it's some. You show the evidence real quick or something like that. Okay,
I don't even know why would he even show that?
Because they're sick fucks, James. Just like Vic being thirsty over a minor waitress in one of my restaurants.
Yeah, that's sick.
They're like, sick fucks, yeah. So then they come up with
you don't gotta be 18. You don't gotta be 18 to be a waitress. You could be like a waitress at like 16 or something, right?
In Arizona, yeah. But the indicator is when you go to order alcohol, and another waitress brings you the alcohol. That might be an indicator that you've got a young waitress there that could be even a minor.
Yeah, because they're not allowed to serve alcohol. That's right. I think,
but hey, he's hanging out with Blazin and Angela now. That's their next big boy, like Predward.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't deal with that. Well, I already told you I knew he was full of shit when he was trolling or whatever the fuck, when he's like, you got pictures of me and I don't know exactly what he said, but he said something about that. Like, yeah, you're full of shit, dude.
Wait, who said that?
Yeah, cause I know he had. That's why I didn't never like that dude. I was like, at first I didn't know about him. He would come around. I was like, "What's up, dude? See him in." Then he came on my panel even.
Hey, let me get something correct. You're upset at me because I haven't disrespected CMN, but you've never disrespected him either.
Me?
Yeah.
I did. What do you mean? I did. I said all kind of shit about the dude.
Like what?
And my panel is like that he's sick, that he's fucking. I don't fuck with that. I don't want him around me.
Oh, I said that too.
All right. Well, then we both said that.
But that's not disrespect.
That was when I saw you saying respect to him. I was like, this motherfucker respecting that weirdo.
Wait. Is that disrespect or is that just stating an opinion?
It depends on what you said. I probably called him some names. I don't remember, but maybe I don't remember what I called him.
Did you call him a boo-boo?
I don't think you can disrespect a fucking creep like that. How can you disrespect that? You can't disrespect a creep like that.
You could go to his fucking house and smack him. Smack him.
I don't know. I don't want nothing to do with him. Like I said, I don't want nothing to do with the dude.
Well, you were upset with me because I haven't disrespected him yet, but you haven't either.
I didn't say that because you didn't disrespect him. I said because you were saying, hey, respect to him. Respect, but you said that to everybody.
Well, we haven't seen you disrespect him. Who's disrespected him?
I don't give a fuck, dude.
I guess there's people that
I don't give a fuck, you double talking troll. You're a double talking. You think you're slick. Hey, hold on. You think you're slick, dude, but you're not, bro. You double talk. You try to be a slick troll, but you ain't. Dude. Shut up.
You're trying to work some network scripts and trying to fucking You got caught.
Shut the fuck up, you double talking weirdo, dude. Shut up.
I ain't seen none of you network pukes fucking disrespect CMN yet.
I ain't seen none of you network because I'm not in a fucking network, you fucking
Some
dumbass.
haven't disrespected him, but you guys, you're upset that you can't disrespect him.
Okay, you weirdo. You're a fucking weirdo too. Shut up. Double talking, yeah, dude. You're like, you know what I mean? Can't trust nothing you ever say, dude. You're a fucking double talker. I'm done with you, bro. Fuck out. I'm out. Peace out. This fucked my whole stream up.
Asking too many questions. You hear that? Pick up the truth. Asking too many questions fucked his whole stream up. Quite interesting, if you ask me. Well, we've got some music to play before we get into our next little venture here. Let's put it that way. What do we got here? Thanks for joining in.
In the heart of the desert, the ground is dry and bare. With sorrow, dust fills the air. The sun hangs heavy, no shadow to hide. But in the sky above, there's a storm among the rise. Whispers of ancient voices calling for the rain. Echo through the canyon, a snow release from pain. The earth is waiting, the spirits call it home. In the dance of the heavens, the water will roll.
Feeling from the sky, mountain falls like blessing, filling our eyes. Rain come and soothe us with your sacred touch. Revive the desert spirit, we miss you so much. Feeling from the sky, mountain falls like blessing, filling our eyes. Rain come and soothe us with your sacred touch. Revive the desert spirit, we miss you so much.
Clouds gather thick like an army on the run. Lightning strikes the horizon, brighter than the sun. The winds now carry light to every broken tree, and the land that was forgotten will finally be free. Like woman, the rain will heal our pain. Booty brings new life in every falling grain. Dancing in the water, the spirits take their place. The rain is desert meeting, a long forgotten phrase. The rain will heal our pain. Lucy brings new life in every falling grain. Dancing in the water, an unforgotten underneath the starlight, the spirits rise tonight. Guardians of nations, they come to show us right. Through the cosmic shadow, juju in the light. They watch and they protect across the great divide. On that's the time. And those days, the patrol will celebrate. From down the heartbeat, in fact it's here. What it not have done is, I'm happy here. This time my life is the car. God feels like when moi, get on for cautious. We're more spirits on the shade. Like when moi, I got some of our. Like when moi, guided by passage. Like when moi, I got some of our. Like when moi, guided by passage. Let moi, get on forget our way. Like when moi, guided by the sky. The jungles of the night, fly without a trace, invisible to the eye, but you can feel their face. Their powers in the rhythm, the youth is their control. The universe is forcing, the future control. Magic finds the cosmos, ancient rites unknown. Every step a mystery, pathways overgrown. If you walk in darkness, find the light is beyond. Should the patrol is coming, chase away your fear. Five and my God, you keeps us safe. Five and my God, spirits on the chase. Five and my God, darkness from afar. Five and my God, guided by the stars. Five and my God, you keeps us safe. Five and my God, spirits on the chase. Five and my God, guided from afar. Five and my God, guided by the stars. Five and my God, you keeps us safe. Five and my God, spirits on the chase. Five and my God, guided from afar. Five and my God, guided by the stars. Percussion fest, Carnival echo in the distance.
That she was saying, and you know, I'm not there to defend myself, and she keeps at me. Same thing that Telly's been doing. And you know, when everybody else is coming at me, they're making threats. Who was everybody else? When she's telling lies about me, Bobby Joe, who was you? You wasn't nowhere. You knew why she had my ID. You knew that. And you expect me to trust you. I'm sorry. You know? Gabby, she knew also. P.H.I. knew. But y'all let her keep dragging me. What am I to do? You know, where's my friend?
Get bent, bitch. That's what you can do. Go cry a fucking river. Oh, fuck. Sorry. Not sorry. That's crazy. She was making fun of me. Go fuck.
A man wearing a conventional black dinner jacket among jungle trees, like an English district officer, was singing. Sane men surround you, old family friends. They say the earth is round, my madness offends. An orange has pips, they say, and an apple has rind. I say that night is day, and I've no axe to grind. Please don't believe.
I swear to fuck God.
Come on, speak to him for X-ray.
Because he
I speak to him for X-ray. Go ahead. Come on, speak to him for X-ray. Army Code 8. Have a good one. Appreciate you as well.
Yeah.
Raiders at 1593.
Yeah, I'm glad you was able to meet me, man. Listen to this, man. This is that dude that says he's from Brazil. Listen to this, man. He's sitting there trying to tell people to kill himself and everything, but, you know. Anyway, look, man. Look, I know y'all are here, man, trying to stop the street race and shit. I got it, man, but look. The dude that's threatening everybody and shit. Yeah. Look, just try to give us another 30, 35 minutes and we'll be done. Just let us have another 30, 35 minutes and we'll be done. But look, this guy, he lives at 157 Berean Avenue Southeast. Yeah, 30316 is the zip. His name's Rodney Lamar Bowman. Go fuck with him for a while, man. I sent you that Google Drive of all the shit where he took and beat up his roommate Gerald and stuff, his gay lover. That guy, yeah, the one that thinks he's ZZ Top. Yeah. Look, man, you just need another 35, 45 minutes. Just another 35, 40 minutes and we'll be done, man. we got rained out up there in Bowling Green. You know, and then they took and restarted. That's why a lot of people are down here street racing tonight. So, as soon as this is over, I'm going back up home. I mean, you know, I took and, you know, I'm wanting you all to go and check on his roommate Gerald because he's been out driving his car like a maniac. That Google Drive's going to have all the videos of him threatening people. You know, that live I did last night, you got that to use on him. Plus the out-of-state stuff is coming from the state police, that other department. So y'all should have enough to hold him. Yeah, we haven't heard anything about from his roommate Gerald, because he used to beat him up and everything. Yeah. Yeah, 157 Marine Avenue Southeast. Yeah. Everybody's going to be gone in about another 35, 45 minutes. Yeah. Everybody will be gone. Trust me. I told you before I was coming down. Yeah, they think I'm still at home. I was over with all my shit on the Wi-Fi, and yeah, man, look, just make sure that guy Gerald's okay, and make sure the cat's okay. We think he even killed his cat. It's a white cat. There's a picture of the cat in the Google Drive, and there's a picture of him holding it and all this stuff. And he's making threats to several people, saying he's going to drive to their house and slander them. And then he said, "Oh, I'm not going to slander you. I'm going to do this." Yeah, there's enough that you all can hold him put him on a psychiatric hold, and hopefully y'all can get Gerald out of there safe. Yeah. We appreciate it, man. Yeah. Another 35, 45 minutes, we'll be gone. We'll be gone. It'll all be loaded up, and everybody will be gone. Yeah. And if you can, you know, if you can't lock him up, put him in for a psych hold. I mean, he's already on record that he went to court saying he was going to stick shit in a guy's ass, balls deep and shit. So he's nuts. Yeah, he's nuts. Yeah. I appreciate it, man. Look, you know, that's why we try to do it like this and everything. That way they ain't out on, you know, causing problems on the expressways and stuff like that. We try to go to the industrial zones and stuff like that. We used to do it up there in Louisville every weekend, and then the dumbass mayor that we had shut shit down, and yeah. Oh, that lady right there, right there. Oh yeah. Yeah, her name's Deborah Lowry. She's this old windbag skunk from Brooklyn that's moved out to Colorado. Yeah. I'll send you a link to all their channels, man. That way y'all can wreck on them. Yeah, my therapist wrecks on all of them. That guy that took and tried to burn down the Ramsey's house, and they think that fucking raped and murdered John Benet Ramsey. Yeah, he's fucking friends with those disgusting son of a bitches too. Yeah. Yeah. we just want to make sure that Gerald's okay. We want to make sure that cat's okay because he's about ready to go nuts. Yeah. 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 Well, look, send me a text. That way I can get them the hell out of here and y'all won't have to do a bunch of paperwork if something goes down. All right. Yeah. I appreciate it, man. Yeah. Tell the lieutenant I said thanks, man.
Let's go back to the beginning. Let's go back.
Now you've picked up right where you left off in the good old days.
All right, sorry about that. I haven't been live in forever.
Up right where you left off
Used
in the
to
good old
sometimes, but I just saw
Up right where you left.
Cage person Jeff.
Up right where you left off in the good old days.
Bantering about stuff, and it's kind of boring. Some people like it. I think he's kind of gay, so yeah. He's always groveling to the fucking Jews, you know. Oh, some people like poor Jews. Jeff is always like trying to get some Jew to fucking call him or something. It's like, Jesus Christ, dude. He says he's a Christian and he's always begging for the Jews. Please call me. Please call me. I love you. I prayed with you. Anyways, I just got bored of hearing that shit, so I figured I'd check in with everybody. Hey, Veronica, Cat Eyes. Cat Eyes is trouble. Cat Eyes lives in New York. She knows about the Jews.
She's probably a Jew herself.
He said, I'm chasing his daughter. He doesn't have a daughter. But I wouldn't be chasing his daughter. I don't know. I don't even know what his daughter looks like. I don't know her name. I don't even live in Albuquerque, dude. My land is like fucking an hour. Oh my God. From where he is? Well, let's look it up. I'm not going to dox him, but he's way the fuck away from me. I would never dox Jeff. He's a retard. Let's see. My land is pretty fucking far away from him. Sorry. I'm kind of a dork when it comes to this stuff. Let's see. Apple Maps, I guess. Let's look up. Oh no, Google Maps. I don't remember his address, but I kind of like remember the area he lives because I went there to pick him up. And he is like probably an hour north of me. Hold on, but I'm gonna read chat because I want to hear more about whatever his daughter said. Holy shit. So no, he's more than an hour. He's like an hour and a half northwest of me. He's on the other side of I-25 and the complete other side of he's nuts, dude. Anyways, you know what, Cat Eyes? If that is really his fucking parents' solar panel setup, like he was showing the other day, like a long time ago, probably like 3 weeks ago or something. I'm jealous of that. His panels are way better than mine. I don't know what his family's generator looks like. I have one, actually. I'll guarantee you his is way better. Oh. My setup was only like, oh God, that's heavy. Like $2,000, about $2,000. And the panels just plug into this, and this is what everything runs off of. It's off now because I have another generator. So that's all I've got. So his parents, man, have nice shit. The thing's fucking heavy. But that's it. That's all that runs the whole show for me. But what was he saying? If someone would say or even DM me about his daughter, I didn't know. Because as far as I know, he has no biological children. So I don't know what he's talking about. Some 50-year-old dude, drunk as shit, waving a 38 special around in his front yard, fucking talking about his daughter, a kid that's not, some girl that's not even his. That's pretty fucking weird. That's what I'm talking about, the cage person stuff. That's like weird creeper, like stalker type shit, dude. Like this fucking poor girl. Let's go, Jeff. My land doesn't have an address yet, so but I'd love if he came. I've got a lot of stuff to do. Yeah, he's just gone nuts. But what else is going on? He's not the only one with a Smith & Wesson. Yeah, I've got one. Yeah, right there. There's a rifle. That's Smith & Wesson. Brave little toaster. No, I'm a lot lighter than that, man. I've had some intestinal issues that I'm getting worked out, and I'm only like 165 right now. Healthy dude. But I also wanted to get below 165 because when I saw Tommy, I was like a good 30, 40 pounds heavier than him. And when we were supposed to do our scrap, I was like, oh man, 40 pounds, I'll bully him. So I figured I'd get down to his weight too, because he said we were supposed to fight still, and he knows that. I had no beef. Tommy's just fine. I just, I like doing that stuff. Sorry, it's fucking hot. Let me open up some. It was raining, so I had these shut. Now it's getting hot in here. He's packing too? Oh, he's really headed to me? Fuck yeah, dude. I'm excited to see him. That'll be good. Does he have a car yet? Because last time I checked, he didn't have a car. Aburo. Jodale, we cabrón. I'm surprised he didn't ask Grovel to some fucking Jew for a ride. Constantine, please. Please. Some sexual fucking degenerate, dude. Weird stuff, man. I would let Jeff over. I honestly think it'd be great for him. Get him sober. Oh man, I'd pitch him out in a tent underneath the stars, outdoor kitchen. He'd just be digging holes and staying sober. He needs it bad. He looks like a slob, dude. Not good. Not good. Oh, shook the wrong thing. I'm smart. Oh, Constantine's not allowed in his chat anymore. I'm sure Constantine is just shook to the core. I don't know what he'll do. He'll be crying at all his gay Jew orgy parties for weeks, watching dudes butt fuck other dudes, other Jews. Oh, well, see, Constantine's going to jail, so he'll be right at home watching gay orgies, dudes butt fuck in little cages. Cage person mentality. See? What else has been going on? Dude, so what was Jeff saying to that Annoyed guy? I know Annoyed's gotten into trouble a few times, but all I've ever seen that guy say to Jeff is that nobody buys his shtick. And he's like trying to let Jeff in on the gag. And it's like he attacks this guy for it. You did this, you did that. And it's like, okay, at this point, Jeff has got to be conning us. And this is all a work to get on Lolcow Live. It has to be. Like, this is a 50-year-old guy waving around his Smith & Wesson 38. What does he have, like a Model 10 or something? I can't remember. If he does, if he has the Model 10 with like the 2-inch barrel or whatever, that's a pretty slick, cool pocket gun. I want one with the 3.5-inch barrel. But anyways, what the fuck was I talking about? Yeah, so you got this fat drunk dude who says he's a cop or something, and he's with the FBI, waving a gun around, talking about some kid that's not his that everybody's stalking. I mean, it's real degenerate shit. Like normal people. Actually, when I saw it, Veronica, I think it was legit. He actually has a nice hand. If it's his, it's a nice little handgun. I mean, nothing wrong with it. It'll go bang when he pulls the trigger. That's for sure. It's a double action. Just hammer fired revolver. It's not one of the little Smith & Wesson airweight hammerless or anything. It's one of the older full steel, not the aluminum ones. It's like a pre-Hillary lock years one, probably from like the late 90s or early 2000s. I'll bet if you ask him, I'm right. Maybe. It could be his dad's too. His parents are actually good people. They're smart. You can tell they've got a good land. They've got that solar thing. They're bright. They think about their kids. It's just too bad that they believe all that weird scam stuff that Jeff and all his weird dork brother and all of the degenerate ones. But there's a lot of people like that in Albuquerque, in this area. There's a lot of fuckwits who just do what Jeff does. Like, there's a fat 50-year-old guy in his front porch waving a fucking gun around. That's retarded as fuck, let's be honest. The FBI, his FBI neighbor who enforces federal law, right? Federal Bureau of Investigation is watching this dude smoke federally prohibited weed while waving around a gun. Like, come on. This guy is a fucking joke. Retard. Everybody forgets, like 3 years ago, I called every police station in the fucking in the state. Not in the state. I called like Socorro County, Bernalillo County, and Santa Fe about him, and they didn't really know him or anything. So, and I don't know why that isn't talked about more, but I guess it was, I forget where I talked about that. I just can't even, oh, Jordan, what's up? It's been a minute. Well, I don't know, a couple weeks, month, I don't know. Yeah, actually, Veronica, I saw his room when I went there. I went to his house and met his family. So the whole arc where he was pretending that wasn't his house, I mean, everybody just forgets that him and me met like 3 years ago or whatever. And I don't know how tall he still says he is, but I'm telling you, it's not 5'10", I promise. If he meets me and agrees in person, I will measure him. I have a tape measurer. I don't think he's taller than 5'8". I'm 6'1", right? And that's not like super tall, but tall enough. In Albuquerque, it's tall. And when I was looking down, not only could I see the top of his head, but I could see where his hair parted and is just his greasy hair. And that was like, for sure, I feel like if he were 5'10", he'd be like a little, like on my tippy toes, maybe I could see, but I could like just see down like he was a child. No, FCC, I don't have an OnlyFans, dude, but there's some videos around of me fucking some girls, because I used to have this girlfriend that I would like fuck on cam, dude, but this was like 2011, maybe. I was probably, oh God, I guess I would have been 19 or 20, 21. No, not even 21. Yeah, 21, something like that. Some chubby white girl. And it was for free. Jesus Christ, I didn't even do it for money. See, that wasn't like a big, we tried to, but it was too many people that wanted like weird stuff. There's a lot of degenerates online, probably Jews, honestly. The porn industry is all Jews. I feel like a lot has changed around here. It's not fucking, it's just so degenerate. Like, see, that's the problem when all we do is talk shit about pedophiles and each other. It allows anybody who's just one step above a pedophile to be around here. So you have complete just fucking degenerates all the time. And it gets kind of exhausting. Like, you know, the whole cage mentality is real. It's real. Like, these people are fucking retards, dude. That was a shitty, hold on. This fucking thing. It's my fault. Blame the arrow, not the Indian. There's like a breeze coming in. I can't really blow them that good. I don't have that much practice. Cigar smoke's a little harsh to do it with sometimes. Oh, so go back. What was his room like then? So he didn't have the 300 bottles of pills that I saw, but they could have been stashed somewhere. It was a mess. It was really dark. So you look down and like, you look straight down. So you're walking down the hallway, right? Walking down the hallway. His room is on the left. So I'm walking down and I turn 90 degrees, look into his room. And if I'm looking straight into his room, it's like a very dark room. There's black curtains on the windows and it's dark in there, which is cool. Like I like that too. I like dark rooms. And so he's in there and it's just really like pack ratted in with all kinds of drunk, like all kinds of drunk, all kinds of, well, drunk too, all kinds of drunk in that room, but all kinds of junk. And it could be cool stuff. I don't really know. It's just kind of cluttered in there. I didn't really look. I wanted to give him his privacy. I didn't want to like look around. So I just kind of glanced, and he said he was doing all this stuff for Alex back then. So keep in mind, I had only met him the 2 days before, and I talked to him for like an hour on this panel with, the wonderful fucking pedophile Ed. And they got me to work on this catch because I had decoyed and done work with CPP. And I said, okay, Jeff, I'll help you do this catch. Then my truck had gotten taken the day we were supposed to do the catch. And then the next day I went and did it. So I barely knew this guy. Everybody likes to pretend I knew him. And I was trying to give him his privacy. So I thought I was getting in like, oh, this is cool. I'm getting in this new state with a catcher that knows Alex. This is good. And I just came from CPP and he was a disaster. I thought I could still kind of get somewhere with this stuff, not like financially or anything like that, but I just liked doing it. And Jeff was made up all these fucking lies about how he's like a cop and all this shit. And I believe people. Like if some random white guy comes up to me and he's like, yeah, I used to be a cop and blah, 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 I'd believe him. No reason not to. That's a psycho thing to lie about. You know, it's just weird. It's just really fucking weird. And it's just weird, dude. Just a weird thing. And then he's always on his channel like, I'll never give that guy Jason a chance. It's like, oh, dude, you need help. But I hope I get to see him soon. I didn't open his medicine cabinet, dude. I think I might have used his bathroom, like just took a piss, but that was it. His parents are nice. I sat and talked to his dad for probably like 2 hours while Jeff played on the computer, and his dad's a good guy. And I remember, like he said, one of his parents had an alcohol problem and he was helping them. I didn't remember if it was mom or his dad. And then he went on and said, like, I called his mom a drunk or something. I didn't fucking Christ, this guy. But I know he'll want to talk about that. Next time he talks to me or has me come on panel or something, he'll want to go over this again and again and again and again. These people, Jordan, Veronica, Twomper, Cat Eyes, they've all heard the fucking story 1,000 times, but Jeff still brings it up. Dominique, what's up? But yeah. But what else? I don't even know what we talk about anymore. There is that. Let's see. What do we have to talk about? I don't really watch too many catches just because I don't know. I've had a hard time with it. It's just not what it used to be. I mean, I still kind of like the movement, but it's just gotten to the point where it's like, man, a lot of fucking weirdos. World War III predictions plans. Well, if that were to happen, we have too many Jews in Trump's cabinet. They're going to pull us into financially supporting the Jews in Israel fighting Iran for the next 20 years. That's a given. Is that going to be like a... See, I'm not too concerned about World War III because we didn't see any combat on home soil in 2 or 1. I don't think we will in 3. And I live in a field and take care of all my own stuff. It's not going to affect me. I don't work with the economy or anything like that. I think there's going to be, I don't know. I think we've already been in World War III for a long time. I think World War III started with Ukraine and Russia in 2019 or 2020, whatever it was, 2021, I'm sorry. And just like in World War II, it started in 39 and we didn't get dragged in until December 7th, 41. So I think we still have some time before we'll get fully dragged in. I think with North Korean troops going to Ukraine to fight with Russia, and I think with us fighting for Israel against Iran, I think that already warrants that we're already in World War III. So we'll see. It depends, Anthony. If someone I knew was a degenerate, drunk weirdo with a bunch of pills, illegally owning machine guns, if he legally owned a machine gun, I wouldn't care. Yeah, I would probably, but I'm not crazy about really how the ATF works. I mean, I know guys over there in Indiana that I could talk to. I was gonna talk to them when I was gonna go to North Carolina, but I just kind of got working on my own stuff. To answer your question. Bill, I think, is being punished by God. He can't even walk. He's a drug addict. I mean, he's a fucking degenerate also. He's like a crippled 50-year-old pervert who fucking sexualizes cats and walks with a cane, dude. Like, I don't think the ATF can punish him anymore, or I can punish him anymore. I think he was given a fucking shit hand by God because he's a retard. A degenerate fag. Yeah, I don't know about the whole banning thing, dude. I don't care about that stuff. I've never banned someone. I don't know. I'll try to. I don't even know how. Here, I'll ban Anthony. Oh, I put timeout, ban user. Oh, okay, you can't do it. No, I won't do it. I'm not going to ban you, dude. Alt, I just don't believe in the tell mode. That's what I don't believe in. I think I believe in Jesus Christ, and that's it, really. No, Anthony, bro, I'd never fucking ban someone, dude. They talk all the shit they want. I don't care, dude. I'm comfortable with life. It is what it is. Got a question. Do I have the clue? I remember Jeff saying that, but I think it was like a picture of him that he like turned into a girl or something and he said was hot, but I don't save clips or anything. It's just beef. I mean, some I try to every once in a while, but then they sit on my phone and I never do anything with them, so I just kind of stopped. I like talking shit, but I'm cool with everybody. I don't really care. Who would have that clip? Well, the boys would have it, all of them, because they have everything recorded. I keep trying to say that. Tommy Boy Studios would have it. Map Morning After would have it. That Jew, Josh Davis, would have it. The Jew, John Davis, might have it, maybe. Or the council. I don't know which one of them. Because I know. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Nunya might have it. But her and Jeff are supposed to be cool, I guess. I thought they hated each other at least. But that's what I'm saying with the whole side thing. I can't keep track because like Cap, for example, he's flipped sides so many times, Tommy and Constantine and all these fucking people. And it's like, what the fuck? Like, that's why you just got to have your morals that you stick to and try to meet people that align with those. Because the side shit and trying to be friends with everybody and then defend things even when they're like habitual degenerates is like you're just nuts. You'd never get anywhere with it. Yeah, Jeff is a fucking loser. He's he'll take any bid to do anything. He's trying to get on Lolcow Live. I'm almost certain of it. That's why he's trying to talk to that kid she's like 22 or something. Fucking that Grace chick that's has all those fucking problems. That's why she's, he's all trying to just build his channel the same way his dipshit brother did, like pretending to be a Jesus freak while fucking stealing people's Bibles, like nut job shit, and then building this channel and waving, just doing degenerate shit in hotels, waving around fucking guns, high on drugs, and fucking God knows what else. It's like weird, man. Weird. Oh shit. I didn't even put a link. I didn't even expect people would want to go live, come up. I don't even know. What do I do? Just post the link from StreamYard? I didn't even think about that. I don't do this enough to. I think this is the right way. Let's see. Did I ban myself? Oh, whoops. I don't know. Star, what's the star do? Oh, I don't fucking know. Maybe that worked. The content is flowing right now. In which direction? Is Jeff, is he still live? I'm going to just click on this. Oh, he'll probably like, oh yeah, he's still talking. He's still talking. Is he still crying about that poor girl that he says is his? Imagine you're a 30-year-old woman who's not biologically Jeff's kid, and you have him drunk on the time, drunk all the time, waving around a gun on his front porch, talking about his daughter. Kind of weird, dude. Weird. It reminds me of that. I don't know how much like internet culture you guys are in, but there's like some fucktard named Cyrax, and he's like on YouTube sometimes, and he's like some little dweeb, like little retarded dude, and he's always talking about some kid, like he dated some girl for a little while who had a kid, and he's like always talking about how it's his son. And that's the same shit Jeff does. Like some chick divorced him, and he like in 2018, and he thinks these kids are his, I think. I don't know. And so no, Jeff didn't forget his wallet. He bought like a selfie stick and shit for himself, and he bought me a Monster. I'll give him that. And we drove around for probably 4 or 5 hours before we got to the catch. I thought it was going to be like a 2-hour catch, or maybe if the cops took longer, whatever, that's cool. But with him, it was like, holy fuck, we spent 4 hours driving around the town. And Albuquerque, I mean, it's this little socialist shithole here. We have all these fucking infinity brown people. Infinity. It's just all these fucking people from the border every fucking day. The roads are shit. There's homeless people everywhere. There's bums everywhere. So he has me pull up to this like fucking abandoned gas station, and this bum with a backpack and fucking gets in my car, and it's like, Jesus Christ, fucking Albuquerque, man. These people. It's just nuts. Yeah, he totally is. And I've only seen Cyrax maybe a half dozen times, but Jeff and Cyrax would, like, could you imagine them doing a show and just talking? Like Jeff, Cyrax, and like, who's another fucktard? Sometimes I don't know if Jeff actually knows he's the butt of the joke or he's playing a character. Because if he's playing a character, oh, well, you know what? Only the Jews partake in usury. I won't charge Jeff any interest. No interest. No interest. You hear that, Jeff? I won't put your daughter out on the street, put you out of a home, charging you interest because you owe me millions of dollars. Berlin is lost. You should see the stuff they're passing out to the youth there now. Magnus Hirschfeld is the god of that town. He has transcended. He has transcended. Well, I was hoping Jeff would get a little more wild, maybe want to talk, but that was too bad. Now I feel like I have to entertain all you guys, and I don't know what to do. Maybe there's something cool to look at. What else is going on? And there's got to be something else good going on. What's Tommy been up to? Tommy's got to be up to something. Oh, yeah. Hasn't he been all over the country or something drinking on probation? Oh. No, dude, you know, you don't need to go start. I don't care what you do. Go start shit. I don't give a shit. He's off probation. Wow. Good for him. Did he get off early? Or has it already been a year? I've been banned in Jeff's for so long. Maybe it's got to be like 3 years now or 2 years. And I've tried to talk to him. Or talking there a bunch of times. I never say anything crazy. I've never doxed or anything. All his rules that he said, no, fuck that. He just hates what I say because he can't, because he's a retard. He's a pussy. He's just like, no, I don't even. It's just he can't stand up or defend anything he does. He can't have an actual conversation. He's just too degenerate. He's just always doing weirdo shit. Yeah, see, I don't know about that. That seems pretty bizarre. What? Because usually, maybe. I just don't see the county he's in doing that for him. But maybe. You guys should ask Nunya next time you talk to her, since her and Jeff are friends. When her and Jeff were fighting, they had floated the possibility around of me serving Jeff a restraining order from Nunya to him, or a no contact order or something. So I was going to go live and do it for you guys, but I was going to blur out his address and stuff. But that was like a long time ago, and so I was confused when they were being friends. I don't know how many people know about that. I know Nunya knows about it. 7 months probation. So 182. So 210 days. Is that a sentence? Yes. Could be. See, my whole thing, when I got a misdemeanor in Colorado, it fucking took, I had to do my whole year of probation. I had to do weekly UAs for booze, and mine was a second-degree misdemeanor, just like his. And I have no previous record. I'm not like a degenerate with him, like him, with like 10 other charges over my life. I've fucked up one time, and that was it. Mr. Clinton, Sam Clinton Network, because you as well, man. I always like watching your stuff, buddy. I try to as much as I can. I like the the role you play. Let's put it that way. Good. It's good. Very important. You know what? Sam Clinton is not purple. Oh, purple. That's what you're asking. That alt. You know what's weird? That Jew, Josh Davis, his parents have an article about them. It's something like, "Is my son purple?" And then you can look it up, and if you know his dad's name, and just type his dad's name and the word purple after it, and you can see. So it made me wonder if Josh Davis, because it talks about all this purple stuff, and you can actually see these articles. It's very interesting, and it made me wonder. I wonder if he was the alt purple. But then if somebody knew about that, then they could have made that alt too. I don't know. You never know. These people are tricky around here. Sneaky. I don't have abs, bro. Because when I was drinking, I got fat. I used to, just not like huge loose skin, but I'm just a normal body. I'm so white. I'm like pasty white, dude. If I got a tan, I could maybe get abs. Helps. Motherfucker. Damn, my cigars are getting kind of low. Oh, well, what a shame. So that swatting thing with Jeff, I don't really understand what happened because I haven't been super interwoven. So he has a family member up north, I hear, in Santa Fe, and then he's, well, north of me, but near Albuquerque. And so both got swatted. I know he has been swatted because he's doing all this thing, but so is that what is that what I understand, is that there's two swattings? Because if there was another person who was swatted in Santa Fe, there are police there and stuff. They actually have their shit together. I mean, there's a lot of them do here in Albuquerque, but they have a lot less crime in Santa Fe. They have a lot going on in Albuquerque. It's fucking mayhem here. Where he is, the county is actually a lot safer, but I could see them in Santa Fe getting actually police working on something like that if somebody like called or something like that. Now, are they going to drop all this time to do long investigations? No. I had a store in the county that he lives in when I used to do organized retail crime investigations, and they work really well in that county. They do, but there's so much going on, and they're not going to put like an immense amount of effort into this. We would have fuel station robberies where a guy got robbed at gunpoint in one of our fuel centers, and I'd go out and get all the footage and stuff for the cops, and get all the stuff ready to file it in court and stuff if we catch the guy and all that shit. And we would have people get away with thousands of dollars, tens of thousands of dollars, robbing at gunpoint. Would take the drawer, take the safe, whatever, and the FBI would investigate it, or it'd get investigated, and it would never go anywhere because this place is not I don't know what it's not the 90s. If he was a cop in the 90s here, it's a lot different than it was. There's a lot going on here, and he's not going to get results. They're not going to go all the way to I mean, if they do, I hope I'm wrong and the bad guy gets caught, right? But he's a fucking idiot, dude. And he would know that if he was a fucking real officer here. I mean, it's just nuts. One wellness, one check, one SWAT. Fucking got in my eye. That actually kind of hurt. No one should be. Hold on. No one should be doing that. But they're not investigating it. FBI got. Oh man, no. I'm crying. I fucking got in my eye. See that? Shedding a tear for Jeff. So did anyone ever see if Ed's brother's case finished up? Did he ever have to plead guilty to pedo stuff? Or did they let him off too? Seems like everybody gets let off. Even Tommy. I guess what Tommy did was he got punished for the crime he did, I'd say, actually. Can't lock someone away forever for what he did. Maybe Jeff is more. I wonder what the cops actually think of him. I do, because I tried talking to a lot of those guys in Sandoval and Santa Fe County and Bernalillo County, and didn't know who he was. I'll check that out. All right. So how about this? Someone can tell me what's going on with Vic. I see his name come up a lot. He's never done anything bad to me, but I know he's had a couple situations here. That's for sure. What's old Vic been up to? Causing trouble? See, that's what we need. We need to do on my property. We need to build a boxing ring and start doing community fights. I would host that shit. You know, I'm a nice guy. Come, do your fight, go home, camp, shoot some guns. I don't care. Whatever. We'll do, let's see, Jeff versus Sobriety and would be another good one for the undercard. FCC getting out opinions. Let's go. I like to see opinions. I like Sam's stuff though. I like when Sam argues with people more though. Jeff was one in the link. Oh, am I posting the right link when I'm posting the StreamYard thing? don't post this. I don't do this stuff much. I don't know how to get a hold of Jack. He's got me blocked on everything. I think. I don't know. We should talk about genetics and black people.
Today we're going to talk about the corruption that comes through power. Money, sex, and power are the devil's three big hooks. And if he can hook you on any one, he will wreck your Christian life. He'll wreck you. If you have any kind of ministry, he'll tear it all to pieces. And so we need to be aware of these things and how dangerous they are. And there's only one thing that will help you stay clear of these hooks that will get you off of them if you're on them. And that's deliverance. Salvation will get you into the kingdom of God. But we're to work out our salvation with fear and trembling. Well, if you work out a garden, what do? You get the weeds out of it, right? And salvation is wonderful, but you'll find your garden plot is full of weeds. And though salvation is free, discipleship costs. It will cost you everything you have. And it's not cheap. It didn't cost you anything. Jesus paid for it all. But if you're going to walk with Jesus, it will cost you, and it'll cost everything. And we're going to talk about the corruption that comes with power. And I'm going to start off in Isaiah 14, beginning with verse 12. Isaiah 14, verse 12. How art thou fallen from heaven, O Lucifer, son of the morning? How art thou cut down to the ground, which did weaken the nations? For thou hast said in thine heart, notice the secret sin in the heart, and then follow the 5 awful I wills of Satan. I will ascend into heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of God. I will sit also on the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be like the Most High. I will be God. Does that sound familiar? You're Christ.
I'm Christ. Have you heard that lately? They're teaching it all over. And it's echoing, you know where they got it? Right here. The super angel Lucifer fell because of pride and a grab for power. The five awful I wills of Satan are summed up in I will be like the Most High. Now, I know some people say, well, Lucifer and Satan are different. I know the Mormons say that and a whole bunch of other people. But there's no scripture, I don't think, for that at all. Lucifer was his original name. His name means light bearer, the bearer of the light. That sounds familiar, doesn't it? 1,000 points of light, the light bearer. In the scriptures, in Genesis, in the Garden of Eden, the serpent, Satan entered into the serpent, and the word that's translated serpent is shining one. And the shining one said to Eve, the one aglow with beauty. Now, Lucifer was the anointed cherub that covered. If you want the other part of his history, you can look in Ezekiel 28, I believe it is. Under the king of Tyrus, you'll find him described in great detail. And you'll find him looking back from the end of time, looking back across the quarter of time. In Isaiah, you look one day, you look down in the quarter of time. In Ezekiel, you look the opposite way. Same view. Lucifer was trapped by an appeal to power. How he did it, I don't know. How it got into him, I don't know. But I know this, he has put a grab for power in every human heart sense that he can get hold of. And he'll do the same thing for you. You say, well, I'm not grabbing for power. I don't want to be a king or anything. No, you may just want to boss your husband. You say, what's wrong with that? He's dumb. Well, sister, you picked him. I mean, he chased you till you caught him. Let's face it. And you can despise him, but you're despising your head. And if you do that, you're in trouble with God. See, that's what the women's movement is teaching today, teaching outright rebellion among the women, whereby they rebel against authority. And that caused them to despise it. You say, well, you ought to meet my husband, then you'd know why I despise it. You can put yourself under the Lord, and you'd be surprised at what pressure it put on your husband. Your husband will come under a nutcracker pressure when you begin to obey the Lord. It's unbelievable. But that's not the subject, unfortunately. Well, I saw I didn't see one rabbit, I saw a whole bunch of them, and I'm just gonna have to let them get away. Some of my boys have marked it down. Preacher's gonna stick to his topic. There's always a grab for power. When people have exhausted sex, they've done everything that can be done. And when they've gotten all the money that they can spend, then they're bored. The only thing left is power. And power, the appeal to power, is the final thing. And this is what the conspiracy is about. This is what is driving men, the billionaires of the world, to get together to crush out life on the earth and turn it back to the worship of Lucifer. It's a grab for power. The devil promises power. And there's a power grab on. Have you noticed that? Send your money, you'll have power. Make your vow, you'll have power over your finances. You can boss God around, tell him what to do. I've got news for you. Almighty God is not a supermarket. The Holy Spirit is not an errand boy with a grocery cart to run and get everything you want. My Bible talks about Jesus who laid down his life, who walked a simple life and walked after his Father's will, and that's all he was interested in. When you and I get to that place, will things turn for the Lord, not before. Now, I put Lucifer at the forefront because he is the supreme example of grabbing for power. He's continuing to do it. He is the prince of the power of the air. He's usurped authority here. He was once in charge of the earth. And that's what threw it into consternation sometime back in the eons past. And then God brought it out of the chaos it was in Genesis 2. In Genesis 1, he created the earth, heavens and the earth, and they were perfect. In Genesis 2, something dreadful has happened. It's in chaos and it's void and filled with darkness. Now, God didn't ever create anything like that. Something happened. God didn't bother to explain it. He knew that if you got to read the scriptures, you'd find out. There was a rebellion in between, and the earth was all canceled out. As a matter of fact, if you notice, when he did the recreation in Genesis 2, he did not create plants. They came out of the ground, out of seed that was already in the ground. Strange, huh? The earth had been floating through the space for eons, covered with water and darkness, and God did it again. He brought it out. Now, then he took up a handful of dirt, made a man, put him in charge. Lucifer was furious. How dare he put that handful of dirt in charge of his former domain. And he's been battling the Lord ever since because God set his love on us. The devil has set his hatred on us. And don't ever kid yourself. The devil hates you with a hatred, an implacable hatred that you can't even begin to fathom. Simply because God loves you. You say, well, I'm not so good. I know. I don't know why God makes such fuss over us either. But he does. And because he loves us, that gives you Satan's undying hatred. Young people, don't you be fooled that the devil's trying to help you. Don't you be fooled into listening to the claptrap that the devil's putting out in the world's machines. You get into the Word of God and you find out the love of God is coming through strong and clear through the Lord Jesus Christ to rescue you out of the hands of this super enemy. And he's going to be put down one of these days, finally, once and for all. And that's coming. Don't you worry about it. It's coming. Over in Genesis 4, we find another grab for power, a different kind of power. Cain and Abel, remember? Both boys were taught the same thing. They were taught to approach God through a blood offering. The life of the flesh is in the blood. The shedding or the pouring out of blood speaks of death. The wages of sin is death. And God gave them a picture of death, the death passed on to an innocent animal that had done nothing to offend God, to cover, kafar, atone, or cover the sins of wicked and sinful men. And God instituted the blood sacrifices. That's why the witches, the Satanists, do all kinds of blood sacrifices. It's a mimicking, it's a mockery of the real thing. You say, why don't we offer blood sacrifices? Because Jesus Christ came and offered himself once for all. He doesn't have to go and jump into the Catholic chalice or any place else. He does not have to die over and over again. Once for all, and it was finished. Even though some widely taught teachers following Mr. Kenyon say that Jesus died spiritually, went down to hell, was beat up on by the devil and the demons for 3 days and nights. Friend, the devil and the demons have never been to hell. They're going. They haven't been there yet. That indicates a vast ignorance of Scripture to even say such a thing. But it seems like truth has nothing to do with what is being taught in many places today. Jesus Christ did not. And they say he went to hell because he didn't finish. When he said it's finished, he lied. Because it had to be finished in hell with the demons and the devil beating up on him. Copeland even says that God didn't even know if he's going to get his son back. I know. Take a deep breath, sister. I know it's shocking. I mean, he says it. We've got the tapes where he says it. He says God is the greatest failure on earth. Now, I'm sorry if you don't like that, but if you want to listen to heretics, that's what they're saying. And I'll tell you what, God has no patience for people who listen to heretics. You better get in the Word of God and quit listening to what men say. Just because they yell it doesn't make it so. Everybody's awake now, right? I want to tell you people, black is white. And you know what? If I kept hammering on that, some people go out and say, I'll tell you, black's white. I know it's bound to be. That preacher was so sincere. And he hollered when he said it. That means full of power. That means you don't know there's two kinds of power. Cain and Abel had been taught the same things about approaching God through a blood offering. The blood offering said, I am a sinner worthy of death. The death is passing from me onto the innocent animal. I admit my guilt. That's what it was all about. 1 John 1:9, right up here to my right. There it is. That's what it represented in picture form. And God said when he sent him out of the garden, he said, someday I'll send the Savior. Until then, this is what you do. He made them coats of skin. Now, I don't know how big they were, but I think they were bigger than a bikini and a thong. He wasn't quite that stingy on materials. God put clothes on men and women, and the devil's been trying to take them off ever since. You don't believe it? Now, if you think I'm making that up, go down to Chicago's beaches right now. Oh, they may have covered up. It's getting a little chilly now. But some of them don't. Cain and Abel were taught the proper approach. Now, Cain he was a farmer. He brought his fruits. Now, I've heard it preached, well, he brought the little nubbins and the little rotten stuff and all that. No, he didn't. I don't think so. False religionists always bring the best they have. That's how they build huge buildings and great, marvelous organizations and hospitals, orphanages, and everything else. Because they bring their best. Cain brought in the produce to offer to the Lord, the works of his own hands. He had the first do-it-yourself religion kit. I don't want to fool with bloodiness. Why should I go to Abel, he's a shepherd, and get a sheep from his flock and offer a sheep? I don't want to. I'll do it myself. I'll do it the way I want to. He needed his water fixed too, didn't he? And he's reaching out, and so he makes his offering, and Abel comes along, the younger brother. He offers a lamb according to the way they were both taught. And then God accepts Abel's offering because it's acceptable. You do things God's way, he'll accept it. You don't do things God's way, he will not accept it. I don't care how well you like it, he won't like it. Now, I don't know how, but they knew the offering was accepted. Maybe fire fell out of the heaven and consumed. I don't know. The Bible doesn't say it. I only have to speculate. But in some way, he knew because Cain saw that his offering wasn't accepted. And if you look in Genesis 4, verse 5, Cain and his offering, God had no respect for, and Cain was very wroth. Cain lost his temper, and his countenance fell. I mean, his chin hit the ground. He pouted. Oh, he was mad. Furious. God hadn't accepted his offering. And it was a good one. He put out the best he had. And God turned up his nose and said, no, thank you. Now, what did God do? Did he slap him down for it? No. He came to Cain, and God came to Cain in verse 6 and said, why are you angry? Why are you all upset? What's your face all twisted out of shape about? What's the matter with you, son? Verse 7, notice this, and you better mark it. If thou doest well, shalt thou not be accepted? But if thou doest not well, notice this, sin lieth at the door. One possible translation of sin here is a demon lieth at the door. If you don't do well, an evil spirit is lingering near. And unto thee shall be his desire, thou shalt rule over him. The demon will get you when you're in disobedience and rebellion. Rebellion leads to despising God's way and God's law because men's way sounds so nice and it's so acceptable and everybody's doing it. And everybody was eating fruit and everybody got thrown out of the garden too. If you want to go the everybody's doing it routine, you'll end up in a place you don't want to go. Your life will be a shattered mess because everybody is not doing the right thing. Now, he said, now, Cain, go and make your offering, do it right, and it'll be accepted.
Oh, wow. You know what's interesting? We got the same type of action happening here just a few minutes back.
Well. Sorry I'm not more entertaining, guys. I don't know. I just was kind of bored, and I was going to do a video. I was going to, and then just talk for like a little bit, but I just figured, what the fuck? Like, then I feel like I have to have a script, and if I mess up, then it's easier to just kind of just talk off the cuff. I had no clue Jeff was going to join me. Which, if I was actually under investigation and all this stuff by the FBI, they would say have no contact with, like if you're a victim of something, like let's say I committed a crime against Jeff and his family and they were victims, they would say to cut off ties, I would imagine, because they would not want to agitate someone anymore to put other people in danger and stuff. It's just like the cognitive dissonance that he completely employs all the time in his conversations. It's just mind-boggling to me. Like, these are very simple things, right, that I'm saying. Very simple things that we all should know if we're Jeff as a cop, right? It's just pretty bizarre. Makes me wonder if he's, like, really believes this stuff or is doing the lolcow stuff. Really is. Here we go.
I'm backstage.
What's up, buddy?
What, buddy? Why do you call me a buddy, dude?
All right. What's up? I can hear
What's
you.
up, bitch?
I'm listening, Jeff. Talk.
You're on my live. Important people are watching. Inquiring minds want to know. What's up, bitch? Do you still want your $20? Your peddling $20? I can cash app it to you.
Jeff, I don't have bank accounts, dude. I keep all my money with
I
me.
know you don't because you're a criminal. I know that. But do you want your $20 or not?
Here, Jeff, call the cops. Tell them I'm a criminal and I shouldn't have it.
Oh, shit. He showed his gun on YouTube, which is illegal, by the way.
No, it's not.
Damn.
You can have a gun.
Report his channel, people. Everybody report his channel.
You can have a gun on YouTube.
No, you can't. Not like that. You can't. You're threatening me. You literally threatened me, you dumb son of a bitch.
God, you're
you dumb son of a bitch. The FBI's watching. We got it recorded, done, and over with. All that shit and everything else.
Oh,
you stupid son of a bitch.
Take me away, boys. Fucking retard, dude. No, Jeff. Actually, what?
Why'd you show your gun on panel, dude?
I showed my gun on panel, dude, because you said I was a criminal, and I said,
yeah, you are. Tommy, why are you the only one that had CP that wouldn't report it to the authorities? Why? It took you 3 days, dude.
What are you talking about?
I have the screen recording. Tommy got you, dude. You're busted. You sent your own daughter to a predator? A picture of your daughter, dude? What the fuck is wrong with you? Jeff. You admitted it. You want me to play it? I can play it, dude. I can play it.
Go ahead.
All right.
All right. I'll wait.
All right.
Okay. So while we're waiting, let's talk about something that's actually happened. No, seriously, Jeff. I think it would be good. I think you're always talking about getting views and all this crap, right?
I don't give a shit about views, dude. You're not even monetized. Shut the fuck up. I'll make it the recording. Go ahead and yak for a while. I'll make it the recording. You go ahead and yak for about 2 or 3 minutes while I get the recording ready.
Okay. So it goes. The invisible line. as Jeff says. It's too bad, dude. Like I said, this is what I was talking about earlier. I love the fucking banter. I would have argued with you guys and had some fun and talked some shit. I was waiting for you guys remember that zinger I had? He was like, I'm 5'10", guys. I'm 5'10". And I was like, in your fucking high heels, buddy. And he was like, remember that? That was funny. That was a good one. I was waiting for some one-liners, but when he gets too sloppy, it's hard to look. You want to set him up to knock him down, but he's too drunk to get up to even knock down right now. So it's like, God damn it, Jeff. You're fucking it all up. You're just fucking it up. He gets rattled too easy, man. He just gets shook. He just can't handle it, man. He gets shook. This is what I'm saying, and I attribute it to playing hockey, dude, because I played for about 20 or 21 years, right? And anybody who's played hockey will tell you there is so much banter in that sport. I mean, just watch Google on YouTube fucking hockey shit talk, with the refs and the players. The stuff that's just common crap talk in hockey gets you thrown out of the NBA, thrown out of baseball games, and it just all we do is talk shit. So I get my hopes up, and he just fails. Yeah, that stuff's so fucking gay. In the Minecraft thing, it's like, yeah, you shouldn't be making threats online, but the whole in Minecraft, he's such a fucking retard about the rules on. Yeah, see, he knows what's up. He the rules of YouTube and stuff. There is how many channels, how many gun channels, hundreds of gun channels, and it'll be you can have the gun leaning in the back and stuff. And then here we go, Jeff.
All right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to upload the screen recordings and everything, and you can see it for yourself and respond, bitch. Hello, bitch.
I'm waiting for you.
Thanks for responding to bitch.
Sorry, I didn't mean to mute you, Missy. I'm sorry.
Oh, I didn't know if you did that.
So you can wait for the screen recordings. I will upload them, and
Yes,
you
I'm
can
waiting,
respond
Jeff.
to them, little bitch.
Yes, I'll wait. I'm waiting. I got it. Okay. Is that all? Let's talk.
It's
dude.
not, you have a list. It's hard to understand you. I know you have a list. I'm sorry for that, but I have a hard time understanding your list.
You know
it's
what?
just you talk like this. If you
You know what it is? I never got my wisdoms removed, bud. So they keep growing, and as I've gotten older, it gets a little worse. It's too bad.
Okay, we got from Ben, Alex's crew, hashtag Jeff Win, hashtag Big Win, or Ben Win, and then Let's Win. We got Alex, you're right. We got Ben, or Sabby, you're right. We got Ben, hey Sabby. Shut up, you dumb bitch. You're a fake person. Fuck you, you dumb bitch. You're going to jail. You ready to get your first charges? Are you ready to go to jail for your felonies for calling me a pedo? Are you ready to go to jail? My entire family is filing charges against you, bitch. Are you ready to go to jail for your first time ever? You ready to go to jail, bitch?
Today.
I'm not gonna let you talk, bitch. You ready to go to jail, bitch? You ready to go to jail, bitch? Hobbs, Carlsbad. You want me to continue to go on? I give your full address. I got your house, your face, and everything else, your full name. You may continue on.
All right, Jeff, it's your turn now.
Continue on. I know Jason's scared. He's gonna keep me watching. Go ahead, keep me, Jason. Go ahead, keep me, Jason.
I'm not afraid of you, Jeff. You think
you committed crime. You committed crimes.
Calling you a pedophile when you just did that to Jason?
$2 can sue me. I appreciate it.
Oh, Missy, you were saying the same thing I said, right?
Yes.
He's a fucking degenerate, dude.
Well, and is it not effing weird how any time that he has a little bit of a disagreement with somebody, he straight goes for they are obsessed with his grandkids. It's weird, it's indicative, and he is certifiable. I legitimately think that he has drunk himself into a diagnosable state.
Yeah, when I really first started to think that, when I thought this can't actually be lolcowing, is when he did that stuff with Vic and La La Blue.
Ben, God bless you, Ben. Thank you for the.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I don't want to
and-
keep him muted. I want to give him a chance to talk, but it's like if he's just bantering.
Yeah, what he's doing is he's trying to act like a big badass, like saying that he's got fans on his own life, and he's showboating for nothing and nobody. He's showboating for people that laugh at him and use him for content. You know?
Yeah, totally. Remember when George W. Bush used to do the W? And as a little kid, I was like, why is George Bush
Missy.
I didn't kick him. Or at least I don't think I did.
I'm not sure why he decided to say my name over and over again. But did he not just threaten to like show pictures of my face, because my face is right here. I've used my face 100 times on panels. I've been on camera in freaking VCs before. People know what I look like.
And that's part of why I lost it with the community a little bit. And look, I don't think everybody needs to show their face but whatever. But like FCC, he's been FCC since forever, right? We know who he is. You know, he's that fucking guy. We know, but now everybody is like an alt of an alt of an alt of an alt, and it's just like I don't even know who anybody is anymore. It's just random shit talk and Jeff, and then occasionally Tommy gets a catch. So it's been like
I don't watch Tommy anymore. I don't watch.
I haven't watched the last catch of his. I watched is the one where that dude like cut himself or whatever out of when he was getting escorted out or whatever. It was like a year and a half ago, probably 2 years ago.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one. The guy said that he was going to go inside and get shoes on or something, and they had to call the ambulance and whatever, like that one. Yeah, I remember that. You know, I wanted to ask Jeff why he accused me of doxing him in one of my videos, because I've never doxed him. He's doxed me.
Nobody's doxed Jeff. He's had his name on all his social medias and stuff for fucking years.
Yeah, well, I haven't even
I
said,
see his address and all that
I
stuff.
haven't even said, I've never said his actual last name. I've never talked about where he lives on any of my freaking videos, nothing. I've never showed pictures of him that were not easily accessible and all over the community. You know, he may be referring to, I made a community post of a magazine cover. And I used a clip, or I used like a screenshot of the body cam footage. But I just did that like a couple of days ago, and that body cam footage has been out forever. But I have no idea why he is saying that I doxed him, because I legitimately did not. But he has been on a break from the internet, you know, quote unquote, for a couple of days. It lasted like 4 hours before he went live 3 or 4 times. And he has doxed me every time he's been live or on somebody else's panel. So
You know what would be interesting if we actually had someone here, like, it's too bad we don't have like a New Mexico attorney that could actually go through and actually like look at the crimes that he could have committed, because I actually think there might be stuff there with all the shit he said. Like the stuff.
He has all 3 of us live in New Mexico. Everybody knows that all 3 of us live in New Mexico. And now he's threatening me, saying that him and his entire family are going to file charges on me because I said things in a chat that were distasteful. I said, you know, that it's weird that he seems to be attracted to his minor step grandkids. I mean, he literally talks about them all the time, and he talks about other people being attracted to them all the time. I mean, 1 + 1 = Jeff is attracted to his minor step grandkids, you know. But
step grandkids, isn't that funny? A funny thing to say.
They're not even freaking his grandkids, but you know, it's neither here nor there. He's attracted to minors, it seems like. And you know, so I was saying that in Sam's chat just last night, and so now all of these people are going to file charges against me when he has called you a pedophile. He's called Annoyed a pedophile. He called Vlad a pedophile. And
the stuff that he did with Lala Blue and Vlad, it's been a long time now. That stuff was the most degenerate shit I've ever seen him do, at least up until that point. And it was like that was holy shit. I still can't even wrap my head around that fully.
yeah, nothing surprises me anymore. But, since he wants to say that, everybody's a person of interest now and he's got the FBI in his pocket and he's working with his local authorities, I've never made it a secret. I have very easy access to a criminal defense attorney, and I've talked to him. I've retained him at no cost because
My uncle is an attorney. His name is Ron Brad, and he's retired now, but he did law here for 30 years. He did several different types of litigation, but like he knows basically general litigation, and there's so many things I should probably just ask him.
Yeah, well, it's frivolous AF. He's not working with the FBI. He's not working with his local authorities. I've had this attorney look into it, and there's nothing. And he wants to say, what did he say earlier? So I just posted in a chat earlier that, I have retained an attorney because he's threatening me with lawsuits and whatever. And he said that he's got a whole team of attorneys. And not only that, Jason, these attorneys were breaking down his door as soon as they heard that something was going on because they just want to represent him so bad.
I heard that right before I took a shower, and I was like, oh yeah, I'll just go live. I did hear that. Yeah, that's incredible. That's incredible. So he must be looking for, what's interesting is that would imply that these attorneys are going to make buku bucks from representing Jeff. A victim in a criminal case is not going to get, Jeff is not in a position where he's going to get like some $200 million settlement that these attorneys are going. Okay, the crime in this fucking state, this is literally one of the lowest things on the totem pole that could be possible in this state. This is fucking,
and not only that,
actually, literally, the middle of town is called the war zone.
Yeah, well,
literally,
Albuquerque is a freaking little Mexico. But so it's like not only that, but no lawyer would even take his case on contingency because it is not worth their time to go tracking down people who say mean things on the internet.
And imagine being an attorney and hearing all the shit he said before, oh, this person said X, Y, or Z. It's like, holy shit.
Mm-hmm.
Like the stuff he said about calling everybody names and this and that, and just like, I could never represent that dude. He's a fucking degenerate.
Yeah, and nobody would either, because if he ever tried to actually file charges against anybody, all that person would have to do is ask for him to be tested for competency. Case done, thrown out. Nobody would take it because the dude is not competent.
I would take him to go get a drug test if he'd agree to it. There's this place I know near in Albuquerque that would do it for a couple $100, and we could see what he's on. If since he's with the FBI, he should have no problem proving he's not on any federally prohibited drugs, right?
Well, but with him being so close to the FBI, they probably know and approve of whatever he's on. They're gonna just shove that under the rug because he's so in tight with them.
Exactly, because the FBI can just change federal law for Jeff.
Right. It's funny because this dude is so hypocritical and you can't even see it. One minute he's saying that, oh, you're now a person of interest. And the next minute he's saying, I can't tell the FBI what to do. Okay, so then why is it that Constantine has to call you to get off of the persons of interest list, but you can't tell the FBI what to do? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense.
How many of his subs are actually his? Does he? I've seen his channel has actually grown, but I remember it used to be like a big deal about he was accused of bananas. Is that still?
Right. Well,
It's
so
gotta be. I mean, but
I actually posted a video this morning where I was just kind of like trash talking him, whatever, and I mentioned how, you know, he's always bragging about how many subs he has. But when he goes live, he has the same amount of viewers as like Nunya or NTF or
dude,
Matt.
I
And
have.
so these people don't exist.
That's what I'm saying, because he has 3,000 something, and I have like
Mhm.
300 something, and I have 50 some odd viewers, and he usually has like 70. And I'm like, wait a
Right,
minute, that's
same.
weird.
Like
He has
I
like
very rarely will do like post a premiere, because I mostly do videos. But when I do a premiere, I have about, you know, I mean, I guess it's a pretty big range, anywhere between like 30 and 70 viewers. It's not much. I have a very small channel, but I have about 300 subscribers, and he doesn't get that many more viewers than I do. So, you know, whenever he would have gotten all those bananas or whatever, like that would have been before my time because I've been around here for 2 years. But you would think with a channel with that many subs,
look at
he
you,
would have
newbie.
significantly more viewers than you or I or Nunya or NTF or Matt. But he doesn't because those are not real subs. Those are
The
not real
ratio
people.
doesn't work out. And see, he's Gen X, and I don't want to say all Gen X thinks that way. They're smart, but he in particular, wet brain Gen X, they just don't get how we know those things about algorithms and viewership and stuff like that. You know what I mean? He thinks he's actually tricking us. Like, it's just so bad. One thing that I think I'm going to start doing, speaking about content, that might be cool when I get down there, because I'm by all the Indian land down there. There's a bunch of Indian land, so I got this metal detector, and it was on sale, but it's a pretty decent one. And I'm going to be doing a lot of digging on my land, obviously. Well, Jeff's going to be doing the digging for me, so I'll get him out there with the metal detector, and he'll find me some Indian arrowheads or some. All those aren't going to be steel.
Jeff is going to be like your beast of burden or something.
He'll be well. He's already been a burden, so now I need the beast part. I need some labor.
He has never been anything but a burden since the day his mom's womb spit him out. He's been a burden ever since then.
Perhaps so. I don't think I disagree, but so Jen A asked a question about the okay, so yeah, you can drink and stuff. You can drink alcohol while you have a permit, and you can drink in your house and all that stuff. But no, you're not supposed to possess firearms even in your house while you're drinking. It's a second-degree misdemeanor. If you look at my record, I've actually been arrested for that before. I beat the charges. I was carrying a backpack into my house, and it had a gun taken apart in it. And when I got taken in, blah 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 blah. But I was drunk, but I wasn't like waving it around like he was. So no, what he did is technically no, not supposed to happen. But I didn't. You know, there's going to have to be, they're not, if you called, they wouldn't do anything. Like, they're not going to go there and do it. They're not going to go there and arrest him. They're going to, like, Jeff didn't do anything. If he, like, shot off a round
in
in the
Albuquerque area.
Yeah, no, they would never do a thing. But no, technically, based on how the statute, oh yeah, he committed a crime. Like, the reason I got arrested for it is because my ex called, like, sobbing, saying all this crazy stuff. Of course, it got dropped, and it was like, nowhere. There's no restraining order, no nothing. Like, there was nothing. It was a stupid crime. Well, it wasn't a crime the way I did it, because it was just carrying it in the backpack and stuff. But the way Jeff did it, probably I would say it's illegal, but they wouldn't do anything. But that plays into what you were saying, the hypocrisy of it all. I mean, these are things that, like, a normal person, you know, my mom is from Albuquerque. My family, my grandpa lived here from the 50s onward. My family's from here, and he's from here. He should know these things. You know, if he was a cop in the 90s, my mom was born in 74 here. So, you know, like they should be kind of more similar, and he's just a
Wait,
fucking
what was your favorite pet's name when you were a kid? I'm just kidding. Don't answer that, because you're literally telling us all of this information that people can use to get security questions.
I don't care. I don't fucking care. I don't have anything to steal or to get into. I don't have bank accounts or anything. I keep all my stuff. I don't play the game that everybody else does with the rat race of society and stuff. I just want to build my house for me and my daughter and just me and my family live in peace. That's it.
People can't steal that pink shower curtain you've got hanging behind you or whatever that is.
That is, you know what this is? This is a, in my bed, you know, in my trailer, I just want a little privacy. So I like made my bed into another, it's like a room back there. So like when, like if my daughter has a room in the house in Albuquerque, but like in the trailer, if she wants to stay in here, because eventually I'm going to build a house, a tiny home on my land. And then at the trailer, I want her to just be able to have as like a cool little playhouse. And I wanted her to feel like she had a little room back there.
So it's like a bunk on a legit train.
It's just a quilt thing that just blocks. So I'm sitting on, you know, in here, and then the little, like you can see her stuffed animals and stuff are all here. Constantine talked about them, but yeah, just the bed back here, and there might be, I don't know. Oh yeah, gun. Whoops.
Is a gun on your freaking daughter's bed?
Well, my daughter doesn't come to the trailer and stuff, but.
Okay, so I'm gonna hop down, but I put something in the back chat that I wanted to see if you had an answer for.
In the what? The
In
private
the
chat?
back chat, yeah. And you can just tell me yes or no.
Oh, hold on. Oh, that was actually talked about earlier, and the answer is no.
Okay.
On
That's
here.
all I need to know. Yeah.
And there is and I don't know who would, but that's
Yeah. That's all right.
Well, I know the boys would have it. The boys would have it.
Well, they don't.
No way.
Well, yeah, I'm just looking, but I'm gonna hop down. I've got, you know, a little more Jeff trolling that I can probably do before I go to bed.
Well, I'm happy to see it. So I'll stick around and watch what you have.
All right, sounds good. Have a good night.
Take care. Oh, that's right. That's right. I thought Damone liked black girls. That doesn't mean you can't like white girls too. I've been with a couple black girls. Couple. Won't do it again. 3, actually. Or 4. 3 or 4. Spooky. Hell fucking yeah, dude. My daughter's a badass. Like she's bilingual. She knows about guns. She doesn't put up with socialist faggots either. She's half Mexican, so she speaks Spanish. You know, her mom's from Mexico. She didn't even speak English till she was 9 or so. But her mom's smart. She's smart. Haley's family, her mom's family is good. She's good. He's good. We have a good family. We don't have shitheads like Jeff. No degenerate Jews, no fags, no retards. Well, we had a retard. We did have a retard. I don't know what the retardation was, but it was pretty annoying.
Even though you didn't do it right, now go, you know what to do, make the sacrifice properly, and you'll be accepted. There's no problem. What'd Cain do? He was mad as a hornet. He lost his temper. Verse 8, he rose up, found his brother Abel, and killed him. He fell on him and slew him. It said he slew him. He found him in the field and slew him. The word slew is interesting. In the Hebrew, it's the word used for a wolf who leaps up and tears the throat out of its prey, tears the jugular vein open. There was blood all over the floor, all over the ground, wasn't there? It was a bloody death. So he just didn't hit him on the head. I think, I don't know, I'm going to ask Abel when I get to heaven. But I think Cain rose up, grabbed him by the throat, and was so angry he tore his throat out. You say he could. I have seen demons do things you wouldn't believe. When I'm just talking to me a little bit there. Demons are able to do a great deal. And remember, God told him, if you don't do well, a demon is at the door. It evidently got him. It was full of hate, murder. What else would make you turn on your own brother? And then God comes and says, Where is Abel thy brother? Please remember that when God asks questions, he's not asking for information. He already knows. He just wants a personal chance, give them a chance to right something wrong, usually. And he said, well, I don't know who, I'm brother's keeper. And he goes on. Now, Abel was doing right, and Cain wanted the power. Today we're going to talk about the corruption.
Or I know where we're at. Dang it. But right there.
Now, he said, now, Cain, go and make your offering, do it right, and it'll be accepted. Even though you didn't do it right.
Oh, man, it did it again. Sorry. We're almost there.
The word slew is interesting. In the Hebrew, it's the word used for a wolf who leaps up and tears the throat out of its.
We're back here a little bit.
Because everybody is not doing the right thing. Now, he said, now, Cain, go and make your offering, do it right, and it'll be accepted. Even though you didn't do it right, now go, you know what to do, make the sacrifice properly, and you'll be accepted. There's no problem. What'd Cain do? He was mad as a hornet. He lost his temper. Verse 8, he rose up, found his brother Abel, and killed him. He fell on him and slew him. It said he slew him. He found him in the field and slew him. The word slew is interesting. In the Hebrew, it's the word used for a wolf who leaps up and tears the throat out of its prey, tears the jugular vein open. There was blood all over the floor, all over the ground, wasn't there? It was a bloody death. So he just didn't hit him on the head. I think, I don't know, I'm going to ask Abel when I get to heaven. But I think Cain rose up, grabbed him by the throat, and was so angry he tore his throat out. You say he could. I have seen demons do things you wouldn't believe. Well, I'm just talking to me a little bit there. Demons are able to do a great deal. And remember, God told him, if you don't do well, a demon is at the door. It evidently got him. It was full of hate, murder. What else would make you turn on your own brother? And then God comes and says, where is Abel thy brother? Please remember that when God asks questions, he's not asking for information. He already knows. He just wants a personal chance, give them a chance to right something wrong, usually. And he said, well, I don't know who, I'm brother's keeper. And he goes on. Now, Abel was doing right, and Cain wanted the power that came from being in God's good graces. Do people today still want the power of God in their lives? Huh? What's the big hook? You want power in your life? You want power in your life? That's the big call of witchcraft. That's why people get hooked into witchcraft. They're promised power, money, sex, power over other people. You get to be the boss. You get to be the head, not the tail. You didn't know they could quote scripture. They can make it sound real good sometimes. Well, you know what happened to Cain? He got the curse of the vagabond. First curse of the vagabond that's recorded. And he was doomed to wander throughout the earth because he returned evil for good. Abel hadn't done anything bad to him. And Genesis 27, another interesting story. Rebekah and Isaac had twin boys. Esau was the one on whom the blessing was to go. Jacob was the second son, the twin. And you remember the story. Well, Esau was Papa's boy, and Jacob was Mama's boy. Don't ever do that. If you do, show partiality to your children, you're going to mess them up. And here's a perfect example. Isaac catered to Esau. And so Esau was Papa's boy. Esau was the outdoors man, macho man himself, marching out. He was a great hunter, and he went marching out. Jacob wasn't that way at all. And so Rebecca hears Jacob say, Jacob's getting old. Excuse me, not Jacob. Isaac, I'll get it right in a minute. Isaac was almost blind, and he was getting older and older. And so he told Esau, go and get me, go make me some, get me some venison and make it up like I like it and bring it to me because it's time for me to lay my hands on you and give you the blessing. Now, the blessing involved the family priesthood. So Esau went out, and Rebekah got word of what had happened. She called Jacob aside, said, quick, go and get me. Your dad's going to put the blessing on Esau, and he's not going to do it because I'm going to help you get it. I'm running this house. I know what's best. That sound familiar? Some of you ladies looking at me peculiar now. This is what got him in trouble. And she conspired with her son against the other one. And he said, I'm going to fix up what your daddy likes. You go out there and get me a kid goat. I'm going to fix it up. And you take this stew into your daddy, and you tell him you're Esau, and you come for the blessing. He said, well, Mama said he won't believe I'm Esau. He said, Esau's all hairy. Her suit, Hirsute. Now you learn a new word. He's hairy, and I'm smooth. He's slick. Crooked as a barrel of fish hooks. But, and he said he'll recognize me. If he reaches out and touches me, he'll know I'm not Esau, because Esau's got hairy arms on him, you know. She said, don't you worry about it. I'll fix it. You do what I tell you, son. Here's a mama taking over, directing, contrary to God's will, contrary to God's order, and watch what chaos comes out of it. She was doing, she thought she was doing a good thing because she knew that Jacob was supposed to have the blessing. So she thought she'd help God out because, after all, God can't do anything if we don't help him, can he? And every time you get in and try to help God out, what a mess. We've got to learn to get back out of the way and let God tell us what to do, not quit trying to tell him what to do. Don't try to create things with your tongue. All you'll create is a forest fire. It'll burn everything up. You get back out of the way and find out what God's doing and flow with him. Don't try to direct God. That's the biggest mistake you can make. Anyway, the upshot of it was, she said, she got some goat skins and covered his arms. Said, now when your daddy says, hold your arm out, you hold that out. So he went in there and he said, I'm Esau. That's what Mama told him to say, so that's what he did. She said, well, you sound. He said, well, here, put your arm out, son. He rubbed his arm. He said, you know, you sound like Jacob, but you feel like Esau. He said, yeah, you better give me the blessing. He said, okay. So he laid hands on him, gave him the blessing. Esau came back. Guess what? The blessing was gone. But Esau was a profane man. That's why God let it slip. You say, well, they got the right thing done, even kind of cheated a little bit on the side. Yeah. Remember, this is Rebekah's favorite son. Esau said, I'm going to kill him. I'm going to kill him. His daddy died. And it says Esau comforted himself with the thought, as soon as the days of mourning are over, I'm going to kill that rascal. I'll get him for that. He's not going to have that blessing. I'm going to kill him. It'll be mine. Rebekah got wind of it. She said, quick, run over to my brother Laban and stay with him just a little while till your brother kind of cools off. Then I'll send word you can come back. She was dead and in her grave before he came back. She never saw him again. One penalty you'll pay when you interfere with God's word, you'll lose the very thing that you're trying to do. And Jacob went through hell and back over at Uncle Laban's. Of course, they kind of deserved each other. They crooked each other, you know. Laban was crooked as Jacob. They were really kinfolks, I'll tell you. Jacob would crook Laban a while, and then Laban would crook him. He said, I'll give you this daughter if you work 7 years. He said, okay. He pawned off, the plane went on him. Had a real pretty girl that Jacob fancied. And he had one gal, I guess she's kind of plain, an unclaimed blessing. Nobody got her. And so he just pawned her off on him, put her in the wedding dress. Lo and behold, married her off to the wrong one. He had to work. He came back and he complained. He said, hey, you gave me the wrong woman. He said, oh, well, okay, you can have the other another 7 years, please. And he had to pay. This is part of Mama's doings. She helped him out. If you got a mama like that, you'll have lots of these too. But you say, but don't blame it all on Mama. You bring on some of it yourself. And Jacob, remember, met Esau. It was a climbing for power, a greed for power. Now, we got plenty of time. We're working. I'm going to make it through. Jude 1:11. That ought to be easy to find. It only has one chapter. It's right in front of the book of Revelation. And don't say Revelations. Look at your Bible. It says the revelation of Jesus Christ. Well, yours may say the revelation of John, the divine or something. But the whole book is the revelation of Jesus Christ. That's what the whole book's about. Jude, the 11th verse. Woe unto them. They've gone into the way of Cain, ran greedily after the heir of Balaam for reward, and perished in the gainsaying of Korah. We talked about Cain. Of course, Balaam, you know, he tried to sell God's people out for money. And then they perished in the gainsaying of Korah. In the New Testament, it's spelled C-O-R-E. If you go to the Old Testament, it's K-O-R-A-H. And that's in Numbers 16. The tribe of Levi, God told Moses to set apart Aaron and his sons, his brother Aaron, and his sons to be the high priest in Israel. Well, they had a little disagreement. And there were 3 men, said, foul ball. Moses just setting his family in. Our boys are just as fine as Aaron's. And they were all puffed out of shape about it. This is Numbers 16, verse 6. And riled Moses up somewhat. And he, on verse 6, he says, take censers, Korah and all his company, put fire in them, put incense in them, and before the Lord tomorrow. And it shall be that the man whom the Lord does choose shall be holy. And notice what Moses says, you take too much upon you, you sons of Levi. Boy, what it is, it's a grab for power. They saw this as an opportunity for power. Didn't make any difference as God's order was being violated. This happens all the time. There are people who grab for power in churches. They grab for power in families. They want to go outside of God's established order, and every time it's disaster. They want to set apart God's word and not pay attention to it. And Moses just called his hand and said, you take too much on yourself, you sons of Levi. And then down in verse 9, Moses said, seemeth it but a small thing to you that the God of Israel separated you from the congregation of Israel to bring you near to himself, to do service of the tabernacle of the Lord, and to stand before the congregation to minister for them? And he has brought you near to him and to all the brethren, the sons of Levi, with you, and seek ye the priesthood also. He said, you've already been called out and set apart, but they weren't satisfied. What does that remind you of? Isaiah 14. Lucifer had the high position of the anointed cherub that covered the holiness of the throne of God. The scripture says of him that he did not have to sing. Music was built into him so that his very being was a living song of praise to God. He's still an expert musician, and he's still manipulating music to use it, but it's using it on the dark side now. Now, Lucifer was not contented with all that. He had a high position as one of the archangels. There are three, as far as we know, three archangels. And he was one of them, but that wasn't enough. He wanted more. He wanted to be like the Most High. Isn't that a move that's on today? You'll be Christ, you'll be like Christ. Does that sound familiar? When you hear that, watch it. You know, the three deadly things started in the Garden of Eden. Ye shall not surely die. Remember, if we eat the fruit, the day we eat it, we'll die, Eve told the serpent. He said, no. Is that what they told you? No, that's not the way it is. You will not surely die. You will not sin by doing it. And ye shall be as gods. Now, when you hear that, you shall not surely sin. You come to our church, you can get sanctified, and you'll never sin again. That started in the Garden of Eden. You shall not sin. Ye shall not die. You're going to live forever. There's going to be a company that's on the earth, and they're going to overcome the earth. And when everybody else dies off, they'll march on to victory. They'll even go into hell and preach them out of hell right into Jesus' arms. He never could do it, but they'll take care of it for him. That's being taught far and wide. By the way, that's cloaked under some of this other teaching we've been striking at. That's where they're heading for. They may not have told you yet, but I read ahead of them, and I know where they're going. I know what their books are saying. But they're not telling you that yet. They got to get you prepared to swallow it. And ye shall be as gods. They'll march through the earth, and nothing can stand before us. And what they do, they go over there, those witnesses, you know, the two witnesses that God has during the tribulation, and who stand up and they can't kill them. They're like gods, aren't they? For a season. I don't know. You can't exactly say where they get all this stuff, because they pick a piece here and a piece there and a piece there and they put it together. Like somebody said, a giraffe looks like it was put together by a committee. You know, it just doesn't look like anything else you ever saw. And that's the way some of these doctrines look like. They're jigsaw puzzled together. It's unbelievable. They don't follow the flow of Scripture or the flow of revelation. In the Scripture, well, I had a revelation. Somebody handed me a book the other night. A woman who's been to hell and back. Said Jesus was appearing to her one time for 40 days every night. He appeared to her. Well, I thought, well, something did. And it probably said it was Jesus, and she probably didn't know any better. Because when Jesus starts appearing like that, I wonder why. I wonder why. He didn't appear like that to the others. It was very seldom, and when it was, it produced real results. But you see, if you don't pay attention to the Bible, you can get along with most anything. You swallow just about anything. I ought not do this. But before I get completely delivered, I better do it. I just heard this. I'm going to steal it from somebody. There was a blind rabbit and a blind snake in the same cage. And neither one of them had ever seen each other, so they didn't know what they looked like. So the rabbit said, well, I wish I knew what I was and how I looked. And the snake said, well, I'll tell you what, I'll feel of you and find out what you're like. So he slithered all around him, you know, and went all over and said, when he got through, he said, well, you've got long ears and you're all soft and furry and you've got a cotton tail. He said, I bet you're a rabbit. He said, well, maybe so. And the snake said, well, I wonder what I am. He said, well, let me check you out. So the rabbit checked him out. When he got through, he said, my, you've got the biggest mouth I ever saw. And said, you're all slick and slimy, and you're covered with diamonds. You're a TV preacher. That was kind of ugly, I'll have to admit. I thought it was funny. Korah and his friends came out, and he had two buddies with him. And verse 11 says, for which cause both thou and all thy company are gathered together against the Lord. And what is Aaron that you're murmuring against him? Why are you fussing at him? He's nobody. He's just the man God said to put in this position. Then Moses sent to call Dathan and Abiram, that's the other two fellas. And he said, you come on up here where I'm talking to Korah. They sent word back, we will not come up. You're not going to order us around. And then they proceed to bawl him out. They said, is it a small thing? You say, is it a small thing that we are taking the attitude we are? Well, is it a small thing that you brought us out of the land of Egypt and we're supposed to bring in land flowing with milk and honey and to kill us out here in the wilderness and then to make yourself a prince over us? Is that a small thing, Moses? You're so smart, Alec. We'll tell you all. Let them talk on. They dig in their grave. They don't know it, but they are. And they said, moreover, you haven't brought us into the land flowed with milk and honey, and you didn't give us inheritance of fields and vineyards. And when you put out the eyes of these men, you think we're going to not close our eyes so we don't see anything? We will not come up. Well, Moses was wroth, and he said to the Lord, respect not their offering. Ooh, I would want him praying for me like this. I have not taken one ass from them. I haven't taken anything from them. Haven't hurt one of them. So what are they doing? They're returning evil for good. That is one of the deadliest things you can do. And Moses said to Korah, be thou and all thy company before the Lord, thou and they and Aaron tomorrow. Let every man take his censer, put incense in them, and bring to the Lord every man his censer. In verse 17, 250 censers, thou also and Aaron, each of you his censer. So they took them, put fire and incense in them, stood in the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. Now, verse 19, and Korah gathered all the congregation against them to the door of the tabernacle. He got the whole crowd. I mean, he had the whole crowd with him. He took a vote, and they were all for him. Moses didn't have he didn't have a chance. He was voted down. The majority was wrong again, as they always have been. And they stand there, and the glory of the Lord appeared to the congregation. Well, that kind of put a chill on things. They weren't quite prepared for that. The glory of the Lord came down behind Moses and them. And I don't know what that looked like, but it was something else. If you run the references on glory of God, you'll find out it's Jesus. He's the glory of God. Now, the Lord spake to Moses there and said, separate yourselves from among this congregation that I may consume them. He said, I'm going to kill the whole shooting match. Get you and your families away from them, and I'm going to wipe out the rest. I mean, he was fixing to have a mass funeral. He was fixing to kill off over 2.5 million people right there in the desert. I think he was a little stirred up, wouldn't you think? And the Lord spoke to Moses, and they fell on their faces and said, oh God, the spirit of all, shall one man sin and you be wroth with all the congregation? Said, these people are just simpletons, poor ignorant things. This one man stirred up the whole thing. You're going to kill off the whole bunch because of ignorance of one? So then Moses said, speak to the congregation, tell them to get away from all the tabernacle, the tents of Korah, Dathan, and Abiram. And so they did. And they said, get away from the tents of these wicked men, verse 26, and touch nothing of theirs, lest you be consumed in their sins. God's fixing to. Well, I'll tell you what, it divided and they started moving. They swapped sides. And so, if you gather up a bunch against the people of God, don't you count on them standing with you when the showdown comes. When the judgment of God rattles, they'll take off and leave you high and dry. You'll be by yourself. That's what these men were. And so these men came and stood in the door of their camp, in the door of their thing. And notice they were there with their wives, their sons, and their little children, standing in the doorway of their tent, and the whole congregation was moved back away from them. And then what happened? The ground opened up and swallowed them. And let me see what else. Moses said, if they died the death of normal men, God didn't send me. I'm a liar. I'm a false prophet. if they die like everybody else. But if the Lord makes a new thing and the earth open up her mouth and swallow them all with everything they've got down quick into the pit, you'll understand these men have provoked the Lord. Can you hear the gasp going through the crowd? What did he say? Oh, my Lord. You don't reckon it'll happen, will you? And then crumble, crumble, shoo, right down in the pit. Well, I'll tell you, that brought a worship service. That brought a worship service. They all hit the faces, and they repented quickly. But the three that were the ringleaders in it were gone. Now, I was going to hit Saul and David, but again, Saul was envious of David, and he got into all kinds of trouble. But I want to get over to the New Testament quick, because somebody's going to say, well, he just used the Old Testament. No. Acts chapter 8. There was a certain man called Simon who used sorcery and bewitched the people. Acts 8, chapter 8, verse 9. Bewitched the people of Samaria, giving out that he himself was some great one, to whom they all gave heed, from the least to the greatest, saying, this man is the great power of God. To him they had regard, because that of a long time he'd bewitched them with sorceries. But when they believed Philip preaching the things concerning the kingdom of God in the name of Jesus Christ, they were baptized, both men and women. Now notice this significant verse, verse 13. Then Simon himself did what? He believed also, he was baptized, and he continued with Philip. This bird got saved. He was a witch, but he got saved. He had some grave clothes with him. They're going to have him give him some trouble. And he wandered about following Peter and Philip, and was watching the miracles they were doing. Now, when the apostles heard they'd received the word of God, they sent Peter and John over to check it out. Verse 15, when they came, they prayed for them they might receive the Holy Ghost, for he's not yet fallen on them. They'd just been baptized in the name of Jesus, repentance, and then they laid their hands on them, and they received the Holy Ghost. How could you see they received the Holy Ghost? Did you see him come down? Yeah, he was like that. No. They broke out and began to speak in other tongues. That's how they knew. They knew. Because in verse 18 it says, when Simon saw that through the laying on of the apostles' hands the Holy Ghost was given, he came and said, boy, these boys have got it. And he offered him money to give him this privilege. He wanted to have a franchise. Well, he was used to this type of thing in witchcraft. You know, you sell your services. You pay so much, you can have a curse said or whatever you need. You know, they can produce it for a certain amount of money. So he just figured this is more the same. He had his grave clothes on. But I have to go back to the fact that he believed. He believed. Now, he said, give me this power so when I lay hands on someone, they'll receive the Holy Ghost. And Peter wasn't very loving. He said, thy money perish with thee, because you thought the gift of God could be purchased with money. He should have said, you've got to vow a vow. And I'll hold the money while God's fulfilling the vow. No. He said, your money perished with you. Shame on you. You thought the gift of God could be bought with money. Oh, how disgusting. You have neither part nor lot in this matter. And the business of receiving this gift, no way. Or your heart's not right in the sight of God. Repent, therefore, of this wickedness. Pray God will forgive the thought of your heart. And I perceive you're in the gall. He went on to discern demons. How about that? You're in the gall of bitterness and the bond of iniquity. Now notice, Simon didn't say, well, I'll just go somewhere else to church. Don't talk to me and tell me I have demons. Forget it. Don't talk to me like that. I don't have to put up with that. I'm going over to Reverend Sweet's church. He feeds people on a sweet diet and love. Reverend Agape Syrup was over there too. He dispenses it all the time. Soothing syrup. All your aches and pains. No. What did he do? He said, pray ye to the Lord for me that none of these things come. It jolted him and said, please pray for me. In Acts 13, we find a different one. Another sorcerer. And by the way, people, we're going to be running into more and more of this. Satan worship, witchcraft. People are breaking loose out of this stuff. They're coming, trying to find help. And most of the churches having a ghost of a notion what to do with them. And you need to get yourself shored up and ready to go because it's going to hit like a plague when these people begin to come loose from that thing. When they'd gone through the Isles of Paphos, a certain sorcerer, false prophet, a Jew, his name was Bar-Jesus, and he was with a deputy of the country, Sergius Paulus, a prudent man, and he called for Barnabas and Saul to come. He wanted to hear the word of God. But Elymas, here he is, the sorcerer, what did he do? He withstood them and tried to keep the deputy from hearing them. Does that sound familiar? Do you ever have somebody wanted to know about deliverance and somebody jumped in between trying to keep you from doing it? Some of them are called preachers. Oh, you don't want to go over there. You know, you'll pick up all kinds of wild stuff. Well, if I lived in the weed patch, I wouldn't be worried about picking up another weed or two. My. It's time for the Church of God to get back to its inheritance, which is deliverance from evil spirits, and to clear the fog and not make more. Well, he withstood them. And Paul, it's also called Paul. Now he was the great one. Now he's called little one. Was filled with the Holy Ghost. He set his eyes on him. Oh, I'd hate for him to turn his eyes on me like that. He said, oh, full of all subtlety and all mischief. He didn't say he just had one or two. He just said, you're full of it. Thou child of the devil. Now, notice that wasn't said of the other guy. But of this one, he calls him a child of the devil. What did Jesus say? Ye say you're of Abraham. I say ye are of your father, the devil. By the way, you young people out there, if you decide, well, he's just so nice or she's so sweet and so pretty, and you decide to ignore God's rules about not being unequally yoked with unbelievers, decide to go all off and marry them. When you marry a child of the devil, you will have trouble with the father-in-law. A child of the devil has the devil for their father-in-law, and you will have eternal trouble with that. Some people can sit here, they're sitting there, some of them have gray hair. Oh, have I ever found that out? All these years I've lived with the devil. You say, well, maybe they'll get saved. Well, I hope you last longer than they do. How many gallons of tears have I seen shed on my shoulder in my office with people? Well, I thought sure he'd change. I thought she would get right. He did come to church with me 5 times before we got married. He said he liked it, but he didn't go back anymore. Congratulations, you bit on the oldest hook in the country. All the devil had to do is bait it with a piece of old rotten meat, and you bit. No. It's better to be single than to wish you were. I see I don't have to explain that. All right, let's go right on. Oh, full of subtlety and all mischief, thou child of the devil, thou enemy of all righteousness, wilt thou not cease to pervert the right ways of the Lord? He said, you are a mess. You're nothing but just a rotten, no good. You're blocking and trying to block everything. And now, behold, the hand of the Lord is upon thee, and thou shalt be blind, not seeing the sun for a season. We'll just shut off your lights, boy. And then the deputy, when he saw what was done, believed and was astonished at the doctrine of the Lord. Now, of course, he should have said, now, Brother Elymas, we need to sit down and let us explain to you what we're doing. I'm sure it's just a mild misunderstanding. You don't understand. We've come to peddle love. And I'm sure if you understood our denominational position, then you would know that it would be all right. And we just like to sit down and try to reason out. Maybe we can work out a compromise where you can speak on our program, we'll speak on yours. Paul wasn't interested. I think Rob said the first time that a lot of these people run around today, and this is the third ecumenical movement I can remember. And in my lifetime, an ecumenical movement is where you put everybody under one blanket. And that's where you tie the bulldog's tail and the tomcat's tail together and you hang them over a clothesline. And they'll eat each other up every time. It's better for the bulldog to go his way and the tomcat to go his way. They'll get along far better that way than when you try to tie them up. You've got union, but no unity. And they're trying to do that again. And of course, the big ploy is, come over and brother, let's lay aside our differences. Just lay those old doctrines aside. They don't believe anything, so they have nothing to contribute. They want you to unload all the precious truths of Scripture and the moral virtues of Scripture and the rules and everything else that God gives. They want you to give all that up so they can give you their nothing. And you can have nothing like they do. What a thrill, huh? You're better off just to stay with the Word of God and say, well, if you believe like that, brother, go ahead. But I will go this way. Thank you. We are talking about power, the grab for power, and spiritual power has a lure about it. And if you won't qualify for God's power and you want to take a shortcut, the devil's shortcut is witchcraft. And that's what's operating in a lot of churches. They're using witchcraft methods and they think it's the Lord. It's sad. Because religious spirits will come flooding right in if you let them. A while ago, the girls sang, by my request, they sang that song about heaven because I liked it. Touched my heart and I want to be stirred up when I hit here. And that song touches my heart. Now, we sang that a couple of workshops, they sang a couple of workshops ago, and the lid blew off this place. And we couldn't get back, we couldn't get under control of anything but the Holy Spirit for a couple of hours. We didn't have our program was just totally messed up. But God's program rolled full speed. People got happy and shouted all over the place. We couldn't get back on track. Now, if I'd have been a fool, I'd say, girls, sing that thing until it happens again. But you see, today, that wasn't what God wanted. I think the song's what he wanted, but I deliberately put it in there because I wanted to show you. You don't try to have it happen again. You don't put God on the spot and think you'll create a climate where God's got to do something. You just roll along, let God do what he wants to. And then when he does what he wants to, he'll take you by surprise and it'll be better than you ever could plan. We've got to realize over in 1 Peter, the 4th chapter and the first 5 verses, you need to meditate on those. As much as Christ has suffered for us in the flesh, even so, likewise, arm yourselves with the same mind. For he that has suffered in the flesh has ceased from sin. A man some years back, many years ago, told me what that scripture meant. I'd never paid any attention to it. I'd read it and reread. I don't mean I hadn't paid attention. I just read over it and it never clicked. If you cease from sin, you will suffer. You say, well, I know if you quit cigarettes, you go through a misery. If you quit anything that's sinful that's got a hold of your life, you're going to hurt. Isn't that what he says? He that has suffered in the flesh has what? Ceased from sin. There'll be an area, when you let go of an area and let the Lord take it over, there's going to be a certain amount of pain. You say, well, why would you have that? Well, if you have a rotten tooth that's driving you nuts, after you walk the floors 3 or 4 nights and it doesn't stop, when the dentist pulls it out, it hurts, doesn't it? But, oh, it feels better than it did, right? What happens? It heals up. We've got to ask God, arm ourselves this mind to get rid of these demons, get rid of these sins and the besetting things and get rid of them, even though we know it's going to involve suffering. And the reason for this is that he should no longer live the rest of his time in the flesh to the lust of the strong desires of men, but to the will of God. That's the purpose of it. To get rid of our sin, to unload our sin, get rid of the demons that drive us in order that we might live our lives under the power of the will of God. In times past, it's sufficient, he said, to have wrought the will of the Gentiles. We walked in lasciviousness, lust, excessive wine, revelings, banquetings, abominable idolatry. And he says they think it's strange that you run not with them. The same it says, speaking evil of you. Well, there we are. If you want power, you can have it, but only on God's terms. How do you get power? The best way to do is start out by giving yourself completely to the Lord and letting him decide how much you're ready for. If you're not ready for it, he's not going to give it to you. The devil will give it to you anytime you ask. Because you know he has an ask and you shall receive program too, but you pay for it.
Orquesta Richard Ewes.
Yo quiero caramelo. Yo quiero caramelo. Yo quiero caramelo. Yo quiero caramelo.
Hi, I'm George Norrie, and welcome to our Coast to Coast AM YouTube channel. Have fun, tell your friends, and share us with everyone. You can also find us on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, and Coast to Coast AM's mobile app. And always remember to log on to our website at coasttocoastam.com for daily articles, the best paranormal information, and all you need to know about your favorite guests. And now you can become a Coast Insider directly through the Coast mobile app. We welcome our international listeners and even offer a free 2-week trial. So don't delay. Become an insider today.
And for George Norrie, this is Ian Punnett. John Rhodes is a researcher. He is known affectionately as the Crypto Hunter, and he joins us now on Coast to Coast. Hi, John.
Hi, Ian. How are you doing this evening?
I'm doing great. I loved reading through your website, and I can tell, I mean, there's like a line where it's like, okay, that's really interesting, dotted line, and then big black line I can't seem to get over. So I look forward to having this conversation with you tonight, and thank you for your patience in advance.
No problem at all. I look forward to talking with you and listening to questions from the audience, of course.
Good. Because your basic FAQ page is good. The website, reptoids.com, can be linked up to it, coasttocoastam.com. And you can contact him there, and you can see what he reads, and you can find out a lot more about his research. But let's just start at the beginning. Okay, so I imagine there has to be some sort of lineage, some sort of origin story, something that you link that brings us back to how is it that reptile-like alien creatures are here with us, coexisting, but mostly underground?
Well, that's the key question. It looks like, our Earth produces some quite fantastic creatures over time, like you were just mentioning with the starfish, the bodiless brain walking around on two legs.
It's so freaky. It's just so weird. I mean, it's like there's that Ray Milland movie I keep thinking about, right? Or whatever.
Yeah, with Rosie Greer.
Yeah, exactly. All right. So you think, yeah, we're learning about that, right? So what can you verify?
The real backbone to when I started getting seriously involved in this is of course listening to the patterns of individuals and their abductions or their sightings back in the very early 1990s. I kind of listened to what they had to say, and I heard that it was different than what everybody else was talking about. And I went on the internet, what was the internet at that time, and there was absolutely zero mention of reptilians on the internet. It was quite remarkable. And I was thinking, well, why hasn't anybody at least talked about this? And what I found is that these cases, when you started pursuing the science behind it and the potential for these creatures being here, these beings, I should respectfully say, that there was a paleontologist by the name of Dale Russell. And Dale Russell was approached by NASA and asked about what would aliens look like on a different planet. And what he did with his associate up in the Museum of Canada, up in Ottawa, the Museum of Nature up in Ottawa, they produced a model of what the dinosaur called Troodon, which was walking upright on two legs, and he had a nice grasping thumb. It was kind of unusual. And his brain was starting to get larger than the other dinosaurs. He was walking up on two legs. His eyes were coming from this, over time, they could tell the eyes were moving more towards each other, allowing stereo vision, which allows you to have better depth perception. And what he did is he produced this model and presented it to NASA, and it was basically of a humanoid reptile. And he said, given the morphological changes over time that we can see, if the dinosaurs had not been wiped out, almost, because birds survived, or dinosaurs that became the birds.
Right, right.
What would these creatures look like? And the model was this very striking image. And I looked at it and I couldn't believe it. I actually called him up and I said, Mr. Russell, I said, it's hard to believe that these things could be the way they are, and I'm interested in researching this. And he was very open and talked about the difficulties he encountered from his fellow colleagues. And he said to me towards the end of the conversation that really the pursuit of this question would not be professionally economical, which means that you're going to be finding it hard as a
You're going to be hounded.
Yes, you're going to be finding it hard to pay your bills as a scientist if you start pursuing this line of thought. And not only were NASA involved, also over in Los Alamos in the 1980s, they had a fellow colloquium meeting to discuss extraterrestrials, which included Frank Drake. And they actually addressed the whole issue of Dale Russell's dinosauroid. They called it the dinosauroid. And they said this could potentially be something that we're looking at on another planet. But then I started thinking, well, wait a minute, some of the most ancient records here on Earth talk about reptiles that had a humanoid form, or at least could talk. And I mean, biblically, they received these stories from ancient times, to say what kind of truth is in this little nugget here.
Right.
Because remember, the original religious text that the Jews had, they actually talk about the serpent in the Garden of Eden as having 2 legs of a man and 2 arms of a man that could actually run through the garden after Adam, threateningly.
Right.
And they say he was as tall as a camel. So when I started hearing these scientific reports projecting what would have happened, and then we know the birds survived, and they flourished, and they diversified considerably over time, and they don't look like dinosaurs like we would think dinosaurs would look like. Then it started occurring to me, but maybe we're getting something where we have a remote group of these creatures who may have also survived underground in an environment that reptiles are quite used to, and could they have evolved over time parallel to mankind on the surface? And this seemed to fit a lot of the mythologies that we had, ranging from Near Eastern to Middle Eastern to Asian, and also to Western mythologies or religions, and the books that talked about the ancient times. And that's really kind of what pushed me further and further into the question.
Well, so there's a difference, as you know, between the age of reptiles and the age of dinosaurs, right? Hundreds of millions of years between those two things. Largely, reptiles got wiped out after the age of reptiles, except for those that had gone underground. And the same thing's true in the age of dinosaurs. There were more than just birds, but not many species that burrowed and had found a way to survive the end of the age of dinosaurs, where they reemerged and then began the all of the branches from there came from those creatures. Some of those include crocodiles and alligators and other things that we know of, but there's a handful of other species. So that is an interesting theory, that underground, things survive. But tell me about this concept, though, that a reptile with a developing brain and is it bicameral vision would be able to walk on 2 legs. Is there any evidence that particular dinosaur ever lived underground?
The Troodon was already walking on 2 legs. A lot of people don't realize most of the dinosaurs were going into bipedalism.
Right. Well, a lot of them were, right? And especially even the ones that walked on all 4s still fed by leaning backward and depending on their back legs. But let's not miss the question. Is there any evidence that says the Troodon at any time was living under the ground?
No, there isn't any evidence of that.
Okay.
But we've got to remember that most reptiles do seek cover under some sort of shelter. They're not just sleeping out in the open all the time. And
Well,
they're
right.
ectothermic, so they've got to preserve their body temperatures.
Yeah, no, I
And
totally get
if
that.
they're underground, we've just barely skimmed the surface of our planet. We haven't even walked on every meter of our planet. So there's an entire underworld under our feet that's unexplored. 1/2000th of the Earth's surface actually has entrances into caverns and caves.
Yeah.
And most people don't go into those caverns and caves. And ever since the 1988 Federal Cave Resources Act went into effect, that basically made it forbidden for people to go walking into caves without a federal cave expert.
Sure.
And they say if you do, you can go to jail.
No, interesting, but to the degree that it is germane to the actual creature. So, and this is, again, this is my skepticism showing, but if it's, so there are evolutionary motives, right? There are forces that impact species. And I'm trying to figure out what in this concept of reptiles going underground and continuing to pursue bipedalism and that they had, as you said, sort of rudimentary opposing thumbs and that they had a developing brain. Why were they morphing? What was being exerted on them that they would continue to morph as though they were living on the surface?
I think that we're talking about a convergence, an evolutionary convergence, which means that the environment itself has pressures on the physical form that tend to push things in different ways.
Right. Lack of oxygen, lack of food. That sort of thing.
And, there's a paleontologist by the name of Simon Conway over in England, and he believes that reptiles and humans have also achieved a convergent evolution over time. And so we've got other scientists that look at these body forms and they go, well, morphological changes happen over time. Sometimes, according to the teachings of evolution, we get these periods called punctuated equilibriums.
Sure.
Which is a scientific term meaning that
Right.
evolution, some process happens on the planet to where things can change shape rather quickly. The sea anemone is one. That used to be like these spiny little creatures. They are the spiny little creatures you don't dare step on. I've stepped on quite a few, pulled those thorns out, those spikes. But a long time ago, they were rather flowery, beautiful creatures. And then it seems like overnight, all around the planet, they changed, not just in one area, but all around the planet. And so these periods are very fast. It's not slow change over long periods of time, but very fast changes. And we're all under these pressures in our environments, and even humans, if you could speed it up, I'm sure have made the same type of changes in body size. I mean, you go to London and some of these older villages over in Europe, and you notice the houses are some of them are rather small, and the front doors are rather small, and you're like, why is everything so small? It's because a long time ago, we didn't have 6-foot average heights or 5-foot.
Right.
And it just wasn't that way.
Yeah. And of course, the British are notoriously poor basketball players. So we would agree that there are evolutionary needs, right? Which then it changes the pigment of our human skin, those people living closer to the equator. We see blind fish in the deepest ocean develop lights on top of their head to attract prey, which then they're able to sense and then eat. It would make no sense for a crocodile or an alligator to develop a light on the top of its head if it didn't produce more food or attract a mate or whatever. So part of me struggles with this concept of how was it then that these reptoids developed and or continued to flourish under the ground to the point where, as you suggest, they have evolved. So let's put that aside for now. That having been said, explain what you think the qualitative research that you've done, all of the interviews, the collection of stories, what does it indicate to you about what's going on underneath our feet?
Well, it's twofold, I believe, or almost threefold. First of all, we have our own military-industrial complex dug in around the planet. And we're talking about thousands of underground bases, not just a few, I'm talking thousands. And it's not only here in the United States, in some of the other developed countries, and perhaps even undeveloped countries, they have them. So we use that because our military has learned a long time ago the best place to hang out is underground. In World War I and a lot in World War II, a lot of the war was fought in underground tunnels and underground bases that the Nazis had. That's one of the things about World War II we don't see very often in the movies. I've got, reports of some of these underground bases are quite large.
Right.
And
I agree.
For example, I'll just give you a quick one here. A lot of people don't realize. In a newspaper report in 1946 in the St. Louis Star and Times, they said that a gentleman by the name of Zantaro Tanaka, he was 26, a Japanese corporal. He was caught in Korea by the Soviets in 1945. He said, I'll read it here. I was blindfolded and put on a train. We rode all night. The next day we were unloaded in Iman, and that's the name of the town. The name of the town has actually changed since then. We were hauled into trucks and pointed outside the city, given shovels and put to work. 50,000 prisoners were scooping the earth from a gigantic plane there to make an underground airport. There were 80 radiating runways, each 1,000 meters or 3,280 feet in length. And they said about 1/3 of the prisoners died building it. And this was on the Soviet-China border.
Right.
So that gives you an idea in 1945 of the kind of places they were building. Now we're talking about a hub-shaped circular airport or military installation that has runways faced in all directions, 80 of them. So they can just fire out aircraft like unbelievable, like the Thunderbirds in the old TV show.
Thunderbirds are go.
Yeah, Thunderbirds go. So when you hear of that and then you put it together with the fact that ever since then, I've read newspaper reports talking about large dirigibles in World War II being stored underground in large underground hangars. I haven't heard of any of those ever being discovered or talked about. So we have all kinds of strange things going on underground by our own military. On top of that, we have perhaps extraterrestrials who are visiting the planet, and I just can't seem to reason why they would come such great distances only to hang out for a day or two and then head back home. At least we knew when we were watching Star Trek, those guys would set up some sort of monitoring base where they couldn't be seen so they could watch the inhabitants of the planet and study them. And I believe to some great extent that's also happening.
Okay.
How long some of these extraterrestrials have been here, I don't know. They may have had generations of them born on the planet that think that this is also their home planet because this is where they were born. So that could be happening.
Okay, but let's pause that. So the idea of the U.S. military or any military around the world building underground bases makes sense, right? I mean, especially because of aerial bombing.
Correct.
In World War II, you went underground. Not the Pentagon does not list every installation, and many of them are very intricate to the degree that they could support, hundreds of thousands of people or a very complex life. I don't know, but they seem very kind of functional. So they were functional to the point where It could be a plane. It could be a dirigible. It could be a train that came in and out. It could be a lot of things. And it was, and there were people who were POWs. Obviously, a lot of Jews were forced to dig and build and reinforce these underground bunkers for the Nazis themselves to survive or attempt to win the war, even if it was just for testing organizations. But that still doesn't put me closer to the concept of what's your vision then for these reptilians? What would, are you saying they take over the vacant bases? I mean, that's what I'm trying to understand, the connection
I believe that we have our own underground bases, but there are also probably very remote locations in which these craft fly from, also using the underground to shield themselves from being monitored by satellites or anything else. For us to see lights in the sky, we are just automatically assuming that if they outperform our aircraft and people say they're anomalous, that they must come from outside our planet or from another dimension. We have, since the 1930s, been redirected. Back in the old days, literature used to be filled with, oh, what's living underground? What kind of monsters? What kind of lost civilizations? And all of a sudden, the entire subject matter of phenomenon changed, and we were looking off our planet. And I really believe it's kind of a form of a distraction where they say, look off our planet and think about the subject matter. Meanwhile, what's happening here underground on our own planet?
As I was reading your website, again, we're talking with John Rhodes. You can link up to him at coasttocoastam.com and go take a look at the stories he's collected and the research that he has done on the subject of reptoids, especially those that live in these complicated or sophisticated communities underground. I agree that it's the stuff. I mean, as I was reading, I thought this is the stuff of Jules Verne.
Yeah.
Right. This is the stuff of H.G. Wells, to name two original authors on subjects like this. So
Arthur C. Clarke. Let me just jump in real quick. Arthur C. Clarke, when he wrote his book Childhood's End, he refers to the alien that came down to Earth as looking like the devil, and our classical descriptions of the devil are of a reptile talking. And the old descriptions, like I said, are also of them walking.
Well, I get that, but remember that the other part of that Genesis narrative, of which I am very familiar, is that God created all of the creatures in the Garden of Eden, without exception. So, there is no discussion of a serpentine-like creature coming down from heaven, entering into the otherwise perfect garden. I'll grant you, he's the only one. That serpent is the only thing that is mentioned as having the ability to talk or to communicate. But that's kind of part of the story, right?
That's just kind of part of the story. We don't, remember these guys that wrote these religious works a long time ago, they were taking information that they were provided and writing it down in some sort of a digestible manner. And when they composed the Bible, they were basically including all of these myths from all around the world and trying to find out the common denominators between all of them so they could invite members of other religions over to the Christian religion. Because, you have, in Babylon, you have a guy that was swallowed by a fish, but we have that story as well.
Well, that predates Christianity, though. So
that predates.
Right. So but to make that point, it wasn't all over the world. It was all over the region that God took different names in different forms. And so this, in order to include every group, they're all kind of mashed in there together under the understanding that they're different names for the same thing. And so, the Babylonian exile is a good example. There are other myths about Babylonian exile. There's other myth about a giant fish, a Noah narrative. I mean, there's all sort of a flood, obviously. I mean, all sorts of it. But, okay, again, tell me the vision of what you think is going on underneath our feet right now.
Well, I think that we have small groups of advanced cultures, human and non-human, living underground. And they feel very well preserved down there. If anything happens, like some sort of cosmic disaster, where everybody on Earth is destroyed from a comet or something like that hitting the planet, they're going to survive because they're underground. I think that most of them have retreated under there, if not for safety from the environment, from safety from us, because we are one vicious animal species group on the planet.
Yeah, we're the most dangerous anyway. What about...
what I read on Facebook someday, you know...
Yeah, no, I'm with you there. If we go by social media, we are the most vicious.
Hey, listen, when the aliens drive past Earth, they lock their doors, you know?
That's funny. All right, but if we're talking about the Troodon and then the Troodon's descendants, if it continued to grow underground when the above ground dinosaurs have been wiped out, what would be the reason? Are you how is it that civilization goes on to be so sophisticated as you imagine?
I believe it's more, I wouldn't call it sophisticated, because we have sophistication as well, but I think that because of the different brain types, their brains are working completely different than ours.
Right.
And so how we perceive science and what we can learn from it may be two different things. We have common things we could learn, but also things that are pretty distinct to how our brain is functioning and what it allows us to even think.
Okay.
And so when you're talking about sophisticated learning, I've talked to some really, really intelligent people at times, you know, who are really sophisticated. And there's others at times that I've talked to that aren't. And it's not so much that they're all sophisticated. I believe that we have some maybe near surface pocket groups of creatures that also answer to the same physical description, like that was discovered in 1988 down in Bishopville, South Carolina.
Which is a great tab on your website. You want to tell the story of Bishopville?
Well, in 1988, a young boy was changing a tire out in the middle of a swamp road, and it was late at night, early morning. And as he was changing the tire, he saw something running through the swamp area towards his direction, and he said it was upright and it had glowing red eyes, and it was running fast towards him, and he got scared. He jumped in his car, put through the rest of the tools in the front seat, jumped in the car, and started driving down the road, and something jumped on his roof, and he could actually see a hand reaching down, trying to reach through the window and grab the side mirror. And when he got back home, he was so scared he couldn't talk. And his family, he started going into a fit. His family was wondering what's wrong. They called the Sheriff Truesdale out, and Sheriff Truesdale's always kind of he's presented as like this local, you know, Southern sheriff. But this gentleman was a good friend of mine. He was trained at the FBI courses over with the FBI. So he's had a lot of training behind him. And so he started investigating what was going on around there. And there were multiple eyewitnesses that described something that was like a lizard man. He was about 7.5 feet tall, had large arms. He had very muscular build. And this was reported by several people. And in the end of the entire years and years of going through these different cases where people said their cars were kind of mauled and they think it may have been by the lizard man, some of these may have been hoaxes, but some of them certainly weren't, because when the young boy was brought into the station, he passed lie detector tests twice, okay, about what he had seen.
Right.
And, you know, Mr. Truesdale died just recently, and he said to me, no matter what's going on, he says, it's not normal. And he says, in those swamps in there, nobody can get in, they're so thick. He said, so you could have anything living in those swamps, deep in the swamps, and we wouldn't know it. And this is the same kind of thing where people have gone down to Bishopville and they said, no, this has got to be Bigfoot, because people are fully invested in their research. So they'll try and go into other areas where it's the drawings and everything that's described is talking about a reptilian humanoid, but they come down and say, no, it must have been Bigfoot, because that's what they know.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. There's confirmation bias. What's the image then that you have in your head that you think is closest to what this guy had in Bishopville?
Oh, you mean as far as in media?
What it looks like. What it looks like. I mean,
okay,
so
well, I can give you a physical description.
Okay.
We're talking about beings that are on average height. The ones that have been seen have been about anywhere from 6.5 to about 7.5 to 8 foot tall.
Okay.
Large muscular arms and legs. They have scales across their body. The scales on their chest are more broad, like plates. Their head is large. It's got a little bit of a crown on the top, kind of like a gorilla. And they have no hair. Their eyes are almond shaped. Their pupils have cat-like eyes with vertical slit pupils. Their hands have 3 fingers with an opposing thumb. And their feet seem to have a raised, like a dew claw, or a thumb, I guess, or an atrophied thumb, way up near where we have our ankle bone. And they also have no lips and no ears. So they might have a kind of a crustal type ear, maybe a scale or something over where normal ears are, but the mouth has absolutely no lips at all. It's just a very wide mouth. And this is what was described. And remember, by the way, I'm going to jump back to this thing about Arthur C. Clarke. When he wrote the book Childhood's End, they talk about how society would be affected upon contact with extraterrestrials. And it was very much a disillusionment, because everything like science and everything came to a stop on the planet, because we were just waiting for all the answers instead of trying to reinvent the wheel. But one of the things focusing on this being that was described as like a devil, if you looked at the foreword in the book, Arthur C. Clarke writes, the ideas presented in this book are not those of the author. Now that's really, really important, because who was giving him information about something that answered the description of the devil that was actually the basis from which he put this book together? And he put a lot of work into it. Now remember, Arthur C. Clarke was a radar operator in World War II. He was very intelligent. He was credited with the idea of the satellites. So it's not somebody that was, not without any kind of credibility.
Sure. No, he was a cool guy.
He was honest about it not being his ideas in that book.
So, okay, so I love that. I mean, I think that's really interesting. That's super interesting. But I lack vision on this subject. I imagine something akin to the Flintstones, or maybe the Hollow Earth premises that somebody could enter into the Antarctic, find the door, or find the secret runway, and come out hours later out of somewhere in Scandinavia. Why is that wrong? Why am I getting, if that's not the impression you want us to have of these reptoids and these underground bases, help me be more specific about the focus that you see.
Well, I think a lot of it has to do with the fact that I've been bringing credibility to the subject matter. And when I started bringing credibility to the subject matter, there were a lot of people out there to discredit the idea. And I received a lot of heat from it. I knew people in the intelligence community that said that nobody thought anything of talking about UFOs, but they weren't happy about the fact that I would bring such a subject up and put science to it.
Right.
And, out there we have so many millions of people adding to stories nowadays that some of the backbones of these stories, like the Denver International Airport or Dulce, New Mexico, there's a backbone to reality to it, but people have piled on all kinds of incredible, out of this world stuff that's fantastical. And after a while, it gets so much onto it that people don't believe the subject because there's so much to try and discredit it. And that's
Okay.
what's happened with reptilian humanoids. That's why people are out there going, oh, they must be evil, all the time evil, because we've been brought up with our religious perspectives of something that walks and talks just like that must be evil.
Right.
And so, and if we do have contact soon, which we could, because given the circumstances out there right now, then if we have contact, are we always going to believe that whatever was presented to us was really from off the planet? If reptilian humanoids came here, or if they opened up one of the craft and saw scales on the skin, are we always going to jump to conclusion that there's some off-world species that's ready to invade us? Could we perhaps look here at home and see if we are actually sharing the planet with something else that's intelligent? And the language itself, when they push for UFO disclosure, should be changed from extraterrestrials to anybody, any non-human being that's intelligent, and not attach a destination to where they're coming from, because the lawyers that work for our government have easy answers by saying, we don't perceive any extraterrestrial threat, matter closed. And that sounds like they're saying there's no UFOs, but they're saying extraterrestrial when the language should be focused on what may already be here on our planet.
Okay. So you mentioned the coexisting piece. What does that look like to you, the idea of reptoids coexisting with human beings?
You know, I really don't, I can imagine what it's like. I mean, it would be like us meeting any other human culture from an area that we haven't had contact with. There's probably a lot to learn. In addition to that, the big thing is that there's probably a huge market available there for us to have open trade with them. So what kind of things could they trade with us that we would want? In other words, could this infuse humanity with a mixture of extraterrestrial or advanced culture technology with that of our own? Could we turn the planet around? And that's left to be said, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, when you say turn the planet around, you mean it ecologically or in our tendency to war? Or?
Yeah, ecologically, absolutely everything.
Okay.
I do believe that we're in a period of world change, and this has been planned for hundreds of years. The same way I believe that we're getting ready to abandon Washington, D.C. to set up our capital in Denver, Colorado. I believe that's going to happen. And that may.
Why there?
Denver, Colorado has been called Fed West for a long time. It has the largest groupings of federal employees outside of Washington, D.C. 80 federal agencies actually occupy the space there at the federal center. It's called the Denver Federal Center, DC West, and it's 1 square mile of buildings. We've got about 90 buildings. They got 6,200 employees, and they also have an underground base there. There's a place called Building 710, and it's an actual underground bunker that FEMA had built. It was for Region 6. It's now under Region 8 of FEMA, and they say they have about 36,000 feet, enough food to supply for about 300 people for 3 months. But I'm sure all those are, estimates are under what they actually have. And the different things about Denver is that they built the airport there. My father was a pilot. I happened to fly out of Denver, Stapleton a lot with him doing charter flying.
Right. I flew in and out of the old airport too a couple of times.
Oh, really?
I mean, well, it depends how old are you talking about? Before DIA, before DIA,
yes.
Yeah.
And Denver itself is located there. It's right near Cheyenne Mountain. That's run by the Space Force at this point. I believe that they probably have a tube shuttle that goes from the airport down to the Denver Federal Center and then probably onto the Cheyenne Mountain. Because if something happened, the idea of anybody traveling across the surface of the earth and being vulnerable to attack is very real. So with the ease of building tunnels that we have nowadays, and that doesn't include considering what the Rand Corporation and how these guys built tunneling machines that melt the earth instead of grind through them. And there's all these patents for them. Actually, on June 11th, 1972, the LA Times wrote an article and it said Los Angeles to New York in half an hour. They had actually said that existing technology back in 1972 would allow travel between Los Angeles and New York in less than an hour. And
well, I don't know what the context was for that story, and I know that the Boring Company is
the lead scientist for the Rand Corporation was the one giving the interview.
Right.
So these kinds.
But those are all a bunch of speculation. It's a think tank. It's all a bunch of speculation.
It is a think tank, but the majority of our government wanted to go underground ever since the 1940s. Have you seen any new air bases being built?
No, but then again, sort of the scare in many ways. They used to build bunkers in my neighborhood when I was growing up in Chicago, and that was like it was a thing to have, was an underground bunker.
Right, and civil defense. Strangely enough, civil defense is not encouraged nowadays. They're not doing any kind of civil defense anything.
No, that's true.
Talking about us being so vulnerable to all this attack. Denver is the location because, number one, Washington, D.C. is too close to waterways where submersible craft can come in, or anything from the ocean. It's too close to our eastern shoreline, so it's vulnerable. Denver has been chosen to be the next U.S. capital for probably hundreds of years. And I'm not going to get into details how I know that.
No, but I mean, I accept all that. I mean, I don't know. The mural thing, I'm kind of over that. But I mean, I think there's interesting things about DIA and sort of anomalous kind of things. But at the same time, I still don't see how that undergirds a reptilian coexistence. So let me ask you that same question a different way. In all of the people that you've interviewed, in all the things that you've done, have you ever met anybody who openly talked about having a reptilian as a neighbor, as somebody who was whether it was an underground base or whether it's that they had some sort of ongoing encounter as opposed to a confrontation?
Well, I know that the stories that came out of the Dulce base in northern New Mexico were talking about humans and aliens being side by side, but those were only in the work environment. They had their own living quarters and their own socializing quarters. They weren't intermixed, from what I know. And so I'm not sure that they just kind of hang out together.
Sure. But okay, well, I mean, maybe lunch, if you can stand what they're eating. But according to legend. So what was life like for those people who told you, yeah, I used to work right alongside of him? We called him what? I mean, like, how did that relationship develop? How was it a regular work relationship, but just with a reptilian?
The information is too scant, Ian. We just have enough information to tell us this might actually be occurring. The details of what you might hear in regards to relationships, I haven't heard anybody that has a credible background to them discussing the subject matter, talking about having, relationships, social relationships with reptilian humanoids.
Yeah, and I don't mean, sexual. I'm not trying to imply, but theoretically, if what you're saying is true, that could have happened somewhere in our distant past.
In some past, we share things. We're not so much different than we are alike. Remember, even the mammals evolved from the proto-mammals, which were early reptiles.
Right.
So, there's shared common things that we do actually have. We've just changed our physical forms, and we've been living in different environments, and it might make them literally feel alien to us as well. I mean, they might be looking at us like we might be not as sophisticated than they are, but then at the same time that we share the planet. I mean, when I've investigated cattle mutilations side by side with sheriffs over in Montana, and I'm going to tell you something, it always comes down to an environmental issue. There's something environmentally happening at these locations where most of the cattle mutilations are occurring. And
what do you mean by environmental?
Why would somebody perhaps if it were alien, which people have suggested, why would they come from another planet and even care about what we do to our planet?
What does environmental mean?
In the case of Montana, the mutilations happened near a lake that we found out later on, a year previously, 3,000 gallons of swine waste had been spilled into the lake. It was a drinking lake for a large population group in nearby towns and cities. And so when I worked with the sheriff, I had to say, listen, you know, it appears that something's going on here. It's scientific in nature. And he said, well, how can you tell that? And I said, because in 2006, when this happened, the day it happened, if you went onto the weather reports, you know, on the internet, you'd pull out the weather, and it said it was the strongest wind for the entire year on that day. So I said, well, maybe it's because if it's environmental, it's particles being carried in the wind, downwind. And so I put all the places where the cattle mutilations happened on a map, and it formed a triangle. I looked at the head of the triangle, which was where the direction of prevailing wind flow, and found pig farms there where the cattle mutilations were happening. And I said, if it's of scientific nature, you'll have another cattle mutilation a year from the date of this one. And then the sheriff called me up, Sheriff Kuka, Tom Kuka, who's now a councilman. And I said, and he said to me, John, how did you know? And I said, what do you mean, how do I know? And he goes, well, we had another cattle mutilation. It was exactly a year to the day when you told me that that was going to happen. So how did you know? I'm a sheriff. I'm supposed to think if you knew that much, you had to somehow be involved. Right. But I can't bring myself to think that. And I said, it's because it's science. Some scientific group is trying to encourage us to look at the conditions of the environment, whether it's water that's got parasites in it or pathogens in it that are coming from pig feces that are thrown up in the hoses to fertilize the fields, and they're getting drifted with the wind. So we find all this out, but what it really came down to is that Montana provides its income on beef. And if you start talking about beef in a bad way, you're having a problem.
Right.
I was in touch with the gentleman that appeared on the Oprah Winfrey show that talked about eating meat, and she said, I'll never eat.
I remember him. Yeah.
And he said, listen, John, he says, I think you should know. He said, we won the case. She even paid for my lawyers, Oprah Winfrey. He said, but however, George Bush went out there at the same time, and he created a law saying, if you say anything that makes the American people feel unsafe about their food, then you could be liable for terrorism.
Right.
And so the discussion stopped.
Yeah, I remember the lawsuit. This is the famous lawsuit where she hadn't even said that much. I mean, it wasn't even like that bad, but
it wasn't that bad.
What's that?
You're right. It wasn't that bad, but you know, these people who are talking about hundreds of millions of dollars, if not $1 billion or something, because the semen from these cows in these districts that are being raised are sold for a lot of money to different farms, cattle farms all around the world.
Sure.
So if you've got some pathogen problem occurring, in my case, I believe it was MRSA that was the culprit, then that they were looking at, then they would need to change that or stop it any way they could. And they're leaving the animals out there to be tested instead of just mutilating the cattle and burning them or incinerating them with a ray gun or dropping them off in the mountain for a bear to eat. They're laying carcasses down and pointing their faces in certain directions. And in the case of the one up in Montana that I looked at, it didn't even have birds want to land. No bird would even land on the carcass. If it did, it was only for about 2 or 3 seconds and it would jump off. There was something on the carcass that kept all the predators away. The sheriff said, look, I'm going to take you somewhere. He took me about a quarter of a mile away, and he said, this cow died last week. And he says, and it's down to its bone. He said, that cow over there you're inspecting, he said, died over 2 months ago, and it's so well preserved, it's unbelievable. So in other words, something was being put on the cows so we would recognize it's an unnatural thing that's going on and it deserves more scientific inspections. But when the FBI was asked back in the 1970s or 80s to look into the matter, they did a full investigation. They came back and said, this is outside our venue.
East of the Rockies, Jim is in Cleveland for John Rhodes on Coast to Coast AM.
Yeah, hi guys. I just, getting to the reptilians, I mean, has anyone seen one? Have you seen one? Is there any evidence of, like, you know, I can't imagine that there's underground, you know, reptilians and the U.S. government's not thinking this is a threat to us and they're not investigating it. They're not trying to find. I mean, have you seen one, John? I just want to know if you've seen one.
You know, Jim, I think the government's known about them for quite some time, and I think that's an amiable, mostly amiable relationship. As far as seeing them, I speak at length about people who have encountered them. One individual was named Tal. He's the gentleman that you see maps on the internet talking about underground bases and lines going across the United States and the different phenomenon. And he passed away just recently. He was one of the people my first interviews that I had, and he told me that he had seen one at the base of his bed, and it was unexpected. I've heard other people talk about it, but I think the most troubling thing I've heard about it is that compelling is that I've been talking about this subject forever, it seems like, and I did not have anything occur to me. However, I did have one account in which I think that I had contact with a large reptilian humanoid, but I can't believe it. I can't bring myself to believe it. Even though I'm out there in public talking for years about this being a phenomenon that's real, when I had a brief fragment of a memory of having contact inside my condominium where I was, I had to come out of it. And then I said to myself, I don't believe it because I study this subject. I'm bound to have dreams. So I do not believe what I saw.
Let's face it, though. If you woke up and your mailman was standing at the edge of your bed, you'd freak out, right?
You would freak out.
Yeah, I mean, it's not. To me, the freaking out part about someone standing at the edge of the bed, that would go for anybody. And so I'm pretty sure that I don't know if that's much of a criteria, but it's interesting. Jason, west of the Rockies in Olympia for John Rhodes on Coast to Coast AM. Jason?
Hi, Ian. Thanks for taking my call. And God bless Coast to Coast and everybody that's listening tonight. I have a question for John Rhodes, and I really champion John Rhodes' work here. I had a couple questions here, and I'm going to keep it brief. I was going to ask John what his thoughts were on David Icke's work, and obviously David Icke broke the ice here with shape-shifting reptilians, and also too how they've infiltrated a lot of society. But also too, I was curious if John had heard of the Lacerda files, which is something really interesting that I've been doing some digging here on my end. But the Lacerda files sounds very plausible and very real. And as far as underground bases, Phil Schneider, my God, there's an American hero. And Phil Schneider, unfortunately, was killed in a very serious way. And I think Phil Schneider possibly was horribly put down as far as breaking the news on these underground bases that are being created by the industrialized military complex. And I just wanted to see what John Rhodes' thoughts were on that. And if you wanted to talk more about that with me and with all of us, just see what his thoughts were.
Okay, we'll go backwards a little bit. Phil Schneider, John Lear, myself, and other people who have been looking into this research for years for underground bases, we didn't give too much credibility to Phil Schneider's reports. They were fraught with problems from our point of view. As far as David Icke is concerned, he heard about my doing lectures here in the United States with the subject matter. Before he printed his book, he had asked his author to hold off on the publishing of the book so he could add a chapter, which was the one called Don't Talk About the Reptiles. And if you read his book, you'll see that the the chapter stands alone. It seems a little out of place in the entire book. But Mr. Ike was focused on talking about conspiracies. And for a large part of it, I've seen the people I've talked to, maybe about 73% of them say that the contacts with the reptilian humanoids they had at all were neutral. They weren't aggressive towards them or anything like that. So it seems to me that when somebody's publishing books to put people in a state of fear that's unwarranted and unjustified, because the facts don't actually say anything about that. And I appreciate him listing me in 17 different sources in that chapter, saying I'm the world's authority on it and everything like that. But I have to say it as it is. We're not looking at a species that's inherently evil. We're feeling that way only because our religious indoctrinations have gotten that far to us to make us feel that way. The Lacerda files, ever since I started, probably about a year or two after I started actually getting out there and talking, somebody was trying to push the Lacerda files on me. I read them. I thought, well, that's kind of interesting, but the aggressiveness of the individuals trying to push the material out for publication to be made into a movie or something, they were trying to get media contacts. For me, that was a little aggressive, only because I have to wonder about a person's justification or intentions behind doing something like that.
First time caller line, Teresa is on Coast to Coast AM. Teresa?
Oh, hi. I was just going to mention that in northern Colorado, there's absolutely activity under the ground.
Well, I would think so, right? Isn't that where NORAD is and other places?
Well, that's down south.
Okay.
So a couple hundred miles to the north. I'm almost to the Wyoming border. Actually, if you draw a line from like BIA to Laramie, I'm like on that line.
Okay. I don't think anybody's disputing whether there's underground activity or whether the military's involved. The question is the degree to which this substantiates the concept of an underground reptilian civilization. Brendan is in Austin on Coast to Coast AM for John Rhodes. Go ahead, Brendan.
Thank you, Dr. Ian and John. Any research indicating that the reptilians come out after a natural disaster? And then there's a free YouTube video on the History Channel's page, Cities of the Underworld, Season 1, Episode 7, about a huge base and ground central station in New York. You should watch that and think about Denver Airport. And in Antarctica, 2016, John Kerry and Dalai Lama went to Micardo Station, the same station Admiral Byrd said that he had all these UFOs attack him at. So I just wanted to mention that. But the question, any indication they come out after natural disasters?
I don't have any indications of that, although I believe that they would, only to scientifically observe us to see what our reactions are to an event like that.
Kathleen is in Houston on Coast to Coast AM for John Rhodes. Go ahead, Kathleen. All right. No, sorry, Kaleem. I wasn't looking very closely. Kaleem, my apologies.
Oh, it's okay. Thank you for taking my call, Ian.
Yeah.
Mr. Rhodes, I had a question. So, is the reptilian race, is it more like, y'all remember the movie, I think it was the movie V?
Yeah.
With Roddy Piper?
Yeah.
The race, they were infiltrated parts of our society and government and everything, and therefore they were able to pretty much shield their existence.
But in this case, Kaleem, is John, you're saying everybody knows about each other. They get along fine, right?
Well, I think for the most part, yes. As far as all this shape-shifting going on, it's really nice to point fingers at human beings and say, they must be reptilian. Look how awful they are. You know, this is like trying to alleviate us of our own responsibilities on this planet.
Okay. Danny is in California on Coast to Coast. Danny?
Hey, how you doing, Ian and John? Honor to be with you guys tonight.
Thank you.
I have a comment and a question or two.
Gotta be one question and a quick comment because we got somebody else.
I've actually had an experience with the reptilian in my early teen years. Granted that I was under the influence, but I believe, I know, I still think about it, been traumatized by it. It was a reptilian, upright reptilian man. It was a shape-shifting experience. I guess he shape-shifted.
Okay.
I don't think he even knew he was a reptilian. I think my theory is maybe he's a humanoid. Most of it's like a quarter, it has two sides, two faces, and they don't know. Like sometimes, like I said, they're not extraterrestrial. If they are, they've been here and they were born here, and they don't know that they're extraterrestrial and they've been here for a while. And another thing is that there's an article in the Los Angeles Times, 1934, called "The Lizard People, Catacombs, City Haunted."
Right.
And it was it was published, and there's it's catacombs and there's like treasures and stuff.
Which was pretty common for newspapers still at that era to do that because it sold papers, But I liked the story, what he was telling. Real quickly, response to Danny.
Yes,
he was a little under the influence, he admits, but...
Yeah, Lizard Man City under Los Angeles. It does have some credibility to it. I researched the gentleman that made the claims that said that there was a lizard city there. He did have a historical background as an engineer in Arizona. He knew what he was talking about. I'm not sure about how he could see gold underground in the tunnels. That may have been said to encourage people to start looking. But the Hopi Indians, who I was good friends with the chief of the Hopi for a number of years before he died, had said the same thing, that over in Los Angeles, there was a group of the what they call their elder snake brothers that inhabited the area there, as well as in Hopi land, near the Hopi land and the Grand Canyon.
Well, they'll have to do time-wise because we're just out, but that was action-packed. So thank you, John. We stranded one or two callers for you, but we'll have to have you back on because you're giving me dibs over this new research you're doing. And I won't ever forget it because I've got it on recording. But thank you. And remember, all gym teachers are reptilians. This was fun. Perfect way to get into open lines. Ben is in Texas. Ben?
This is Ben. Yes.
Yeah.
How you doing,
This is
buddy?
the world calling. Yeah. How's it going, Bob?
Hey, I was calling about a question for Rhodes, but I guess he's gone now.
Yeah.
I have a question for you then.
Okay.
Well, with the Greys and the aliens, with the Greys and the
Reptilians.
The reptilians, yeah.
Okay.
Do you believe they could actually be some kind of like part of a humanoid?
I just don't. Here's what I know. I saw an object flying through the sky that nobody could identify. I know that it was put to the test with the available resources that I had back then, which wasn't, they weren't many. And nobody could ever determine what it was. I know my wife and my oldest son saw something. What's actually in those? I don't have any idea. And whereas people will talk about things that they saw, I think, unfortunately, there's too many variations for me to be able to form an opinion. I mean, if we're using just the word could, could. And who knew, for example, in the story that I mentioned when we started the show, that starfish were really bodiless heads that roll around at the bottom of the ocean. That's not their body, that's their head, which is so freaky. So who knows? Nobody saw that coming. I know I didn't. Thanks, Ben. We'll get to Tim in Carson City, Nevada on Coast to Coast. Tim?
Hey, buddy, it's good to hear you again. It's been a while since I've made contact. I'm the guy who listened to the old cassette recordings.
Oh, yeah. You're so nice. You're so nice to have done that.
Ocean.
I remember. Yeah. Go ahead, Tim.
Hey, good to hear you. You have great taste in music. A song I'd like to hear one night on your bumper music is Billy Thorpe.
Oh, Children of the Sun. Yeah. You know, here's the only problem with Billy Thorpe, right? Is that ramp at the beginning of Children of the Sun is like 4 minutes long.
Yeah, the intro is long. Yeah.
It's really long. And the record itself was like, if I remember correctly, it was like 7 minutes. It's a cool tune. Used to play it back in my FM rock jock days. I really like Children of the Sun, but it's one of those songs, and there's a couple of them that I can't really play with any with any integrity, because I would feel like I was dishonoring by having to upcut the beginning so much.
I
know.
Yeah,
But here's what I'll tell you. I think here's an interesting idea, and I'll throw this challenge out to Dan Galanti, who is engineering. Take the first couple minutes of Children of the Sun from from Billy Thorpe, and then use those as a bump into the bottom of the hour or the top of the hour. We can't do it coming out, but we could at least play that intro piece, you know.
Long enough time? That'd be great. I would take it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really great song. And unfortunately, his career never really went anywhere other than that. But in the markets where that song took root, and it wasn't a universal hit. But back in the days where records could be a lot more regional than they are now, I always thought that was one song that I was always happy to play. But we couldn't even do it on 2 for Tuesday because there was no other song to play with.
Your knowledge of music is astounding. Hey, I have a question for you. I don't know if you did the interview or years ago with John Lear. About 100 miles from Carson City is a lake called Walker Lake.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't find much research on the internet about it, but he mentioned that, and there's a sign, there's an underwater naval training submarine facility.
Come on.
In the lake in the middle of the desert. And his theory was that there's underwater passageways that submarines can submerge and reemerge out in the Pacific Ocean, come inland 1,000 miles and surface up in these landlocked lakes. I wondered, do you remember anything about that?
Cool. I don't, but I'm fascinated. So I was just Googling it. Yeah, underground lake 6,000 feet deep. Well, that'd be plenty for a submarine.
Well, they have a Navy base right near that lake. And in fact, a lot of that is one of the largest Army ammunition depots in the world on Walker Lake. They got acres and acres of bunkers full of munitions out there. And from time to time, they'll set the old ordinances off. And we used to go fishing out there and also
right
across the lake. They'd be detonating the expired ordinances. I just wondered if you have talked.
I don't remember. If I did that show, I don't remember it. But half the time when I say that, I go, oh, yeah, when I actually go back and look at it. Yeah, so this is what you're talking about, but I had to look it up. Naval Undersea Warfare Center, 18 miles by 8 mile lake called Walker Lake. It supports the locals enjoying a swim or some fishing, but does have some kind of base along its western edge. By the time, yeah, so I don't know. I mean, it doesn't seem to be a secret.
Well, I was able to find one photograph of a submarine and a military barge, a flat barge out on the lake. Now, I don't know if they would bring the submarines in and just use them for training purposes only. That's
right.
A legitimate.
Yeah, that's a really good question. I'm willing to look at that. It is, yeah, and it used to be run by the Army until 1977. Then it was taken over by the Navy. But just remember this too about the Navy, is there's a lot of aspects to the Navy that don't require water. So a lot of naval bases aren't on water or not even near water. So Yeah, I think that's interesting. Giant waterway that would go from that lake out to the ocean. I can't imagine that, but I think that's
in the same story, he had mentioned that there are similar things where submarines will enter the mouth of the Mississippi River and resurface way up in the interior in places I can't remember that he had mentioned, but
right
places that you wouldn't expect, way up in the interior of the Mississippi.
Okay. Well, I will leave it there, but really glad you brought it up. And I will take a look at it. It doesn't, it doesn't seem to be like a secret. It's just things that have been speculated about it are unproven. So maybe that accounts, but thanks. Wild card line, Joseph is in Colorado on Coast Enough. Joseph?
Ian, how you doing?
Good. How about you?
Pretty good. Hey, I just want to tell you, my wife and I, we listen to you whenever you're on the weekends. We love hearing you.
What's your wife's name?
My wife's name's Carolyn.
Hi, Carolyn. Go ahead, Joseph.
We're here with our baby.
I love that. What's the baby's name?
We got a brand new little baby. His name's Carmela.
Hi, Carmela. Nope. Okay. All right, go ahead, Joseph.
All right, so I grew up in Littleton, Colorado, and it's probably about, I'd say, 5 minutes down the street from Lakewood, where the Federal Center is.
Right. I was just in Littleton not that long ago. Yeah.
Oh, cool. Well, yeah, I'll just have to say that is a massive situation they got down there.
Sure.
And it's always been like that, and it's really strange. I don't really know too much about it, but I do know about DIA. DIA Airport is very interesting. When they actually started building DIA, they actually had a real big problem with the baggage claim. All their all the stuff would go underneath DIA, and it wouldn't work for years. For like maybe a year or two, it was a problem with it. So they needed millions and millions of more dollars to fix the baggage claim.
Right.
And so that's one of the oddities, because you look around DA, if you look at from an aerial or if you go from the highway, there's giant mountains of dirt just piled up everywhere.
Huh.
And it's very, very strange. Another thing about the airport, when I was going in there one time, this is years before I heard anything about this, like on TV or whatever, but there's really occultic murals of the world, like in that weird stuff.
I looked at those murals because one of the first times I flew into Denver, they were just closing down the old airport and they were transitioning to DIA. So if I remember correctly, I actually flew into the first one and flew out of the second one. And then somebody started mentioning all these murals and other stuff, which I'm not sure I saw because I don't know if they were completed. But the next time I flew in, I made a point to just kind of sit there and take those in. And I just was there a year ago going through DIA. I think DIA is a terribly designed airport. So some people really like it. I don't. I don't like this central system where you go in and like essentially just a few lines and then you have to get through security and all of that. And but I hadn't heard about these mounds of dirt. My sister-in-law lives right by there. So what should I tell her to look for and send me a photo of?
Well, I'm sure she can send you a picture of Lucifer. You know who Lucifer is?
Right.
It's the gigantic blue horse with devil eyes that's outside the airport.
Yeah, I know the horse has become very controversial.
Actually, when it was being made, it killed its creator. It fell on top of it.
I didn't know that. That's funny.
Yeah, well, that's weird. But you know what's even weirder is that there's an obelisk that's inside of the airport, and it says the New World Airport, and it has a time capsule inside of it. I'm not too sure what year it says when it can be opened, but that's really strange too. And it's an international airport, so let's say if there's some kind of national or like some kind of disaster or like some sort of emergency in the world, all these elitists can fly right into DIA if they can get on their airplanes in time. And then they can get on that underground shuttle, like your guest just talked about, and they can ride it all the way to Cheyenne Mountain.
I'm not sure that any airport in a disaster, if you've got enough money in a plane, isn't an international airport. You know, I mean, I don't know that they would avoid a small. I think the size of the runway would determine the size of the plane. And I always thought that the horse thing was just because of the Broncos, right? I thought that was the only thing I thought it was in reference to. I hadn't heard that the original sculptor had gotten killed or something. But well, I tell you what, I want to look at that other. I want to get those mounds of dirt thing. I think that's interesting. That if that's true, that there's still something going on underground at DIA. You'd think after all this time they would have worked out those bugs. But then again, like I said, I don't think it was a very well designed airport in the first place. So in deference to Carmilla and to Caroline, I will just say thank you for your call, and I'll move on, try and squeeze in one more person before the bottom of the hour, and that would be Julie in Columbus.
Hi.
Julie, still there?
Yes.
All right, go ahead.
Hi, Ian. How are you?
Good.
I saw Leo Kottke and Lyle Lovett in Newark.
Leo Kottke played at my high school. He was amazing.
He played or went there?
No, he played. He came and performed. It was just him and a guitar and a stool and it was like one of those things where it's like, oh, you can do that with a guitar.
Oh, it was outstanding.
Right.
So okay, so I wasn't able to stay for the whole concert because my back was hurting, but
I'm sorry.
They just talked between each other. So he would talk. Lyle Lovett would ask him a question. Leo a question, Mr. Cox
Right.
a question, and then he would tell a story and then play a song, and then Lyle Lovett would sing a song, and then they would just go back and forth.
Oh, that would have been a great show. I love it. I saw him in Minneapolis at a beautiful theater. And I love She's No Lady. That's a cool tune. Don is in Alberta on Coast to Coast. Don?
Hi, Ian.
Hey.
I was looking into that, the Byrne, how they pronounce it.
Yeah, Byrna non-lethal pistol or less lethal pistol.
The good thing about it is, like, I looked at all the reviews on it. Of course, a lot of the products, we can use it up in Canada, but we can't use the BBs that have the powder in them, like the red cayenne or the hot pepper or whatever.
Right.
But those would be your most effective deterrent. It only comes out at 300 feet per second. I think they should crank it up to about 500. But basically, it's a paintball gun. But it's the capsules that they use. They use solid. They use ones with the hot pepper and stuff in it.
Yeah, it was interesting. The varieties of them are. I was half expecting it to be like ping pong balls or something, but yeah, cooler than that. Don, you're hanging on for open lines. Where are you going to take us?
I was good. That base down in Arizona. The question is when was that tunnel built? Because I think it was pre-existing and the Navy just took advantage of it. But yeah, they bring their subs in to resupply them and rearm them.
That's Nevada, by the way, not Arizona. It's okay. You're Canadian. You're forgiven. So yeah, I maybe I got to find out more about it. I'm really curious. It's really easy to say that this happened and that they have a special, I think I was reading in the break about a Jimmy Carter class submarine. It's a smaller submarine that can navigate those kind of waters. And if they've got that, oodles of cool for them. But thank you. Pete is in Charlotte, North Carolina on Coast to Coast. Pete?
Ian, how you doing?
Doing all right. Where are you going to take us?
I want to ask you, rock and roll buddy, have you heard about Ringo Starr's new all-star band touring? Who's in the lineup?
I haven't, but I'll tell you a Ringo Starr secret I got coming up. So he does rotate his all-star band. There's a few that keep popping up, but they just completed the tour for 2022, right? So here's what it says about 2023. Steve Lukather from Toto, Colin Hay, Edgar Winter. I would love that. Yeah, I mean, this is the fall tour with get by with a little help from my friends, and it looks like it's they're always good lineup. I think they just have great fun. Where are you again? Where are you located?
Charlotte, North Carolina.
Let's see. I'm trying to see if I don't see any Charlotte. You may have to go to Nashville. He's going to be playing at the Ryman.
Hey, does that lineup say if he's got Sheila E. playing drums in it or not?
Now you're talking my language. I love her. She's an amazing percussionist. It does not say that here, but she's one of those people who I'd mentioned earlier who often recurs. I got a heads up on a guest who is an expert on Ringo Starr drum kits. And
Really?
Yeah, I thought it's going to make a fun first hour sometime or a Friday night show. And he's an expert to the point where he's got the drum heads, like actual official drum heads. And he's got a Ringo Starr drum museum. And I don't know, it looked really interesting. I love drumming. I like Ringo. I like the Beatles. I mean, how can you lose with that? So working on it. We actually put out a feeler for that and see whether or not we can get that date somewhere on our calendar coming up. James is in Virginia in Newport News on Coast to Coast AM. James?
Hi, Ian. How do I spell your first name?
I-A-N.
I-A-N. I was not sure if it was an E or an I at the first. Hey, I just want to let you know, I called George a fair amount of times, and he reminded me a little bit more recently. He mentioned when he was quite young, he was on the second floor of a building, sleeping there. I'm not sure if that was an apartment or what, but apparently his parents were on the floor above, and there was a fire in the bottom mattress part of the store down below, and there was a man that was standing over him, some kind of fireman, and told him, hey, you got to get up and you got to go upstairs and get the people out upstairs also. And by the time that all happened, when he went back to talk to the fire department, they said, hey, he wanted to thank the guy that did that, that warned him, and they said, well, we never got up to the second floor. So ever since George was thinking, is that a ghost or an angel? And it reminded me of my experience with my mother. She had a very unusual death. She had three times died with her heart stopping and came back 3 times the day she went in. And she had a cat that we had put in the garage when she had asthma before she went in. And the cat was always sleeping on the bed at night. So my next oldest brother said, why don't you put the cat in the garage and get it away from her so she can breathe better?
Right.
I did that. I put him in the garage, and the next morning the cat had died in the garage. He was laying on the floor, if you can imagine, like a little bit of oil, and he was very weak when I put him in. So then I went to the hospital when she had the breathing tube removed, and then she could talk for the first time, and she saw us, and she wanted to know where are the cats, because she had 3 other cats. And I told her, well, Blackie's in the garage, and these other cats are such and such places, and we'll go home and get Blackie out of the garage. First thing you do, get him out of there, because she didn't want another cat dying in the garage. So when she passed away at the end of the week, but she lived about a week, and they thought she was going to come out of the hospital okay, but she ended up dying about a week later. And after she passed away, I went in and I saw her and came out, and in the hallway there was this, and I don't know how it would be in the hallway, but a beautiful desk with a woman sitting behind the desk, and it was a nurse, and she had a gorgeous desk and a rail and a kind of thing around the front, like a fence kind of thing in front of the desk, so you couldn't get that close to her, but not that you want to, but I mean, she had that setting there. And she wanted to know, she said, your mother had a last question. And I said, what was that? She said, did you get the cat out of the garage? And I can't remember if she said, got Blackie out of the garage or just the cat, But anyway, I said, oh, yeah, I did. I got him out of the garage. So I went around later and I talked to the lady who, she's this nurse, the main one in charge of patients, really, in the ICU. And she called her miracle patient, the hospital's miracle patient before that anyway. And when I asked her, I said I wanted to thank the lady the nurse who, I think she was Mexican, I told her, that got the last question from my mother. So, and she went around the whole floor and she came back and she said, there's no Mexican person that works here. And besides that, Mr., my last name, I can guarantee you your mother didn't leave any question for anybody. So I figured that was my mother. That makes sense. She's a very good animal lover, and she wanted to make sure that cat was out of the garage. And that was the one thing when she saw her son that she didn't ask about that when she saw us. That I'm sure the angel that came to get her must have said, "Are you ready to go this time, Eleanor?" And after that was 3 times before. And she said, "No, I need to know. Just need to know. Otherwise, about the cat in the garage. Did my son get the cat in the garage?" And I'm sure the angel would have said, "Well, if I get that information and directly relay it to you, are you ready to go?" And I'm sure she would have agreed to that. So I think that's what truly happened. And George's experience sounded very much like mine because it was help from the supernatural, if you want to call it that, And I ended up writing a book on it, Ian, and it ended up with the book not only having that in there, but it has a lot of this revelation and things in the end of times that we're going
What's
through.
the book called?
I appreciate that. If I was going to ask you if it'd be okay to say it. I asked the Holy Spirit to help me write the book too, because it's very blessed. It's much more than I could have written. There's no way I could have written this book, and it's even got humor in it that I couldn't even come up with. It's called Blessed with an Angel and a Rainbow. The angel refers to my mother, but it also tells you how to build your armor of God, which is what you need in the end here, because we're in very serious times here, and it's just going to get worse till the rapture comes and takes the Christians out of here. And I hope that you and everybody else realize that this is all relating to, I think of it as like the earth is like a rotten apple. It's a beautiful apple, but now it's turning kind of rotten, and it's Jesus going to come and take all the people out of here, and then what's going to be left is all the what is called the ungodly people on the earth, and they'll end up being punished even more from above. With
well, remember, just it's not up to us to determine. I mean, accepting the scenario of Perugia, it's not up to us to determine who God will take. So you say all the Christians. I don't believe that for a second. And I think actually what Jesus said on that is something I live by every day, which is, "And the last shall be first, and the first shall be last." We have no idea. Just keep your head down, keep trying to do the right thing, be the right person, and leave the rest up to whatever happens after that. And I don't know, if you really look at World War II and some of the other stuff, I don't know that we're worse off than we were or have been in other times. But I appreciate that perspective. Scott is in Costa Mesa, west of the Rockies, on Coast to Coast. Scott?
Hey, Ian, you sent me down a rabbit hole with your opening of the show with the possibility of starfishes being walking, crawling heads.
Okay, isn't that trippy?
Well, it is, and I think it was Gene Roddenberry who wanted an artist rendering a poster of what an alien would look like on some other planet, like say Mars. And the artist came up with some humanoid-looking creature that was really too close to our configuration. So Gene had the artist revisit it and think completely out of the box. And what he came up with was a rendering sort of like the top of a jellyfish that crawled across the topography with starfish-like legs sipping the soil for food. And it was a very interesting poster, so I can kind of understand sort of what our Earth starfish, could be like that, and it's quite possible.
Yeah, I couldn't help but think about the starfish that was in Suicide Squad, and that concept of the space starfish coming back and growing. So this Japanese thing about taking small things and turning them into monsters. But yeah, I was unprepared for it being a head, just a head, just a bodiless head.
Well, and then that got me to thinking of we're still in the shadow of Halloween, and I started thinking of the movie The Thing, which is a great.
Right, love The Thing. Which version?
Well, the one with Goldie Hawn's husband.
Yeah, Kurt Russell. That is a great version.
Yeah. Well, when the guy's head got severed off and then legs sprouted from it and it walked out of the room.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I agree. I totally agree with that. I was comparing that with the first version, the black and white version, or even the later kind of version. I don't know quite how to describe it. But yeah, I'm big on that Kurt Russell. I was watching it 2 months ago. I just middle of the night, I saw it there, and I'm like, I'm doing it. And I just sat down and watched the last 45 minutes.
Well, if I could go on a little bit too, also there's a movie called Species where
Yeah,
this
it's okay.
beautiful woman who is an
Yeah.
alien, but she goes through a metamorphosis in like the back of a train and stuff.
Right.
And I love nature, and I've got actually caterpillars that are spinning their cocoons right now.
Oh, cool.
And it's so amazing to see a species change from one thing into another, and they're three totally different configurations. And this is just a little caterpillar. And what if aliens could do that or whatever? And just, the possibilities out there are just phenomenal.
Yeah, the careful that you don't sound like you're from Silence of the Lambs or something like that. You know,
No, I'm not.
gotta be really careful. But whatever you do, don't be. There's probably some songs you should avoid when you're listening to that.
Fava beans for me.
There you go. All right, let me get to. Let's see, Beaumont, Texas is Vaughn. Take us up to the top of the hour, at least coast to coast. Go ahead, Don. Vaughn.
Vaughn, yes. I didn't call about this, but you said the starfish is a head that moves around. It doesn't have a heart,
No, everything it needs is in its head.
but it's no heart there, or what?
No, it has some sort of, it has some sort of rudimentary.
Oh, okay. Because I always
vascular
looked at
system.
our bodies as being a head transporter. I didn't find it very unusual. But anyway, what I called about was the Roundup in foods that's causing issues that people are not associating with their ailments.
Oh, that's interesting. Like
yeah,
what?
One of them, it chelates manganese, and I started supplementing with manganese and glycine, and my backaches went away.
Oh, good.
Especially sleeping on different types of surfaces, and I knew beforehand that lack of manganese causes laxity in the joints, in the back area and stuff.
Right.
But I had never supplemented with it. Anyway, it chelates manganese, glycine, zinc, which is, when men are low in that, then they are susceptible to prostate cancer because,
Oh no.
it has a role in the peripheral zone in the prostate, and also boron. It chelates. A lack of that causes a lack of testosterone, and we have a lack of that in today's society.
Yeah, there are all sorts of reasons for that.
and fertility problems also with the lack of manganese. Now,
Well, I accept.
also,
Go ahead. No, just go ahead.
Yeah, Cheerios is very, very high in that, and so if you have people, especially kids and older adults or whoever, they need to stay away from Cheerios. It's the highest measurable amount of Roundup, in that.
Okay, well, I almost had some the other day because I have this honey nut Cheerios.
Yeah,
and
that's
so
one of the worst.
yeah, I poured a bowl of it, and then I realized it was pumpkin spice honey nut Cheerios.
Yeah. One last thing, Ian.
Gotta be quick here, dude, because honestly, I'm out of time. But you can't just keep doing that. But go ahead.
Okay, very, very quickly. I like to direct people towards Coast to Coast YouTube. Especially decoding Sasquatch language.
Okay.
I've transcribed accurately the Sierra sounds, and if anybody think that it's real, look under Coast to Coast AM official comment under, and my reply is under there with minute, second dictates.
Okay. Well, that's all the time I got. But Vaughn, I appreciate that. Dan is in Wisconsin on Coast to Coast. Dan?
Hey, Ian. Thanks
Hey.
so much.
Yeah.
First off, I'd really like to say it's a privilege and an honor to be heard by the Coast to Coast listeners, researchers. I call these people at night researchers because the people in the daytime are just sleepwalking, listening to the mockingbird media falsities. But the researchers up at night, they're the people that are actually awoke.
Well, I want to make a point on that. I wish more people did original research. And just going online and reading stuff, that's not really research. So I'm with you. And I think that that's a cool thing about a lot of these coast to coast authors. And what a lot of our listeners do is they go out and they find something. They don't just repeat what they've read. They go out and they find something. They go and do in their own investigations. They go places. That's what I really admire. But go ahead, Dan.
That's exactly the point, to inspire, to do research.
Yeah.
If you want to know more, do the research.
Right. But don't just sit in your gaming chair, and come back and go, I read this thing. It's like, yeah, okay, fine, but that's not really research. But so where do you want to take us, Dan?
Well, I heard you talking about the late Phil Schneider, and I've seen all of his videos, but I was even in contact with Dr. Fred Bell in the late 90s. He had written a book on medicine, alternative health care,
Right.
But he was being interviewed by Jesse Ventura on his TV show, and I don't know if it was then, but he mentioned that Phil Schneider was actually taken out because it wasn't what he was saying publicly. It was when he got very drunk and inebriated, the things he was shedding about what was going on underground and things like that. And then Dr. Fred Bell, I think he wanted to stick around and talk to Jesse Ventura about some things on the moon, because he was telling him he was also a CIA agent. And Jesse Ventura says, well, of course, with all the knowledge you have, And Dr. Fred Bell, I hope you all know who he is, but he's the son or a great-grandson of the Bell, the guy that made the phone. So Dr. Fred Bell, he was working with the government, and he saw on the satellite monitors that what they were called fast walkers, these alien spacecrafts. So Dr. Fred Bell was very much in the know on many things and was trying to communicate with these antennas that he made out of sacred geometry, pyramids, and so forth. He was kind of like the pyramid guy. And David Wilcox, interestingly enough, he was the one who discovered this L-tannin antenna. That's L-T-A-N-I-N antenna. And then this guy, he developed the math to follow how these fast walkers were coming into our space, our cosmic part. And that math was a breakthrough to the military and so forth. So I encourage the listeners, the researchers, to look into the L-tannin antenna. And if you could find the paper that David Wilcox wrote, you'll have a good first base to do the research on that. But Dr. Fred Bell, he was also, we call it suicided. They said he died of natural causes. But unfortunately, like the alternative health people who want to tell us about what's in things, they kind of disappear as well. But we got to stay awake.
Are you alleging that who is it that you're alleging kills them?
Yes, only.
No, who is it? Who's the they? I'm just always curious. Who's the they, as opposed to the, he committed suicide.
Yeah. Well, they're the ones that put their finger to the lips and say it's a secret. They all belong to the secret societies that we're not a member of.
Okay.
And they have to take an oath, as Bill Cooper told us. If you have to take an oath to join any clique, any club, any religion, it's not a religion, it's a cult. Stay away from it. And these people all belong to a cult, and they all send their money, dollars go to Lucifer. It's all to support Lucifer.
All right, we'll leave that there. Thank you. John is on the international line in Newfoundland on Coast to Coast. John? Yeah.
Hi, Ian.
Hey, Newfie.
Hi. Good to talk to you. I'd like to talk about what I think are the real causes behind the Havana syndrome. Just before I do, want to mention last year,
interesting. Go ahead.
Last year, the Biden administration, they released a report into the final research on the Havana syndrome. And one of the things they said in the report is that radio waves could have caused the symptoms of the Havana syndrome. And some of those symptoms are extremely serious, anything from headaches to brain damage.
Sure.
The reason I think it's, one thing is they don't actually say what they think the cause is. And I think the reason they're not saying what the cause is because they don't want to offend large telecommunications companies. Because, if people suspected that cell phone towers may be hacked, then, that would be bad for business for them. But the reason I think it's cell towers is, well, I've done the research. Cell towers can be hacked. There's no doubt about that. And the reason I think that they are being hacked by at least one person, it's a person that I know very well. It's a person who is an IT expert. And basically, I started getting some of the very same symptoms, especially severe headaches that the Havana syndrome people got. I started getting that at the end of 2020, December 31st. And then I would get them on a regular basis, at least a few times a month in the last couple of years. Last year and this year, it's been almost every day. And the reason I think it's this person is because this person knows that I'm one of the 4% of the population who is extra sensitive or hypersensitive to electromagnetic radiation, such as the type that radio waves emit, cell towers or any radio waves. So he knows that, and I believe that he started doing that on December 31st, 2020, which was basically 1 year after we had a major argument. And before that, about 6 months before that, I believe he started hacking radio towers, at least the local radio tower in Newfoundland, where I was at the time. I still am. And that was one broadcasting out of the town of Bonavista, Newfoundland, which is a couple of hours north of St. John's, Newfoundland. And I've been listening to radio all my life, for many, many decades, and I never heard those types of problems before on the radio. Not just dead air, sometimes over an hour of dead air, but also high-pitched frequencies and tones, which I recorded. And and so then I believe he started doing that in the summertime.
Okay, hang on, you're kind of kitchen sicking me here with a lot of things. So you believe that your friend or the guy you knew is behind this because of an argument that you had?
Well, he hacked my devices for years before, like my cell phone and my computers. For example, if he and I had an argument on the phone or even a small disagreement, the next day, usually what would happen within 24 hours when I would turn my cell phone on, it would turn on and off 4 or 5 times in a row. During those periods, I didn't even have control over 911. If I needed to call 911, I wouldn't have been able to, right? And also, he's into numerology. So lots of times I get these severe headaches. It happens at particular times of the day, reflecting numbers that I know are significant to him. For example, his birthday or my birthday or an address where we used to live at before. That type of thing. So you see, so he's into numerology, and a lot of these headaches happen at that time. And even the radio problems on the AM radio, they would happen usually at specific times. Again, reflecting numbers that I know are significant to him.
Now, how is it that you all are friends?
Oh, okay, he's my brother, my one and only brother.
Okay, we'll have to leave it there. Appreciate that. Let me get to Jamie and Maui on Coast to Coast AM. Jamie?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Wow, awesome. Cool. I've tried to call plenty of times, but it's great to get through. I'm not here to try to hawk my website or nothing either, or my YouTube channel. I just had a question out of the box. I listened to you talk to a lot of people, and I really like it. I listen to you every time, 5 days a week I drive home. I just had a question for both of you. Kind of obscure, but I was just wondering what your guys' take is on these sayings that we have as maybe it's just in the United States or all over the world, but time is of the essence, or takes one to know one, or dreams do come true. Is that? I've never heard that quoted by anybody, but I've heard it said by plenty of people and never been able to pinpoint somebody who's actually said that in any time frame. Is that just programmed into us to identify with other human beings?
It's a cliche. Right?
It's a cliche, right? It's just
we use cliche. Yeah, we use cliche in our speech all the time as sort of shorthand, kind of like code. I think actually, if you really look at it, there's an origin for almost all these things. A lot of our most common expressions go back to Shakespeare, or the Bible. It's like Shakespeare or the Bible, and those end up being the source code, if you will, for a lot of our cliches. Does that help?
yeah, cliche is a good word because I feel like I run into a lot of people. I mean, especially on Maui. I mean, it's a really transient place, but
Right.
for me, I just feel like so many people want to be short with you nowadays instead of like really talking to you about their issues, and they want to push their issues, but they want you to ask them about it. And
right.
I'm all about listening. I want to listen to everything you have to say, but I shouldn't have to ask you. And I feel like these are the type of questions. Or sorry, go ahead.
No. Let me tell you something. Before you even go any further, I agree. I teach writing at a university level, and I try to get cliches. We all use them. I recognize that to a degree, but I try to get students to stop talking in that kind of coded speak. And when it comes time to actually write an essay, I'll tell them right up front, I'll deduct a point for every cliche you use, because that's just habitual, right? You don't even know what it means, right?
Right.
You don't have any
because you want to say it.
Well, and you've heard somebody else say it, and they sounded smart saying it, but you don't actually know what it means. And it's weird to me because I think a lot of it has to have to do with the farm, and people don't grow up on farms anymore. They don't know.
No, yeah, right.
You know, if you say chicken running around with the chicken with their head cut off, there was a time when actually you knew what that meant. You saw that.
Right.
Now,
yeah, I agree.
Right?
Totally. I mean, I'm only 34 years old, but my roots are in the Midwest in Minnesota, and I moved out here, and it's weird to see like the drop in knowledge that people want to contain.
Right. So let's use, we're in Minnesota, by the way.
Like south of the city, Hastings area, Red Wing, Rochester.
Been there a lot.
Nice.
Loved Hastings. Red Wings, that's a beautiful little city, Red Wing.
Right on. That's awesome.
Yeah, no, it really is. I love that. I mean, you get on the other side of the river, the so-called God's country isn't that far away. But I mean, look at all the bald eagles that come in and roost. And, oh, it's really cool. So, but I think that's what we do. I think especially with the nationalization of media and the internet, and with people who speak in shorthand on digital media and cell phone messages, they're pretty happy with these meaningless expressions they're expressions that have meaning. They just don't happen to know what they actually mean. And so they repeat them. But you said, what does broken record actually mean? Have you ever heard a broken record? Well, no.
Yeah, no. Yeah.
Right.
Nope.
So it's like, how do you know it sounds like a broken record? If you've never played a record, you couldn't spindle a 45 right now if I paid you $10. So, right?
I don't even have the $10.
Right. But that's what I'm talking about. It's like, you can't, that's where cliches come into it. It's a nice, easy way to speak. I don't know if it gets any more nefarious than that. But by the way, I think that, like, if you go back to the 17th century, that's where a lot of our expressions started, when English was really being formalized. And it was processing, and moving to cities. So there you go. That's what it takes one to know one. I don't know where it's from, but I'm willing to bet you it's in the 1700s or 1600s for that matter sometimes. So Mike is in Greenport, New York, on Coast to Coast. Mike?
Yes, I heard two stories from Mark Bell about reptilians. One of them was a lady used to call in and call herself the intergalactic diva. And she said one day she woke up having sex with a guy, and Art Bell said, did you say, excuse me? And she said, well, it felt good, so I went with it, but then it started getting rough. And Art Bell said, what do you mean it started getting rough? She goes, I opened my eyes, and the guy turned into a reptilian. And then the other story had to do with Red Elk, Indian medicine man.
I remember him. Yeah.
I had him on a lot. And
I had him on once or twice. He was
said had no bottom. And he, some people called in and said they had one on their property. People used to throw refrigerators and stoves down and never heard it land. And Red Oak said once in a while reptilians come up out of these holes. And Art Bell said, I've heard people ladies tell me that they have sex with these. Have you ever heard of that? And Red Oak said, oh, many times. And Art Bell said, I was afraid you were going to say that.
Or he hoped he was going to say that. You know, it's funny that makes me so happy, Mike, in its own weird way, because that really is how Art talked. And I didn't have a lot of private conversations with him, but I certainly listened to him enough. And he created a culture where, you know, that kind of jocularity was so perfectly Art. And no, he was being devilish. He was just trying to get her to say something she didn't want to say, or he was hoping she would say. Harrison is in Dallas on Coast to Coast. Go ahead, Harrison.
Yes, I am, sir. Can you hear me?
Perfectly.
Awesome. Ian, I've been a fan for years of yours and especially Coast to Coast area. And I hope I'm not dragging you on the fence, but I'm sorry. I've got to have this question answered. So many of your guests are on the borderline. It seems every night that, okay, let's say astronomy in the Bible, which the prophets actually seen and took heed of. But now we've gotten into astrology. I would just love to hear you expand on that, sir. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. Thanks for the kind words. I mean, look, it all comes down to definitions, right? And I would differ on your definition of that the people in the Bible were astrologers. The wise men were much closer to that the wise men were much closer to astrologers than astronomers. I have to keep this separate. That numerology and chants and reading the stars, that was not far from the worldview, from the cosmology of the science of the Bible. This notion of something more exacting, something more scientific like astrology, you know, we gotta jump ahead a century or two or 16, right? I mean, we don't get until Galileo, maybe Copernicus. I mean, there is, and okay, sure, the pyramids. That was some interesting work being done in what we might call today like the foundational work of astronomy. But I don't think it's the progression that you think it is. In fact, it's really interesting. Have anybody ever looked up drawing lots? You say, yeah, they drew lots. It's just a game of chance. And the disciples and in the Christian part of the Bible and all throughout that era, the idea that chance was decided by God. So it wasn't in conflict with God. If you drew lots, you were divining what God wanted people to do. Now we look at it differently. I don't know if that helps, but I always find that interesting. And it tests my view too, because I think, well, gosh, that seems so cheesy. But then when you actually get into it, the reason why the three wise men came was they were following the stars, they were following astrology, not astronomy. West of the Rockies, Jake is in Vegas on Coast to Coast.
Yes, Ian.
Hey.
Jake.
That's you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're playing the part of Jake tonight is Jake. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Pine. I just, I'm an older gentleman, and I know what a broken record sounds like.
Right.
Yeah, in fact, I still play them.
Yeah, you clean them as best you can. You try and get all the gunk out of there, and they still skip and they still stay sometimes. Yeah.
Well, sometimes I like to pop and hiss.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a whole, I don't know if you know about this, but on Sirius XM, there's a channel, a vinyl only channel, and they'll only play records on vinyl.
Oh, wow. That sounds interesting. I have to play my own vinyl here.
I get that. And you know, there are a lot of reissues of classic vinyl albums because people have worn them out, and now that vinyl's back in again, you know, people want a fresh, real copy of Dark Side of the Moon, or they want it of you know, Thelonious Monk or something. So yeah.
Well, there's used record stores. Once in a while, you can get a good bargain at those.
That's true.
Pull it out and find out that whoever bought it didn't play it much. That's always nice.
Right. Yeah, I agree. But it still has like some albums that still have the plastic sleeve on the inside, and it's like it's pristine. It's awesome.
I last called a radio show. Probably must have been early 70s, 70, 71. And I called Al Jasbo Collins.
I remember Al Collins in Colorado?
Well, he was here on the West Coast. But I guess he got around, as far as I can tell. He was the one who had the Purple Grotto, and you'd call in and he would majuberize you.
You know, different guy then, yeah.
Yeah, recite the, I ain't got to show you no stinking badges. Why?
Right.
Sierra Madre.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I have never heard of this guy. So I'll have to go back and look at him because I find old jock stories and, you know, the successful local disc jockey who stayed in the business a long time became, you know, a lot of those people are almost totally forgotten. Like I'm reading here just in the wiki page, it says that Jasbo Collins occasionally hosted The Tonight Show in 1957. Okay, that's cool. Didn't know that.
Yeah, that's the old Steve Allen days.
Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing. So thank you. I appreciate the heads up on that. All right, so that'll do it for tonight. Thank you, everybody. That was a fun night. Deus te mat. I do too.
The Coast mobile app is now available for download on iPhones and Android devices. You can become an insider directly through this app. This is a great option for our international listeners, and new users will also receive a free 2-week trial.